Don't lie on me though.
The truth
Just
hurts.
keep it 100. Go.
The truth hurts. So you just said, I'm quoting you. You just said, I'm writing it down. You just said that. So when you make claims like that, why don't y'all just pack up and leave Africa alone? If you don't need Africa to sustain, then leave it alone. Why is the American
Hey, I
government
agree.
still in Africa? Why is the
I
American
100% agree.
why
Hold
is
on.
there
Let
still
me and the brother get at it. Go on. Finish your
why
point.
why is the American government still in Africa if it can only sustain by itself? And I want to make another point.
Let's deal
Agriculture,
with one point at a time,
hold
brother.
on,
Let's deal with one
listen,
point at a time. How about that? To make it
listen.
simple.
No, listen. You just
Of
made
course.
3 points. I can make 3 points too.
All right, go
So,
on.
so when you talk about agriculture, even, and this is a specific point of view, do you know that Africa has close to 3,000 different original fruits and vegetables and these things? Guess how much America has? America has close to 1,700 of them. They don't even have almost half of what Africa has in agriculture. You need, in order for your country to sustain, you need resources. So when you make these claims that you don't need Africa to sustain, that is a bold claim, dude. You have to make it make sense. That makes no sense. How are you going to
Hey,
sustain
can I
America?
respond to that? Like, can
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
else
Nah, he
speak?
and I are going at it,
Whoa,
so I
one
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
second.
No,
respond
no,
to
no.
his, and
Let
then
him
we'll
Dex,
let you
respond.
in.
Dex,
Let
hold on a
him
second,
respond.
Dex. Dex, hang on. Can you hear me, Dex?
Yes.
Um, Dex, can you try not to? Well, Dex, you're gonna have to stop cursing on the panel, bro.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
sure if
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
please. You know what I mean? I have a kid friendly show. I got
Okay,
children
okay,
listening. You
okay.
know,
I'm
I've,
sorry.
I've
I'm
been
sorry.
have I've been trying to come in to say something about it, but please try to not curse on the panel.
Okay,
You know
for
what I mean?
sure.
That just takes away from the discussion, and I'm sure you're already aware of that. Let's
Yeah,
be a good Pan Africanist, Derek. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
Dex. All
Respect,
right,
respect.
y'all proceed.
Now,
Blessings.
now, now, I want Black to respond to what I was saying. I'm
So you
passing.
running from the smoke. You
No,
running
no,
from the debate, right?
I'm passing it to him. I'm passing
You
it to him.
running from the debate. You supposedly quoted me, but you misquoted me. But
I
you won't
didn't,
give me a chance to respond.
dude.
This is the problem with Pan
Dude,
Africans.
dude,
Y'all are disingenuous.
let him respond. He needs to add
Yeah,
on.
yeah. It's not gonna take long, bro. You can have. I just wanted to, clear up some misconceptions.
All right, go on, bro.
All right. So first and foremost, let me say this: you're 100% correct. America should not be in Africa, and I would dare say, uh, I guess from a secondhand standpoint, we're not. We may have companies that deal in resource excavation from Africa, but America's not in Africa. Why is that? Because we passed it already. Our economy doesn't deal as a resource-based economy. We're a service economy now. We don't have to deal with Africa. Other people do that for us. So that's that's first and foremost. Second of all, when it comes to the notion of Pan-Africanism, like I said, I have nothing against it. I'm an American freeman. I don't deal with FBA. I think it's null and void as it pertains to our reparations claim. The Constitution clearly says in the Equal Protection Clause, you can't discriminate via race. FBA does just that. So why would I be so stupid to use a moniker as FBA, knowing that I can't do anything reparations wise with that term? So I say American freedom. Let
Agreed.
me get that. Let me get that out of the way.
Agreed.
When we deal with Pan Africanism, I have nothing against it, but it's putting the cart before the horse. You know just as well as I know, every country in the diaspora that's mainly black, quote unquote, has to do their own thing before we can, I guess you could say, form like Voltron. If you want to do that sometime in the future, hey, so be it. But for right now, we're doing what we have to do for our reparations claim here. CARICOM is doing what they have to do, so on and so forth. African Union, whatever it may be. Until then, let's focus on that and leave the Pan-Africanism alone because
Okay,
it
okay,
does
How much is
nothing in the
reparations
long
okay.
for
run.
All right,
free?
now let me grab my
Let him
minutes
land his
back.
plane. Let him land his plane,
I
man.
think he landed it,
No, no.
brother. You
Hey,
finished
How
or
much
not?
is
you
reparations
can
for free?
respond. I sit back. We'll
No, I
respond.
appreciate that, but I want the chat to pay attention to how this brother above me misquoted and then jumped to someone else. The debate was between you and I. Okay, as America, the most powerful country on the planet, we don't need anything from Africa, and if we do get it, we'll get it like everyone else in a lopsided deal because African leadership have been selling out their continent for the longest. They had contact with Europeans before Black Americans. That's how those Black Americans who are descendants of West and Central Africans got to America anyway. So Africa, you're talking about 3,000 varieties of fruits and vegetables, but yet they still, I don't know if you've even been to Africa, bro. Do you know that when they sweep in a lot of these West African countries, it's literally with a handful of straw, a handful of sticks. They don't even understand the concept of a broom. So when their land is getting cultivated a lot of times on a global scale for resale, they're using outside companies, Chinese, Europeans, Lebanese. These are the ones that control the economy in Africa. So when you're a Pan-African talk about, oh, Africa's this and Africa's that, I never seen a Pan-African so proud of Africa, but ain't never been to Africa and is not going to Africa and is doing it from the comfort of America.
That's an optional statement.
I've been to Africa. Black Americans don't need anything. We don't have to do anything with Africa because why would you be in the best country in the world and then do business in a place where people are fleeing and they're dying to get out of there? Even the leadership in Africa leave Africa to go to Europe to get medical treatment. Make it make sense. Africa's a shithole. Tell me different.
You saying Africa as a whole, or
Africa as a whole is a shithole. Now, if you want to have this conversation, I'm going to expect you to understand GDP per capita. We're going to have to talk about
these are conservative talking points
about youth death rates and all of that. You can call it whatever you want.
You're having conservative talking points. We're talking about Pan-Africanism. Why are you bringing conservative talking points to a Pan-Africanist debate? I want to know that. I want to know
because that's the place that I'm coming from. You're a Pan-African. I'm not.
A conservative mindset when we're talking about Pan-Africanism.
You're a Pan-African. I'm not. I'm a proud Black American. I'm not a Pan-African.
Then why are you talking about conservatism if you are FBA?
Because I'm a conservative Black American.
So you're not an FBA. You're a conservative Black.
I am a Black American.
This is like a circus here.
No, I'm telling you who I am. I'm a Black American. My lineage goes to South Carolina on my mom's side, North Carolina on my father's side.
I have a question.
You are confused because you won't even call yourself a Black American African. You call yourself an American African.
If it's not even a need-be conversation, I have a conversation for the brother that spoke before you.
No, because you know you get cooked on the continent of Africa.
Dude,
I guarantee you this. There's probably only one person on this panel that has as much information about Africa. That's why I can say what I say because it's backed up with facts.
Listen.
One question. Have you been to Africa? Have you been there?
Listen, let me respond.
Have you been to Africa, Pan-African?
Respond. God.
Answer me that. Have you been to Africa, Pan-African?
Dude, you have the mentality of a second grader. You don't even allow people to.
Well, let me just tell you, I've been there and I've done business. Have you?
Can you listen? You don't even
allow me to respond. No.
You asked 3
questions. That means
already.
No.
You asked 3 questions already. Can I respond?
Go on.
All right. So I think the misconception that you're making an assumption of is that I'm telling all African American people that just because we come from Africa, go back there, and that's not the thing that I'm making. That's not the point I'm making because we all know that the American dollar is generally more of a value than any African dollar. So
that's Africa's problem. Y'all need to go there and make it better.
Hold on,
right? You're Pan-African and go make it strong.
But so listen, Africa is wherever African people are. That's
Wrong.
a misconception. Yes, this is
Wrong.
a fact.
But you're not African though.
Yes,
That's
I
why
am.
I'm not African. I'm
Yes, I
American.
am.
And you need to
Take the
get the
Wait,
fuck
okay,
up off
hold
my
on, hold
land.
on. Let's have this debate whether
take the
he's African.
test.
Are you
I
culturally
didn't even
African or
finish.
you genetically African?
Can I finish? I let you talk. I literally let you
Bro,
talk.
you trying to wiggle your way out of getting cooked like something
I
awful
let
today.
you talk. I let you talk. Can we have the same respect?
Go on, brother. Go on.
So, I want to build with my brother Black, right? When he said, I don't know if that's his name, but when he said he don't agree because of the 14th Amendment citizen, he said something to that nature that they're discriminating based on race.
Bro, you a Pan-African. Let's talk about that Pan-Africanism. Stop running from this smoke. Stop running from this smoke.
I want to come to a common
Stop
ground.
running from this smoke, homie. Have you been to Africa? Are you doing any business in Africa?
Dude, I'm not talking to you anymore. Shut up.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, I want to get common ground with my brother because he made a valid point. This is the point that I'm finna make. So could you elaborate on that?
Clear deflection.
Elaborate on what, bro?
We Pan-Africans can't even stand up for Pan-Africanism.
The FBA discriminate based on race of the 14th Amendment or something of that nature?
Yeah, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And I'm saying in the context of reparations. I ain't speaking on nothing else. Of course, I'm Black American. That's culturally who I am. But if we talking about reparations, it ain't gonna fly.
And could you elaborate on that a little so I can understand the full context of what you're saying?
So, according to the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, you can't discriminate against anybody. It don't matter. It's so a lot of people like to say reverse racism, which is a misnomer all in itself. Racism is racism, and the way racism is defined is simply saying discrimination against someone based on race. You could do that against a white person if you didn't know.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about, because that's all I care about. I don't care about another person's lineage, culture. All of that is minuscule to our reparations claim. So with FBAs and the diaspora wars and all that, it's stupid. And I don't do it. I don't condone it. Right?
Yeah.
All I care about is reparations. If we're talking about reparations claim, if you bring up anything, has anything Black, that's why I got Black. My name is not Black, by the way, it's MD.
Okay. MD.
Anything got to do with anything Black, and you try to put it up as a draft in legislation, it's going to get shot down automatically through strict scrutiny, based on the fact that it's got the word Black in it.
Okay.
Because that's a clear violation of the Equal Protection Clause.
So you also said something that was very touching. Thanks for elaborating on that, by the way. You said something that was touching. You said that you feel that we should all just do our own little thing wherever we are, right? But the fact of the matter is that we need each other. We need
in
each
what
other.
way?
Because so if you guys are making claims that you want such and such money, let's say $4 billion, right? And the Europeans going to look at it like, well, the American African is asking for $300 billion. You know what I mean? It's going to be
that ain't got nothing to do with us.
No, but listen,
our reparation claim is based on constitutional adversity that we went through. Didn't nobody else go through that?
I know. Hold on. But the fact of the matter is, it was one transatlantic slave trade. So when you're asking for more money in a different circumstance, the American African is in a better circumstance than any other person globally. So when we're
right.
So when we're asking for more money over here than the Jamaican, they're gonna look at it like, well, y'all really don't need as much as the Jamaican as much, because the Jamaican isn't even asking for as much as the American African.
Right.
So now we look discombobulated. We need to all come together. You know what I mean? No. And come up with a number so these people can pay up. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Let me respond to that. And here's the kicker. You might get a shock to your system from what I'm about to say.
Uh-huh.
Our reparations claim ain't based on slavery. It ain't. It's based on legislation. after when Reconstruction started, Civil War ended, there was clear legislation that was specifically for the Black American, the American freedom. That legislation, Freedmen's Bureau Act 1865, Civil Rights Act 1865, those pieces of legislation clearly said that we were being trusted with loans and savings in the Freedmen's Bureau. Also, we would be given 40 acres and a mule, which was by way of Directive 15 when Sherman marched down to Georgia, where I'm from. So by way of Special Directive 15, broadened out in the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865, it said that we were supposed to get a specific claim. We did not get that. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Our reparations claim ain't based on slavery, though. It's based on American legislation. That's how you kill that. That's an argument that's been made, which is null and void, based on the fact that
breaking up.
MB, I have a question for you based on your last statement.
I'm driving. If you am I still breaking up?
Now you're good. Look, I have a question based on what you just said.
Go ahead.
So since it's so based upon legislation, should we as Black Americans, freedmen, you know who I'm talking about, should we mix our claim with people from the Caribbean, or should we keep it separate?
You can't mix it with people from the Caribbean because people from the Caribbean weren't in the original legislation. It was only American freedom.
Thank you.
You can't do it.
Regardless of what my brother calls himself, I know who he is. We're the same people, regardless if it's FBA, freedmen, whatever. We're not mixing our reparations claims with any other foreign-born blacks who are trying to jump on the bandwagon and weasel their way in via this Pan-Africanism failed ideology. It's a failed ideology. And here's the kicker. I will support a Jamaican getting reparations from England 100%.
That's a fact.
I will support it 100%. I'll support. I love when the Benin Kingdom got their bronzes back from England. I love that. I support that. That's how Black Americans give it up. But we keep hearing all these other people talking against our claims for reparations, whether it's from the ideology of slavery or legislation. They talking against it, and that's why I'm saying that Pan-African thing, it's a failure.
It's
because
not.
Well, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all go. You know what's the magical thing about it? Me supporting CARICOM and a Jamaican or Caribbean supporting our reparations claim. You know what that's really called? Logically, you know what that's called? Pan-Africanism. Because it's a simple task. I told you I don't disagree with the objectivist view of Pan-Africanism. I don't disagree with it. Don't put the cart before the horse, though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I agree with you. That's why I said we have to find common ground. You see, we making common ground right here. See, this is the problem though. So could we agree that a person in Georgia experienced more of oppression than a person in California or New York per se?
Well, originally all those people was in the South at one point in time.
Thank you.
So I mean,
I know, but I'm saying still today. I'm saying still today.
Well, yeah, we're talking about systemic racism. Again, all of these things are true. I'm saying we got to cut the fat from the meat. If we're talking about reparation, I can't go extra. I can't ask for extra sauce. I can't talk about systemic racism in totality because that muddies the waters from the original reparations claim. And that's when you start getting all the other people say, hey, wait, I'm Black, I'm from Jamaica, or I'm from St. Kitts Web. I get systemic racism too. I'm in America. Then you start muddying the water. We can't do that. Can't do it. If we can fight systemic racism together. But when it comes to reparation, totally different thing.
But why? I want to know why though.
What? Because everything is in legal format. Everything. See, we got to have our T's crossed and our I's dotted when it comes. We can't play this game of white supremacy, the man bringing me down. Those are games when it comes to what you can actually say in a courtroom, what you can actually say on the House or Senate floor.
But we have no control over these systems. If they're paying us, If we're asking them to pay us, so when we
that's why it's all got to be legalese. You got to use the legal language. That's the only way this is gonna work. That's the only way it's gonna work.
That's because it's a debt owed. So we gotta bring these claims to these people like that. But I get what you're saying. And that's what I was talking contract with him. If you know contract law, you know it has to be in legal format the right way. I get it. But what I'm saying is when the like I said, when the American African is asking for a disproportionate amount of money rather than the Jamaican citizen, it just looks foolish. You know what I mean?
We don't have anything to do with the Jamaicans.
No,
they have to go to England for that.
No, but listen. So what's need to be said is, or what the conversation that's need to be had is, we all need to come up with a number, and it needs to be dispersed amongst each other. It can't just be the American African asking the European, and then that's like 4 bitches coming up to you asking. Sorry, that's like four women coming up to you asking you for a different amount of money. You know what I mean? $100, $50, $1,000. You know, so it's just like it looks foolish. I'm not giving it up like that.
Okay. Let me say this then. So earlier you just said that you understand that, you know, if we're looking at it based off spending power or perceived wealth, that an American freedman or a Black American is clearly a cutting above the rest as far as money power. You just said that earlier. So why would my claim be any different from what you just said, logically speaking? So if we understand that we are in, you know, if you want to look at it in financial terms, the greatest country in the world, where many people from around the world come to make money that they could never see in their own country, why would my claim be any different from the rest? So you telling me you come from a lower country financially, but you should receive the same money as I get? The logic don't make sense then.
No. What I'm saying is that
it come off as pocket watching almost.
No, but listen. We can't be pocket watching if we ain't getting nothing. How am I watching your pockets if we all don't have no pockets?
But and that's the problem right there. You speaking defeatist. Those are defeatist terms.
I'm trying to make his point.
Go on, bro.
So I'm trying to answer the point. I'm not saying that the American African needs more than the Jamaican. I'm saying the people that are impoverished more than the American African need more than what we have.
Yeah, I don't know.
But again, it's not based on poverty. It ain't based on poverty. I just said that.
What do you mean it's not based on poverty? If they're oppressed, if they're oppressed, if you go to any other country, the Black American has more access to resources, wealth, everything, anything that you could name up. We're like on the set stage of every other country, depending on us to do things.
But what that got to do with reparations? I'm trying to figure out.
What he's trying to do is get us to lower the amount of money that we get, so we can share it with other countries. That's what he's doing. Other Black people.
I want to ask him
with anyone that doesn't have a lineage to American slavery. Period.
Who owns FBA? I want to know this.
I don't care who owns FBA. I'm a Black American. I don't know about who owns FBA.
Tariq Nasheed has a trademark on the.
That's great. I'm talking about reparations for freedmen, Black Americans, African Americans, American Africans, as you say. I'm not going to muddy the waters in this conversation talking about FBA that we already know is a controversial topic in name and in deed.
Pan-Africanism is not about
the brother MB already explained why we should not muddy the waters. There's no reason why a Black American claim to reparations through legislation or slavery should be mixed with a claim from someone from the Caribbean or Africans trying to get reparations from former colonial powers. We have to worry about our reparations claim based on the legislation in America, period.
Black, he's jumping the gun. So when you claim to be a 14th Amendment citizen, you're saying you're a debtor. This is what people don't get. They think that the American government is a secret society of people, and it's not. It's a dead entity. The point you're making now is totally not
related to what we're talking about.
You are a
We're talking
taxpayer.
about
You are
not
paying
muddying
your
the
debt.
waters and not mixing
How
claims.
are you
You
asking?
as a
How are you asking
Pan-African
for something?
stated,
How are you
you as a
asking for?
Pan-African stated that we should all go together and go as a group collectively to get reparations. Then you started saying something, and correct me if I misquote you, but it sounded like we as Black Americans shouldn't get so much because we already have a lot. We're not sharing our reparations with anyone. Let
That's
the
the point that
Jamaicans
I'm
get their
making. You
claim.
don't need
Let the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans get their stuff, and I will support them in word, not in deed, because in deed, my people need the deeds. We need to get busy in America and not even
You're
worry
paying
about what's going
you're
on
paying
outside
your
of America.
reparations. You're paying your reparations as is. Your affirmative action. Your affirmative action is a reparation. You're a taxpayer citizen. All Black people that's in America that has a birth certificate and a goddamn thing is a taxpayer citizen. You guys are paying your own reparations. These systems aren't in different countries, is what I'm saying.
We're talking about Black American
That well,
reparations.
you're right.
It
You're
should
right.
be
Those
fixed.
systems those systems aren't in different countries. Just like the services that we get in America ain't in different countries. We pay our taxes for the services that we receive from the federal government. Other
So,
countries simply don't got that.
yeah, and
That's just a fact.
that is a
Hey,
fact.
hang
That's
on a
what I'm
second.
saying.
1 second, Dex. Let me just say something real quick. People in the chat, can y'all please hit that like button? Yeah, man, hit that like button. It helps. You know what I mean? It helps build the conversation. So
I
hit
hit
that
it
like
earlier.
button if you don't mind. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe and notification buttons. All right, and yeah, blessings to y'all. Hit that like button. Let's do it. Go ahead, y'all. Blessings.
Hey, by the way, American Dream, I sub to your channel, bro. This is a great platform. I like the conversation.
Thank you,
So
sir. Appreciate
I got
it.
a little spot now.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
man. Blessings. Like the conversation you bring as well. Blessings.
hey, Black. So when I just said what I said, am I wrong or am I right for thinking that way? Because it's just a fact. We in America, because I live in America too, and I don't claim to be of anything of FBA or anything. And I agree with what your stance was off the basis of race and slavery. I get it. It makes total sense, and this is why we have to find common ground. You know what I mean? But I'm saying when you're agreeing to be a debtor when you agree to be a 14th Amendment citizen, and you're paying a debt, aka taxes, and we have all these resources over here, and you're begging the European to with your hand out and be like, give me this, and we're not even the most needy. It's just not
Nah.
making sense. It's
Yeah,
not making
I
sense.
don't I don't look at it that way, bro. You can use those.
No,
I guess you would say that variance of language. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as no taxation without representation. I pay my taxes to have that representation, not only in my state and local government, but in my federal government as well, which provide me with services or social safety net if by chance something happened to me, i.e.,
yeah,
Social Security,
yeah,
Medicaid, Medicare, all that stuff. This and defense of the doggone country.
yeah.
So you can look at it that way. I don't. I'm a capitalist at the end of the day. That's what run the world. So it's either you play by that game or you get hung out to dry. You know what I'm saying? So your issue is not necessarily the racial oppression of the group as a whole. You looking at it from a class-based standpoint, which is fine if you want to look at it that way. I don't. I feel as though that's the reason why a lot of immigrants come to America in the first place, because they're looking for that upward mobility. And what other way can you possibly get it without coming to the shores of the United States of America? Which is fine. I'm not against immigration. I'm not one of them people. Again, I'm a capitalist. If you want to come here and make your money, make your money. Understand that there's a market in place for everything.
Right.
So what a lot of these, like your MAGA people and your FBAs, what they talking about is immigrants coming to this country and diluting the job market. That's a strong talking point that a lot of FBAs have. I'm saying us as Black American freedmen should be at a place where these things shouldn't even be of consequence to us based on our tenure here in this country. But
That's
me
what
and
I'm
you
saying.
know
Yeah.
Me and you know that that's simply not the case based on the legacy that slavery put upon us in our day zero moment.
Right.
That's where reparations comes in. If we would have got what we were supposed to get in Reconstruction, none of this would even be a issue. No, we wouldn't be talking about none of this stuff.
Yeah.
FBA wouldn't exist. To a lesser extent, Black MAGA wouldn't exist because we would have been fully integrated within the capitalist society of America.
Yeah.
But we were the only ones to not have a day zero. Even the immigrants, Black immigrants that come here today, they have their day zero moment. Why? Because they have not the necessarily financial capital, they got the social capital and able to do and say and buy and purchase and own business, whatever they want to do. Things that simply we did not get in our day zero. So what I'm telling you is that everything is integral on the basis of capitalism. You brought up Africa and America wouldn't exist without Africa. False. If you want to look at it in the term of slavery, that was the commodity. We come from Africa.
No, I'm not looking at it like that though. I'm saying it's just obvious. It's not like something that we can't look up, that we can't research or nothing.
So what American company is in Africa right now?
You got.
I bet you can't name it.
Yes,
now I would give it to you. I would give it to you. If you were talking about Europe, I would totally agree. Dude, Europe cannot exist without Africa. That's a fact.
Yeah, and where are the Europeans?
But America, different story.
Where are the Europeans?
In Europe.
No, they're not just in Europe. They're over here too.
You talking about in that
Europe, man.
Again, we talking about right here and now.
Yeah, we know. Okay, and I just gave you one. I just said Exxon. Exxon is a huge oil company.
Exxon don't have the majority stakeholders are not American.
Listen, but they're a huge American company. This is the point I'm making. I can name plenty of them, but I'm just giving you one big corporation. I'm giving you one big corporation. I'm not here to debate the facts. I'm here to debate what people what's on people's mind as far as how we could go about the situation. No
problem.
Yeah.
No problem. So, but let me ask you one question. I'm gonna let you rock. So, as it stands right now, America, are we a resource or a manufacturer based economy or a service based economy?
I would agree. I would agree with you that we're a service based now because we got out of the manufacturer stage. They're trying to bring it back, but you know.
Okay, so I mean that kind of makes your point null and void based on the fact.
No, I get it.
We no longer have to take resources from anybody.
No, I get where you're coming from, but the fact is we do need Africa in order to sustain over here. That's the fact.
You can't agree with his point and then go against the point. We're a service-based economy.
I agree with
reliant on African resources.
I'm agreeing with the aspect of what he's saying. I'm not agreeing with totality. I'm agreeing with the aspect.
In what way are we dependent on Africa? Tell us that.
Dude, you need resources. America can't just sustain.
But you just said we service based. We don't need no resources. We don't use resources to make money. We use service.
What resource from Africa do we need that we can't get in America?
Hold on. I would ask you this, Black. I forget your name, dude.
Basically, what you're saying is we gonna suffer because of the things that we want and buy today are come from resources. That's really what you're saying.
No,
we're gonna be hurting for our cell phones and our tires and stuff like that.
Without Africa, you would have no cell phone.
So
how could you argue that? How could you argue that? How could you argue?
I'm not arguing it. I'm not arguing at all. So what I'll say to that is this: that ain't America's fight. If that's how you want to kick it, go to the companies in which they're extracting resources, which are not American. All we do is buy the stuff.
No, they.
So don't get mad at us,
dude. You have American companies in Africa as we speak.
I told you. Now you said Exxon. The majority stakeholders of Exxon are not American. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, yes,
you won't be able to name an American company that are extracting resources in Africa today. You can't name it.
Exxon is an American company, dude.
I said the majority stakeholder.
It don't matter about the stakeholders. I'm talking about.
Dude, that's the whole point.
No, it's not.
It definitely matters about the stakeholder.
Dude, You're playing semantics with me at this.
No, I'm not playing semantics. I'm just trying to,
We just agreed that without Africa, you have no cell phones, and I'm just giving you multiple.
No, but let me push back on that because Africa is not the only place where you can get coltan. You can get it in China, Brazil, and Australia.
What about cobalt?
Who?
Cobalt is in Eastern Europe, like Ukraine and all that. Part of the reason why they fighting over there now because Russia won't those resources. Okay, cool. All right, so let's look at a few months ago.
American tire. You need rubber.
Well, we make synthetic rubber now.
You got a point there. But you got a point there. I'm gonna give you your point. But I'm saying like let's keep the original resources that the American government need. You know what I mean? So I'm not arguing the facts. We can't argue against facts.
Again, what your argument is you're saying that like our basic comforts come from Africa. Now, a lot of Pan-African.
I didn't say that. That's straw man. You can't do that. I didn't. Them words did not come out of my mouth.
That's what you're insinuating.
I mean, that's essentially what you're saying because what else? There's nothing essential that we need from Africa. There's nothing essential that we need.
No. Yes, you do. But
what's essential?
The fact of the matter is resources on every continent and every landmass. That's the fact of the matter. I can't argue against the facts. But
right,
let's be honest. A lot of resources are in Africa.
So again, I ask you a question. What essential resource? Essential now meaning that we need it. Absolutely. What essential resource does American consumers get from Africa today? Essential.
It's raw materials that he's talking about. It's raw materials. Now check this out. Here's the thing about the raw materials. Hold on, I'm gonna get in this conversation too. We do depend on the continent for raw material, just like the whole world, right? But the problem with Africa is that they don't process and refine their raw materials, which is why every other country is in Africa doing just that. See, so without Americans' technology, without Europeans' technology, they'd be sitting on all these natural resources.
Where do you get your technology from?
Hold on, brother, and doing nothing with them. So when you keep mentioning Africa, are you mentioning it in a place as Africa is a viable option for Black America? I don't understand why you keep mentioning Africa.
Listen.
Yeah. And if you want to say oil, let's say oil, just baseline.
Yeah.
Let's say essential material, essential resource, oil.
Yeah.
Just like the brother just stated, Africa can't refine that stuff. They can't refine that stuff at all. British Petroleum.
So who do it? Since
I mean another. You said Exxon.
Wait, I'll tell you exactly who does it.
The American people.
Hold on. That's the branch that I work in. Okay.
Africa. I just said that.
Total, Esso, Exxon, BP, Shell, which was a Dutch company, which is now an English. No, it's not a Dutch company.
Yes,
it's an English company.
It's a Dutch company, dude. Look it up.
Yeah, the only one is Exxon. The only one that I know of is Exxon, but Exxon is not majority American.
Hold on,
go ahead.
MB, let me give him his L on that. So Shell is a Dutch company?
Yes, I believe so. That's what I was.
Oh well, since you believe so, let me explain to you. It used to be a Dutch company up until 2 years ago. Their headquarters were in The Hague, but now they've moved it back to England. It was Dutch and English. Now it's fully English. Just so that you know, it's no longer a Dutch company. But the whole point is that Africa does not refine its own resources. They don't. They gotta have Ghana just started doing their chocolate, but besides that, most of the natural resources are sent abroad. You see, because Africa has not had an industrial revolution.
Okay, so if all this is correct in y'all state of mind, right? Then why don't y'all pack it up and just stay in America? If America is all this good, then and you don't need the whole world to sustain, you guys have everything over here. Then why are the American people the most touristic people in the world? Like
they're actually not. Americans are not the most touristic people in the world. Hold on, Europeans.
Why do you go everywhere? Why do y'all?
Wait, but hold on, you're wrong on that as well. Europeans are more touristic than Americans. If you look at the amount of Americans that actually have passports, it's a lot lower. It's a lot lower than Europeans.
Okay, I jumped the gun. Okay,
no, it's no problem. Everyone can misspeak. I'm not going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
But the point is, you're the Pan-African. You're a Pan-African living in America.
No, but y'all saying the FBA
if Africa is so great, why don't you visit, get your feet wet, and then move there?
Dude, we've
been doing this. You after
FBA
you move there, after 6 months, you be kissing the ground if you land back in America.
Dude, FBA was founded in 2020. Pan-Africanism is older than you. What are you talking about?
What does that have to do with the fact that you're Pan-African that's never been to Africa?
On the ground. We're doing.
You've never been to Africa.
Y'all are not.
But you've never been there.
And not just make the claim that Africa is wherever African people are.
But that's not a claim because that's not real.
That is a claim.
But that's not real, brother. That's not real.
That is real. Look
Africa is in Africa.
Look it up.
It's not everywhere. If you're in America, Africa is not there.
Why do you think we migrated? Why do you think we migrated?
We didn't migrate. We were shipped from Western Central Africa.
Dude, we migrated thousands of years before the transatlantic slave trade. What are you talking
about? You're talking about the out of Africa theory. You're talking about the out of Africa theory, which includes all people.
I'm talking about
We're talking about Black Americans.
The reason why it's a theory is because they're still trying to figure it out. They have to dig up in every. Listen,
the transatlantic slave actually has already been proven.
Listen, they have to listen. They have to dig up every corner of the earth in order to really make it substantial evidence. That's why it's considered a theory still to this day.
So we're in agreement that it's a theory, right?
Every bone they dig up. Where do you in Africa? What is it saying? Is there African people or the native people?
Brother, we can agree that it's still
African people. They're African people.
It's a theory, but you're getting away from my point.
It's not a
theory. Do you think that Africa is better than America? Do you think a country in Africa is better than America?
Yeah, I would say so.
Which country?
Let's say Ethiopia, for example.
Okay.
Never been
so
colonized.
Why don't you go there?
Never been colonized.
Man, they were occupied. You less of an Ethiopian than you is an American.
No, but
you come from West Central Africa.
Ethiopia was occupied by the Italians. Ethiopia was occupied by the Italians.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It has never been colonized. Look it up.
Wait, did you not hear me? I said Ethiopia was occupied by Italy, and that's why the brown condor. Who was
these people make claims and don't have no substantial evidence on what they
say. Brother, listen, hold on. He's saying that I don't have any claim.
Listen, I'm closer to Ethiopia than I am in
hold on, listen. It was a second Ethiopian Italo war that Black Americans in droves tried to join the fight against Mussolini in Ethiopia because they had already occupied Ethiopia. That's a fact. And matter of fact, his name was Charles Robinson. They called him the Brown Condor. He was, I think he was pre-Tuskegee Airman.
Dude,
he built the base for Ethiopian Airlines, and they actually honor him in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia.
Dude, deal with FBA. I asked the question and you still didn't even answer it.
No. You made a mistake. You misspoke again about Ethiopia and the being colonized. It was, for a fact, it was occupied. But now, what is your question about FBA?
Is occupation colonization?
Look, they were under Ethiopian control for a while. Put it like that.
Okay. So my question about the FBA is, why was FBA founded in 2020 and Pan-Africanism is older than you? I want to know this.
Well, I don't know, but I know that
Tariq Nasheed is the trademarker of what y'all claim to be FBA.
No, check this out. I love your spin tactic.
Hold on.
Wait, did I come up here claiming to be a Tariq Nasheed supporter?
Hold on. You did.
Did I claim to be a Tariq Nasheed supporter?
But you said you're FBA.
I said I'm a Black American. I said I'm a Black American.
Listen.
I said I'm a Black American.
He trademarked.
Let's talk about Pan-Africanism.
No. He trademarked.
From a guy who's never been to Africa. You've never even been there.
He know what I'm about to say. He trademarked FBA, and guess what? You can look this up right now.
I don't know what that has to do with a Pan-Africanism that loves Africa so much, but he ain't gonna move there. And if you decide to move, you're gonna move to a part of Africa where you don't even have roots in.
I never said the cause was to move to Africa. When have I said that? When
So
have
then,
I said that?
how do you leverage Africa for power? Because
Dude,
that's
it's
the real
called
deal
doing
about
business. It's
Pan-Africanism.
called doing
It's
business.
to empower Black people, right?
No, you
So
no. Listen, it's called doing business. You can do business.
okay, so what country would you do business in?
America, duh.
So why wouldn't you do it in Africa? Because it's a shithole, a pool
Dude,
hole.
you're
Excuse me.
not making no sense. You're not making no
No,
sense.
no, but you're a Pan African who's really talking down on America. But
Why do
then when
you
I
think
ask you about
everybody is
business, you
invading
want to do
America?
business
Why
in
do you think all
America.
these immigrants are invading America?
You're a
Because they
confused
are
Pan
doing
African.
business. They're
You're
doing business
confused.
here. They're
You're
doing business
confused.
here. They're doing business here.
No, why don't you do business on the continent? If you're talking about
Why
that's
would
where
I
all
do
the
business
resources are,
where the money
why
is
would you
not
do
as
business in a
relevant
place
as
that's resource rich
dude?
and but choose to stay in a place that's resource poor, according to you?
Listen,
Hey,
I never
let me
said
say this real,
I
because
never
I'm about
said
to get ready
America.
to log. I'm about to get ready to log out real fast.
Yeah,
All
So
right, bro.
let me know if I got your summation correct. Essentially, what you're saying is you're upset that for centuries the white man was able to extract resources and profit. Now it's our turn. Would that be correct?
I wouldn't exactly disagree to it, but that's not what I'm saying.
He ain't saying nothing.
But you just said you'll do business with America. We the ones buying the resource. So it is about power at the end of the day.
Yeah,
You're
because
upset.
when you own all the resources, you have all the power. That's just
So
a
but
fact.
power over who though?
What do you mean?
So as a
You
quote
control
unquote
you
American
control the
African,
currency. You
you would
control
go to Africa to subjugate your own people, quote unquote.
no. What do you mean subjugate? What do you
Who's
mean?
gonna benefit? So in a capitalist society, who benefit from the means of production? Because it ain't everybody.
It's the well, let's legally terms is the debtor. The debtor is the one that
Keep
benefits.
it real with me, bro.
No, I
If I
am. I'm
go
keeping it
if I go
real.
and buy some land in Africa and I extract the resources from it, who benefit?
Me.
You
Me.
yes.
So ultimately, at the end of the day, this is a play. Pan
No, it's not.
Africanism
It's not a
is
play.
nothing
No, it's
more
not. No, it's
than
not a
reverse
play.
white supremacy. You
It's
don't
not a
like
play.
white supremacy, you would rather have quote unquote black supremacy, where I can
No,
subjugate all these
that's
people
not
to
black
my own
Yo,
supremacy.
benefit.
MB.
We don't
This is
think
what
we're
Pan
inferior to
Africanism is.
anybody. We
Pan
don't think we're
Africanism
inferior. We
is
don't think we're
is
inferior. We don't think we're inferior to anybody, bro.
bro. Pan
That's the difference.
Africanism
We're not
is
superior. We're not superior or inferior to anyone or anybody. That's the misnomer that y'all keep saying.
MB. Pan Africanism is capitalism with a dashiki on. That's all it
No,
is.
no,
Hey, with
Africanism
that being said, I couldn't
is
said it better myself. Hey, good show, y'all. If I can, I'ma hop back on if y'all still on later.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
All right, peace.
Yeah, but
Peace.
about that FBA trademark, what do you feel about that?
We were talking about Pan Africanism. I don't claim FBA.
You just said that you were FBA in the beginning of the video.
I said I'm Black American.
So now you're not a foundational Black American?
Look, it's the same thing. ADOS, FBA, Friedman. I know the people that we're talking about. I don't play semantics with that.
You claim to be it though. Like, what are you talking about?
So for shits and giggles, or for the sake of argument,
I don't even think you're
what is
American.
your
You don't
point?
even have an American accent.
Excuse me?
Where are you from?
I was born in New York City, Brooklyn.
Okay, so you're from the East Coast. So
Yeah. Where are you from?
so what's your ethnical background?
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Okay, I lived out there too. Lived in Highland Park, but in Los Angeles. What's your point? I stated that my mom is from South Carolina, my father's from North Carolina. What's up?
So you got roots in the South.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, what's the county? It's well, I did the whole search genealogy, so I know exactly where my people came from in the South.
So do you?
As a matter of fact, it's Iredell County. Sorry, it's
Okay.
Iredell County.
So could we come to a common ground of do you believe slavery was a thing?
Oh, absolutely, it was.
And could we agree that the mission for I'm not saying that this is my actual belief, but I'm just making a generalization of the situation that was at hand back in those days.
Mm-hmm.
Could we agree that the whole mission of slavery was to actually make it back to the homeland?
I think the mission of slavery was to build up America with
No,
free labor from the west coast
see,
of Africa.
that's where the gap of understanding come from. The mission was never to build up over here. We were forced over here.
Right.
We were forced over here. We didn't want to be over here.
Wait, whose mission though? Are you mean our mission as enslaved people?
The African the transatlantic slave trade African. That their whole mission was to go back home. That was their mission.
Oh, well, look, see, you didn't word it in the way that I understood it. I would think that those that were shipped from the west coast of Africa would absolutely love to go back, but understood that there's no going back. That's why they were called the door of no return, the gate of no return.
Correct. Yeah, on the coast, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement with that.
Yeah,
at that point, because those were still Africans.
Yeah, but what that's the point that I'm making is that when the misnomer of the Pan-Africanist is that we want all African people to go back to Africa, and that's not true. That's not true.
No, I know that that's not true.
Yeah,
but my thing is this: if your ideology is centered around African people globally, and if you talk about African people, most African people are on the continent of Africa. But when a Pan-African leverages or they mention resources, then I would assume that you would try to use the collective of people of African descent and Africans plus the resources to gain power. So would I be wrong in assuming that?
No, you're definitely wrong. So I want to get this clear. So you're saying that we need African resources to sustain over here, or are you saying that we're ejecting the resources from over here and taking it back to Africa?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, yeah, I think you mishear me on purpose. That's what I think. I think you like to have conversations and you change the narrative.
No, I'm not changing
the narrative. Speaking as I said, I assume as a Pan-African that you look at global people of African descent and Africans as having a similar struggle and should unite and use the resources from Africa to gain power. That's what I said.
That's not
what a Pan-African
misrepresentation in itself. That's not.
So what then, you tell me what is your goal as a Pan-African then?
What the goal is to make everybody unite. That's the whole goal.
For what? Unite for what?
For the cause. What are you talking about?
Well, what cause?
The cause of African people everywhere on the planet Earth.
Well, what is that?
To basically become more efficient.
Basically, to become more efficient.
Yes.
But I think you should study what Pan-Africanism actually is.
That's exactly.
Hold on, brother. Let me finish. I listened to you, right? Yeah. I think you should study what Pan-Africanism is, because Pan-Africanism is really there has to be an end game, right? And the end game in Pan-Africanism is to see all Black people worldwide as having similar struggles, and they should come together for political and economic power. The end game for Pan-Africanism is power for Black people worldwide.
We already had the power, and guess what happened?
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what Pan-Africanism is.
This is a fact.
You don't know what Pan-Africanism is.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about? Look it up.
You said it was to be efficient. No, the goal of Pan-Africanism is to unite Black people and use the continent as leverage to gain power. That's what it is. Pan-Africanism is about power for Black people.
Do you not know what efficiency is?
Pan-Africanism is for power for Black people worldwide. That's what it is.
He's close to it. Dude, do you not know what efficiency is?
Yeah, I know what efficiency is. That's not the same thing as power.
Okay, I'm a read the definition to you. Okay? Achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort or expense.
Right.
efficiency.
But,
That's what
but that is a means to an end.
Listen.
It
The
doesn't say what
reality.
your end goal is.
Listen. The reality is
You
whatever y'all
cooking
asking
yourself,
for.
bro.
Listen. The reality is whatever y'all asking for and whatever we asking for is not gonna get done in totality. That's what I'm saying. They're not giving up all the resources. They're not going to do none of that. So we have to unite with each other and be productive with the minimum amount of effort and expense.
But that doesn't make sense.
It
Because
does.
that is hold on. I heard you. Listen to my response. What you stated was the means to get to an end, meaning to do it and get it there quickly, without a lot of effort.
I never
Right?
said
Get where though. The end goal for
minimum
Pan-Africanism
wasted effort is not quickly.
is global power for Black people. That's the end goal for Pan-Africanism.
No, it's
If you
not.
call yourself a Pan-African and you don't know that, then you're not a very good Pan-African.
Listen, Pan-Africanism is an ideology and a movement prompting unity, solidarity, self-determination among people, their own people. African descent worldwide, rooted in shared cultural heritage. Everybody has a shared heritage if you're African descent, right? Can we agree on that?
Nope, absolutely not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Pan-Africanism
but let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation right there, because you said you were an African. You said you were an African, an American African. I say that you're not an African.
See, this is how do you know me? Do you know me? Do you know my name? So why are you making assumptions of who I am?
Because it's what you said. I'm going off of what you said.
I said I'm African, and you said, "Oh, I'm not African." So
right, exactly. So what part of Africa were you born in? What part of Africa were you born in?
Dude, did I make the statement of Africa is not just where African people
but I reject that statement. If I say I'm an American, right? You say, well, you're an American. Where were you born? I was born in Jamaica, Queens. My father was born in Corona, Queens.
It don't matter where you're born.
Okay, his father moved from North Carolina.
I got a question. It's very simple.
Wait, but hold on. We're still on your question about being an African.
Hold on. If an African couple go to China and have a baby, what would that child be?
That baby would be first generation African in China.
So it would be African, right?
Absolutely. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes.
What is the difference?
Thank you for the alley-oop. Thank you for the alley-oop. Now allow me to finish asking you.
What is the difference?
Now that child knows through his parents where they come from in Africa. So what country and what ethnic group do your parents come from in Africa?
Take a DNA test and you will
No. Oh, so you're a 23andMe African.
No, I'm not a 23andMe. I'm an ancestry.
The truth comes out. You're a 23andMe African.
Take a DNA test.
You're not a real African. You're a clearance rack African.
Take a DNA test. Take a DNA
test. But you see, you know so little about Africa. Africa don't respect DNA tests.
It is very simple. Take a DNA test,
bro.
We're digging up bones every day in Africa. They're digging up bones every day in Africa.
Ethnic group or two ethnic groups.
Listen.
Are from different ethnic groups.
Hey, listen, brother. They digging up bones every day in Africa, testing the DNA of it.
Yeah, but you know what? I asked you,
hold on.
What part of Africa you come from?
Over here and finding that people share similar DNA over here. They're not digging up no bones in Jamaica, figuring out if people share the same. They're digging it up in the motherland. So
all right, great. But I asked you a question. I said, what part of Africa do you come from?
Take a DNA test.
No, I don't need to take anything. I'm asking you, since you claimed you're an African, I want to know what African country you come from, what ethnic group you come from, and then when we get to the ethnic group, I'm going to ask you what you do culturally today that coincides with what that ethnic group does. And that's how I'm going to prove that you're not an African.
That's a low vibrational.
No, it's not low vibrational. It's actually factual.
No, it's not. I'm gonna tell you why.
You're a confused American Negro.
When you're stripped of your identity, that has no place in. That's not even a question of real direct.
Stripped of. Okay, so let's deal with what you said. Stripped of your identity.
Yeah.
So your identity is who you are, right?
No, your identity is who you once was.
No, your identity is who you are.
Okay.
Being stripped of your identity means that it was taken away from you.
Agreed.
Okay. So if you're claiming that you're an African and at the same time your identity was stripped from you, then what are you then?
I'm still African. If I know that
you're American.
No, I'm not.
You'll be genetically
American. Hold on. Anybody could come to America and claim to be an American. That's the difference. You can't go to you can't go to Africa as a European and be like, I'm an African. You can't do that. You're going to always be a European ethnic group. No,
and I agree with you 100% on that. But okay, culturally, what do you do? Culturally, what do you do? What did you do today that coincides with African culture?
I practice African spirituality.
Which one?
Medu Neter.
Medu Neter.
Yeah.
That is Egyptian, correct?
No, it's not Egyptian.
The Medu Neter is not Egyptian?
Kemetic. It's not, yeah, it's Kemetic. It's not.
So East African. And Kemet was where? Was Kemet not in Egypt?
No, Egypt was what Kemet is. What are you talking about?
So Egypt then. The Medu Neter is Egyptian.
Egypt is what they call Kemet now.
Oh, I don't want to play word salad with you, bro. Is Kemet what they now call Egypt?
I'm correcting your statement.
Wait, is Kemet not in what they now call as Egypt?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
So it's Egyptian. So it's Egyptian.
It's not Egyptian.
Wait, your people, if you're a descendant of enslaved Africans, your people don't come from Egypt.
Dude, you just said Egypt come from Kemet. No, that makes no sense. Do you know what Kemet mean? Since you're a Black American, do you know what Kemet mean?
You just said Kemet was in Egypt.
Dude, that's not what I just said. I said Egypt is what they now call Kemet.
Okay. So whatever, it comes from either Kemet or Egypt. It comes from East Africa, right?
This dude is
right.
Egypt is an Arabic word. Egypt.
Do your ancestors come from East or West Africa?
Egypt is an Arabic word.
Do your ancestors come from Africa? East or West Africa?
Yes.
No, yes, that's a question. East or West?
Both.
Cap.
That's not.
That's cap. You're an Egyptomaniac, and the problem with you Egyptomaniacs is that you fly right over Western Central Africa, where you were sold in the transatlantic slave trade.
We get the heritage from the south.
Go and then jock the 25th dynasty in Egypt. You literally have no DNA that goes back to Egypt.
Do you know your history?
You have no DNA that goes back to Egypt.
Yes,
you're talking Mr. DNA test.
It's not
about. You have no DNA that goes back to Egypt, though.
Dude, it's not about Egypt, Kemet, or none of that. Do you not know that people migrated out of the southern part of Africa to the sub-Saharan Africa, and then they in West Africa, northern Africa.
What does that have to do with your people?
Listen,
what does it have to do with your people?
I'll tell you if you shut up.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you for the last time. Yo, I'm gonna tell you for the last time. Watch your fucking mouth when you talk to me, all right? Watch your mouth when you're talking to me.
Hey, gentlemen. I mean, if this is gonna turn into this, then we might as well end this conversation.
Listen, they all migrated from different parts of Africa, and
American dream. This dude constantly is calling me out of my name and doing stuff. I'm not going to keep accepting it. I'd rather just have a normal debate.
I never called you out your name.
Give me a minute. Let me do something real quick.
But they shared knowledge in Kemet. They came from different parts of Africa.
All right. So, but my question to you, brother, is what part of Africa do your people come from?
I just said all parts.
And that is not the truth.
South
If you are a
South
descendant of the
Africa,
transatlantic slave trade,
South
then your people
Africa,
come specifically from from
West
West and
Africa,
Central
West
Africa.
Africa, West Africa.
All
But
right. So why when you talk about African spirituality, why are you jumping all the way to Egypt when that's not where you're
I
from?
just told you why. I said the Kemetic spirituality come from all throughout Africa. I just said it.
No, but it doesn't though.
Yes, it does. Look it up.
Bro, I actually really wanted to speak with American Dream
You don't
because he
know. You
apparently
don't know
has more
anything
sense
about
than
Kemetic
you.
spirituality. It comes from out every part of Africa. What are you talking about? They shared the knowledge there in Kemet.
Hey, what's happening? Is that not easy?
Yes, brother. I was trying to have like a high level debate, but this brother and I, we just can't seem eye to eye to have a debate because it starts to get out of hand, and I don't want this to turn into that.
Yeah. I'm kind of busy right now. Now is not the best time for me to have
No
like a
problem, brother.
debate per se. Um, because I'm in the middle of like there's a lot going on. But let me ask you real quick. You said your dad was from um Queens, grandfather from Queens, and came
Yeah,
from the South. What about your mom?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. So you said you're not FBA though.
Now it's here's the thing: FBA, ADOS, American Freedmen, Black American. We're talking about the same people. I know since I've been debating because of what's attached to Tariq Nasheed. When you mention FBA, people are going to say, "Oh, well, FBA started in 2020." I'm talking about Black Americans who have a lineage to the South. I don't do straw man arguments, and I don't defend Tariq Nasheed and his pimping and his jokes and all of that stuff. I'm on a higher level than that.
Right. So let me ask you, has your because you seem to not really be very interested in the whole Pan-African idea or the idea of identifying with Africa. Is that something that you felt for a long time, or is that something that has, you've been inspired by the FBA movement to have to kind of delineate, if you will?
Oh, and the crazy thing, I'm glad you asked me that, brother. It's I don't know if you heard me speaking. Like I know a lot about the continent. I've been there. I've done business there. I have business partners still there. Okay. Um, I when I went to Africa, actually prior to me going to the continent and dealing with Africans, you realize that Africans themselves don't even believe in Pan Africanism as a whole. It's a fringe ideology, even on the continent. And I realized that when I saw how, and I'm not even going to use it in a negative aspect, how proud people were of their individual ethnic groups. Okay. They see the diversity in the individual ethnic groups, and wars have been fought for resources between ethnic groups. Right. Um, so they don't look at each other as the same. They have different struggles. They don't see a black collective, especially on a continent full of black people. Blackness means nothing on a continent full of black people. Pan Africanism was kind of created at a time where black people needed to really come together, because we were in a place, and we still kind of in that place in certain aspects, for power. But we started seeing at that point that a Caribbean immigrant's issue was different than a Black American's issue in certain aspects, right? And then there were culture clashes, you know. So it wasn't a Tariq Nasheed thing when he came out. I actually have a video when I realized when I left Pan Africanism, it was actually here in Europe. It was filmed because there was a book reading in Amsterdam, and it was given by a guy named Sobukwe. So I took my wife, her mother, and my children all the way from Rotterdam, and we drove up to Amsterdam to go see it. So the guy was actually not South African. Everybody in there was from Suriname, and there were no Africans there. And I said, yo, how come every time we go to some Pan African things, the Africans don't even show up? And then I started speaking to Africans.
You got coons in Africa too, as well.
It's not about. It's not. These are not coons. These are people that are extremely proud of who they are, and they don't matter. I'll give you a quick example. The guy who delivers my mail, he's not Somali. He's from Eritrea. He said in Europe they're all Eritrean. When they hit the airport, then they become their tribe and then their clan, and one goes this way and one goes that way. They don't see themselves as the same in Eritrea, but they rock together outside. You see what I'm saying? That's how heavy it is. It ain't just tribe; it's tribe and then clan. So
what about how do they treat immigrants that come and like naturalized immigrants that may have been, I don't know how familiar you may have been with that type of situation, but how do they welcome naturalized immigrants as a part of their nationality, or do they see nationality as more from an ethnic stance, the way FBA does?
In Europe or Africans?
No, in Africa.
Ooh, so I can only give you specifics to Ghana as it relates to your question. I give you a quick story. I was speaking to a teacher who was from the Ashanti ethnic group. It's a subgroup of the Akan people, right? He's an Ashanti. We were in Accra, and we saw these Ga people, and Ga people are native to Accra. Prior to that, they'll tell you that they came from Nigeria. And he looked at them. He said, "Oh, these are dirty natives." I said, "Dirty natives?" I said, "How are you going to be telling me about Pan-Africanism and you calling your own Ghanaian people dirty natives?" He's like, they're Ga people. And I went there for boxing, right? And then I started meeting more people from the Ga tribe. And then they told me there's a difference between a Ga Adangbe, and a Ga Adangme. Don't call a Ga Adangbe, because they will tell you that they're totally different. So they wouldn't accept you unless you are doing business with them, because they'll do business with anybody. But to be in their ethnic group, you got to be from their ethnic group.
Right. So what do you consider yourself? Like, you don't consider yourself, like, how do you identify?
I'm a Black American of African descent.
Okay.
And that's why I am not popular in FBA spaces, because I acknowledge my African ancestry.
Dude, you just said that you were at FBA when the beginning of the video, though. I swear to God.
Look, what I'm saying is they're all the same people, okay? So what I'm saying is, in those spaces,
he's FBA in DNA, but not in philosophy.
In ideology, so to speak. Because when you go to a lot of those spaces, and I try to like really get down with that movement, but half of them think that they're Indians. You know what I'm saying?
He said DNA. You said DNA, but not ideology.
Yes, he's FBA by DNA, but not by ideology.
Yeah, but he just claimed to be an African African, though.
I didn't claim to be an African. I said I'm of African descent. That's a big difference.
DNA. Descent is DNA. It has everything to do with DNA.
Okay, so what's your point?
Being a descendant of enslaved Africans that were shipped to, the South in America, right, doesn't make me culturally an African.
Not means I think he's saying that FBA doesn't acknowledge any type of African heritage.
And I think that was kind of the sentiment that I got from a lot of them. But there are FBAs who understand that they are descendants of West and Central African enslaved peoples.
There are FBA that acknowledge that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But it seems like it's becoming less and less. It seems like what I call the Wabo movement, people claiming to be the Olmecs, people claiming to be they don't understand the difference between having been owned by Native Americans and actually being a Native American. You understand what I'm saying? So they try to co-op being an Indian. I'm not with that goofy shit.
Right.
And will tell you what your descent is. And when I make a distinction between being African and of African descent, yes, my DNA goes to West and Central Africa, but culturally, ethnically, I am a Black American. And even phenotypically, I didn't look like anybody in Ghana. No one.
Right. So I don't see Dex any problem with, because to be FBA, you have to be able to trace your lineage back to like the 18th, 19th century in America. But
right.
You can do that and also go back further than that in Africa. So the fact that he traces back to Africa, I don't think negates the fact that he could be an FBA, unless you're the brand of FBA that says you have been in Africa forever.
Well, see, look, here's the thing. It's very simple. Black Americans.
It's kind of confusing because you got FBAs that.
All right. Well, I'm speaking to American Dream, and when you level up your mentality to have a conversation or a debate with me, then we can do that. Let me address the brother's question, because on the topic of Africa, brother, I will cook you.
No, I'm not talking about that.
I will cook you on the content on the history of West and Central Africa.
Dude, you didn't even know about.
I will cook you on ethnic norms, the difference between patriarchal and matriarchal societies in West and Central Africa. And the reason why I'm so West and Central focused is because of the Black American. That's where my ancestors were shipped from. Okay. Dude. I'm not an Egyptomaniac, so if you want to talk about the 25th dynasty, you got the wrong guy.
It's confusion in y'all movement. You got people that say,
wait. I'm not in a movement. My ethnicity, I am a Black American.
I get it, but the fact of the matter is that people that claim to be the same organization as you is saying that.
Wait. I'm not in that organization. You're trying to shove this down my throat.
Okay. Let me clear my.
I am a Black American, and I respected you when you said you're not an African American or you're Black. You said you're American African. I respected that, and I am addressing you as an American African. Address me as a Black American.
Okay, as a Black American,
yes.
which is like two acronyms in the foundational Black American. What I'm saying is people that make the same substantial claims that you are making are in complete utterly function. That's what I'm saying. So you
said the two claims. Name the claims, please. Name the claims that I made.
One of the claims that these guys are making
the claims that I made, sir.
The claims that you're making is that you have no descent of African.
Now, American Dream, did I say that?
You did.
No.
Yes, he did.
American Dream is here too. I told you one of the issues that I have in those spaces is that I acknowledge my West and Central African lineage. You're trying to change the words again.
You said lineage all of a sudden. No, you said descent. You said those words, descent.
You can't, brother. You can't do this with me,
dude.
You can't.
I just
lose.
Sat here and listen to you. Dude,
no, but you have selective hearing, brother. I told you I'm of African descent, and I'm telling you the difference between being of African descent and being an African. Let me explain to you further so that you can understand. Black Americans, I'll liken it to juice, right? We are fruit punch, a mixture of many African, West and Central African ethnic groups.
Who are you?
With a little European mixed in. Some of us even have a little Native American admixture. But European, wait, hold on, let me finish. Having European admixture does not make me a European. Having Native American admixture does not make me a Native American. Being majority West and Central African descent makes me a Black American of West and Central African descent.
I agree
I am
with
culturally
you.
different from a West and Central African. I'm phenotypically different from them, but I acknowledge that lineage. I acknowledge and respect the what my ancestors went through in that slave trade. And
Dude.
that is the basis of my claim for reparations.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
No,
You're
but
not
let
allowing.
that sink in, brother. Let it sink
Okay,
in.
I heard you.
Don't
But you're
double
not.
dutch. You're
You're
double
not.
dutching,
No,
brother.
you're not willing to hear me and what I'm
Okay,
saying.
let me hear you then. Let me hear you. But do you understand what I just said, though?
Yes, I understand exactly. What
Okay, so now let's continue.
I don't
Not
have.
Measy, not Measy. Can Caribbean people also consider themselves Black Americans, like a someone from Jamaica who's
Absolutely
an
not.
American citizen? Can they consider themselves
Absolutely not.
a Black American as well?
No.
Yes, they can. The U.S.
I knew you weren't Black American.
The
You
U.S.
are a Jamaican.
The U.S. Census. You can look.
You said
He just
that you
exposed
were
himself.
Black American, D. Now you're
Listen,
saying you're Jamaican.
listen. I'm saying according to the U.S.
Let,
Census.
let me answer American Dream's point. All right. The reason why I say no, brother, is because Caribbeans tend to be duplicitous. Okay. Americans of convenience. I'm from Brooklyn. So I've seen
How is he
the.
convenient if he went through the whole
Why are
process?
you
Hold on,
still
Dex.
talking, though?
He went through the whole process. How is that
Wait, but why
convenient?
you still talking, though?
Dex, let him speak, please.
I'm trying to address American Dream, and you still talking to me. So now, brother American Dream, to address your point, I don't agree with that because Caribbeans, for the purpose of reparations, we have to make clear distinctions.
Hold on. Is it the Black piece that you don't agree with, or the American piece?
The American piece.
The
I'm
American
not
piece.
from the school of thought that Black Americans are the only blacks on the planet.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that for the purpose of reparations, there needs to be a distinction. And I'll give you this. American Dream, are you from the New York City area?
Yes.
All right. So now, if you're over 30 years old, you know there was a time in New York City when anyone with a Caribbean accent did something. Who did they say it was? A Jamaican.
Okay.
Am I right or am I right?
You could be right.
Every time somebody did a crime and they had an accent, the Jamaican guy did it. He could be Trini, he could be Haitian, he can be whatever, but they blaming it on the Jamaican dude. Okay, so Jamaicans are essentially the top of the food chain as it relates to Caribbean people. They got the numbers, they got the culture, they got the presence. Black Americans are the top of the food chain as it relates to Black people in America. We got the culture, we got the presence, we got all that. So there has to be a distinction made, because when the Jamaicans specifically came into Brooklyn in numbers, taking over drug spots and introducing hyperviolence in some places, because they were funded by PLP and PNP and JLP, right? Coming to America, starting these drug gangs and shit. It ain't gonna be Black Americans. We gotta call it who it was. Those were Jamaicans. They weren't Black Americans. So we have to make a difference. And I'll tell you, and
For
I'll land with this.
reparations purposes.
Let me land with this, American
Reparations
Dream.
purposes.
Hold on, brother. Not only mostly reparations, but really for social purposes as well. Let me tell you, the first time I got G-checked, I was in Banana Republic. I worked in Banana Republic back in the day on 34th Street, across the street from the Empire State Building. And I had a Haitian co-worker. And he's like, what? He says, I'm not Black American. I'm not African American. No, I don't consider myself a Black American. And I'm like, why? And I hit him with the analogy of if you run down the street with a bag of money and a bank just got robbed, they're not going to say I got a Haitian. They're just going to say I got a Black dude, shoot him on sight. But he said, I don't want to be associated with all the negativity that comes with being known as Black American. So he thought at that point that being a Haitian gave him more notoriety. And I'm just like, bro, it is what it is. But I didn't understand his logic at that time, but I understand it now. People should be proud of who they are. They should be making a distinction. It doesn't have to be a toxic distinction, but a distinction nonetheless.
So let me ask you, do you think like an immigrant from Ireland, for example, that claims to be a white American, like if they get their citizenship and they claim to be a white American, would you object to that as well?
Well, white people business is not my business, so I don't really care about what they do. You have to ask a white person.
Okay, so to say it's not your business means you really don't care. They can call themselves white American if they want. So it seems as if you're okay with.
I'm not saying that. I don't want you to put words in my mouth. White people are not on my radar. But
so do you consider white people to be Americans?
They're whatever / American, right? They're Italian American. They're Irish American. You remember, kiss me, I'm Irish. Kiss me, I'm Italian. During their parades, they come out representing their groups. You have Little Italy. You have all these ethnic neighborhoods and neighborhoods based on European nationality. Chinatown, even, right? That's obviously of Asian. But everyone goes back to their own ethnic group. And sometimes they come together and they fall under the American flag.
So what would you, instead of a Black American, what would you prefer that naturalized citizens from Jamaica refer to themselves as?
Well, what they refer to themselves already. Jamaicans don't call themselves Yankees. They call themselves Jamaicans. And in Jamaica, they're known as
the Black American box. We check the Black American box.
Well, like y'all check that box because there is no other box from the last time I was there.
Right. So you think there should be a different box. You think there should be a different box. So you think there should be a different box.
They should get their own box. Absolutely.
And you think the Irish should get everybody should get their own box.
Absolutely. You know what's crazy, bro? That I saw the box recently, and it had a difference in Asians, like Pacific Islander or some other, like it made a difference between the Asians. I'm like, wow, they make the difference between the Asians, but they're not making, and the Hispanics, Black or Hispanic, not of African origin. So they make these distinctions. So the distinction needs to be made for people from the Caribbean. And look, I would support it, and not from a toxic standpoint. Like, I've never met a Jamaican that wasn't proud to be Jamaican. No matter how ratchet they would act, they'd be proud to be Jamaican.
Hold on, let me just
even how excellent they were proud to be Jamaican. I've never met a Jamaican that tried his hardest to be a Yankee. Never.
Have you met a Jamaican that tried his best to be American?
I never met you, but you're the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because America has always been considered kind of like a melting pot, if you will. And most immigrants, the successful immigrants that come here, even the Chinese and all them other ethnic groups, the ones that do the best here are the ones they change their names and give themselves American names. They really get caught up into the culture. So, Jamaicans may not call themselves Yankees because Yankee is a term that it's a derogatory term in a way. But they would consider themselves Americans. And that's something that they would absolutely strive to be. I don't think Jamaicans have a problem with being American. But you said
being Black American, though.
Say again?
They have a problem with being Black American. I'm from New York. I'm from Flatbush, as a matter of fact. So I've been told by Jamaicans, you see that Yankee boy there, me never like him from birth.
Okay, so
I said, God damn, you ain't like me from before I was born? Like,
but that doesn't have to be because you're a Yankee.
It's literally because I was a Yankee.
American dream.
But he doesn't hate all Yankees from birth. He doesn't know all of y'all.
Exactly. But
Maybe it was the
American
way you
Dream,
walk.
they're a little, it gets cliquish. It gets cliquish, and I don't want to just keep beating up on Jamaicans, but Haitians, right? I don't know how old you are, brother. I'm not even going to ask you, but Haitians weren't proud to be Haitian until the Fugees came out. When Wyclef and Praz and them, and when the Fuji, then I started seeing all these Haitian flags in New York. Started seeing all these Haitian flags in New Jersey. Like, yo, I'm Haitian, sac passe, sac passe. So they would say there was everything except Haitian. They were French Canadian, they were from Martinique, Guadeloupe, but they wasn't saying they was Haitian. So Jamaicans, while they may embrace being American, they never forget the Jamaican roots and they're extremely proud of it. I've never met a Jamaican that called themselves a Black American.
Hey,
I'm Jamaican and I'm a Black American. I was
right.
born in
Yeah.
Jamaica
That's the distinction I was just gonna
and,
make.
and I grew up in Jamaica, Queens, and I'm a African American.
Hey, what's
No, you're
happening?
not.
Hang on a second, not easy. Peace to you, Kwame. This your first time on the panel?
Yeah, pardon, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
No,
wanted
no,
to.
no. It's all good, bro. I was meaning to acknowledge you and say welcome to the panel. Hope to see more of
Welcome,
you.
brother.
Blessings to you. Is there
That's
something in particular you wanted to add?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to know because the brother always mentioning
Which
my name
brother?
in the comments. The FBA brother, I don't know his name. So I
That's on the
wanted to,
panel here?
yeah. So I wanted to see
Not
what
Measy?
I don't know the brother name.
He's
Yeah,
not
yeah, that's
FBA,
him.
bro. He is FBA, but not really.
Who? I don't mention this guy's name. Who? Kwame. I never met you. What happened?
Oh, so you wasn't a dude that was commenting my name under Ron video in the American Dream video?
Nah.
Oh, I apologize. Then.
It's no problem. There's no problem. Mistakes are
Hey,
made like that.
hey,
But
so American
yeah.
Dream, American Dream.
What's
So,
up,
so,
guys?
so I looked up. According to the U.S. Census, remember I did this yesterday. It says black. It says white, black, Native American, Asian, Native Hawaiian, and more. But it also says African American too. So the distinction is that anybody that do claim to be an American that's coming from an island or Jamaica or anything is supposed to check black, and the people that are FBA quote unquote should be checking African American. That's basically what they're saying.
Well, I think Black and African American are interchangeable on the census. So, and I
Yeah,
think they want Jamaicans and Black Caribbean people. They want to check Black and African American.
American.
It's the same thing. They
Right.
don't
Yeah.
make a difference between Black and African American
Yeah. Yeah.
on
I
the
agree.
census.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree.
So
Yeah.
what Not Measy, and I'm still trying to get, clarity from Not Measy, because he said he doesn't have a problem with Jamaican citizens of America calling themselves Black, but he has a problem with them calling themselves American. But he's okay
Well, I
with,
have a
with
problem
an
with themselves
Irish. Hang
calling
on, Not
Black
Measy. Hang
American.
on, I'll let you respond. If I say anything wrong, you can correct me once I'm done.
All
But
right. All
let me
right.
just finish. So he says he has a problem with Jamaican citizens of America calling themselves Black. I'm sorry, American. He's okay with them being Black, but not American. But he's okay with an Irish immigrant that's naturalized calling themselves an Irish American. Like, are you okay with a Jamaican, like a Jamaican like me? Do you think it's more proper for me to call myself a Jamaican American, or do you think I should just leave off the American altogether?
Well, so to address your point, and I'm glad that you checked me on that. I should allow you to finish, even though you misquoted me. I don't have. I said that Black Americans do not have a monopoly on the word Black. I got kicked off of an FBA panel for that. They said, "Tell me one other Black people on the world that call themselves Black." I'm like, the Rastas in Jamaica. Period.
Africa.
You know what I'm saying? So what I have an issue with is calling themselves Black Americans. I think they should be Jamaican Americans. They're obviously Black. If they come here, they're American, but that combination Black American is for my people.
And why can't your people just be Americans?
Because America, there's a whole bunch of different Americas. You know this. America is not a melting pot. It's like a pot with oil and water that doesn't mix. Okay, we self segregate. At certain times in history, we've been segregated by the government, so it's not a melting pot. So there's different Americas. There's the Chinese America. There's the Korean America. There's the Italian America. There's the African in America, and then you have your Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery here.
But there's the Chinese American, but there's the African in America. How there's a Chinese American, but there can't be an African American?
Well, for the purpose of reparations, I'm not going to have my waters muddied by other FBBs, foreign-born blacks, that come.
How is that going to let you, like, help me understand how that's going to, if we all call ourselves Black American, if I call myself a Black American, I cannot prove that I have my lineage here in America. So how is that going to mess up your reparations claim? Like, to mess with your reparations claim, I have to show that I have lineage here. I can't just say I'm a Black American and they're going to give me reparations. They're going to check my DNA and make sure I have lineage, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how does that mess with your reparations claim?
You're not a Black American. You're a Jamaican American.
So does it have anything to do with your reparations claim or not?
It muddies the waters. We have to start with having.
But you said that was your main objection.
You asked me a question and now you're cutting me off.
Not me. You said reparations was your main objection.
You asked me a question and now you're cutting me off.
No, but I think you should allow
we have to start. We have to answer American Dream's question. We have to delineate. So if you're checking
for reparations,
Black American, that's muddying the waters. Once it gets
for reparations, right? It's muddying the water for reparations.
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I want to be clear. Hold on.
No.
I need to be clear.
You just want to cut me off. It's so good.
No, I am, because I need you to be clear. When you say you don't want to muddy the waters, you don't want to muddy the waters for reparations, right?
Socially and from a reparation standpoint, y'all are your own people. And I said I never met a Jamaican that called themselves, that wasn't proud to be Jamaican, number one. So the brother with the ankh or whatever that is next to me, is he a proud Jamaican? Absolutely, he's a proud Jamaican. All of y'all are proud Jamaican. So be proud Jamaican all the time and don't be duplicitous and trying to be a Black American when it's convenient.
I'm Black and I'm an American citizen.
When y'all travel abroad and people don't know anything about your culture, so then you claim to be Black American. No, you're not Black American. You're a first or second generation Caribbean immigrant. That's what y'all are.
I'm not an immigrant. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and I'm Black. So I'm a Black American by definition.
No, you're not a Black American.
By the Census Bureau definition, by the Oxford Dictionary, by the Cambridge Dictionary. Yeah. By any dictionary or any definition, I am a Black American.
No, but you know what's sad, bro, is that it's not sad, it's flattering that y'all want to jack my culture in the name of my people over your own. You guys are really sad. I guess you're the first Jamaicans that I met if weren't proud to be Jamaican.
I was sad. I'm going according to the Census Bureau. I'm going according.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I could put the link in the back.
First time you saw the Census Bureau was to anti-Black American talking.
Black American have no culture.
Yeah, and now here comes the more trolling topics. Black Americans don't have no culture.
They have culture appropriation.
Not easy. You just agreed with me that the census does refer to all of us as Black or African American. You didn't object when I said it. So why are you objecting when Kwame is saying
no, it's not.
The census does say we are all Black Americans. Hold on,
the whole conversation here.
Not Measy, hold on. The census does say we are all Black Americans or African Americans.
Wait, does it say Black Americans on the census?
Yes, it does.
It says Black. Yeah, it says Black.
Yes, but it says African or Black or Black.
Okay, or Black. But does it make a distinction between Black and Hispanics? Blacks not of Hispanic origin?
Yes.
All right. This is my point. They are making a difference. They're making a distinction.
That's because of language.
So, chill out, man. So if they're making a distinction for Hispanic and because they're not the same as us, you guys are not the same as us either. You're not.
And you're not the same as someone from the down south.
But here's the thing. My lineage goes down south, and Black Americans been going down south every goddamn summer.
I gotta
Excuse
tell
my
you,
language. Every summer.
I do sense
So,
an accent coming out of you, not Measy. What's that accent?
Maybe it's an accent that I've been living in Europe for the last 8 years, and I speak 5 languages.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
You've been
and I'm
living in
from
Europe for
Flatbush.
when?
I'm from Flatbush.
No, I sense some type of accent.
So where would you place the accent then?
It sounds like a Jamaicanish type of accent to me. Jamaicanish, some type of Caribbean accent, I sense.
Nah.
I mean, he say he from
The only
Flatbush,
place I
so
lived, the only place I lived in the Caribbean was Puerto Rico in 83 to 8, no, 81 to 83. And after that, I moved to St. Thomas with my parents. So I'm a child of the world. So which is why I have a New York accent. I don't have a typical Black American accent, but that doesn't change anything about who I am.
so we should go with your French theory versus the consensus on what Black or African American means. That's what you're
I,
saying.
you can go with whatever you want because I am powerless to tell you how you're going to identify. The
I,
question was asked to me, and I'm giving my opinion
DJ,
on you understand me? I don't want to keep calling you Unc or Aunt
Kwame,
Kwame. Um, so a Black American from Jamaica with a Ghanaian name. All right, no doubt. But you seem confused, brother.
I seem confused because my ancestors descend from the Ashanti tribe. I seem confused that I picked an African name over a European name.
No, absolutely not.
Uh,
I
uh,
stand corrected. You got it 100% right.
okay,
100% right. And I
so
think
how would that
they
be
even have a
confusion?
village in
Hey,
Jamaica that's
dude,
named after
I think he making a lot of assumptions about people, and he's not
no, no,
really.
no, no, no. First of all,
You did.
I
You
was
just made
throwing
an
a little
assumption
jab. I
about
was
him.
throwing a little jab at my brother, and just to see if he really knew what it was, and he
No, you
checked me
didn't. You didn't
early.
even think that he
Yo,
was going to
bro,
say that.
Kwame, is there not a place in Jamaica that's it's literally it's named after a Ghanaian
Akupong.
Akompong town?
Yeah,
Yes, he knows what it is.
it's a couple. It's a couple towns named after Ashanti or Yoruba names.
Yoruba. Yep.
So what's the problem with other Black people that's citizens or live in America that's Black and they're American? Why can't they identify as Black? I don't understand.
Because it's my people, bro. It's my people.
Okay, your people is amalgamation of different African people that was trafficked in
Right.
Americas. That
With a distinct
some of them
culture.
came some of them came from the Caribbean. You have Denmark VC who came from St. Thomas. He would be considered a Black American,
When
right?
did he come from St. Thomas? What year?
Huh?
What year did he come from St. Thomas?
In the 1800s.
Was that was when it was Danish, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But look, I'm not gonna get into all of that because he doesn't
Oh,
trace
address it.
his slavery
Address it.
back to was he ever enslaved in America?
Yes, he was on a plane. He started a rebellion with Nat Turner.
And he's from St. Thomas.
Yes. He was born, raised in St. Thomas, and shipped off to America
Slavery.
Mark.
to the slave plantation. And
I'm
he
sorry,
started a rebellion.
Kwame, what was your question to him? I missed the question.
Oh, I was basically saying would Denmark VC and these other people be considered Black Americans who came from the Caribbean? And I was basically saying that the term African American is just an amalgamation of different African people or Caribbean people that was shipped off from slavery to America. So I'm trying to understand his logic or what an African American is.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
because
Well, you know exactly who African American is. It's the
not
same
easy,
people
not
that
easy. What do you mean
wait,
when you
hold on.
say you're black?
It's the same people who homie said don't have no culture.
What do you
said
mean
what?
when you say you're black? Not easy.
Hold on, I'm reading the wiki, and if you have a better source for me, brother Kwame, give me the source. It says likely born into slavery in St. Thomas. So I don't know if he was actually enslaved in St. Thomas, but before he being bought to the water lottery, purchased his
Not Measy, what do
freedom.
you mean when you say you're black? What does that mean to you?
I'm of African descent.
And that's the same thing it means to Jamaicans that call themselves black,
Right.
right? So you're
But
both
then their
black.
nationality would be Jamaican if they were
No,
born
their
in Jamaica.
nation is America. They're citizens of America.
Right.
What do you mean their nationality is Jamaican?
Yo, have you
They're
heard me up
citizens of
here?
Jamaica.
Have you heard me up
No,
here one
not
time
Measy,
saying that I
not
was
Measy,
from another
not Measy.
country?
Can I tell you something, not Measy? You know, when you go to the airport, right? Every time I visit Jamaica, there are 2 lines for American nationals
Mm-hmm.
and then for non-American citizens. There's only one line that I always go to, the US American nationals line, right? I don't go to the Jamaican nationals line. Like that's a line for people that are not Americans. And what you're telling me is that you think I should go through the same line as the non-citizens. And I'm like, what are you talking about, not
But
Measy?
when did I say that though?
Because you keep telling me I'm not an American.
Wait, did I say you're not an American? You
Oh,
see,
Jesus.
American Dream. Now you're sounding like the guy with the D. Okay, pause. Don't put words into my mouth.
You said you
I
don't
said
have a
you are not
problem with
my people.
us calling ourselves black. You have a problem
No.
with the American part. Isn't that what you
And
said?
Did
now,
say
now,
that.
now
He
I got to
did
call you for
say
what
that.
you're doing, which is you're
Hold on,
actually
Kwame. Did you
lying
hear
right
him
now.
say that as well?
No, you're actually lying now. I told you 5 minutes ago that
Hold
Black
on.
Americans do not wait. Hold on.
Kwame, are
That
you
Black
there?
Americans
Yeah, I'm
listen.
here.
Did you
Wait,
hear
hold
him
on.
say that
Listen.
as well?
Wait, but
Yeah,
listen.
I did hear
You
him
got
say he have a problem with Jamaicans or other black people identifying themselves as Black Americans. So
So
right. And now
not
Kwame, hold
Measy,
on.
not Measy.
Kwame,
Hold
you
on,
said
not Measy, not Measy.
wow.
Hold
Kwame
on,
said it
hold on, not
correctly.
Measy,
Kwame said it
not
correctly.
Measy. Hold
He
on,
said Black
hold on, not
Americans.
Measy, not
No,
Measy.
no,
Hold
I'm
on.
not holding on,
We
homie. You
No,
trying
you
to
are gonna hold
misrepresent
on.
my
No, you
words.
are gonna hold on.
You trying to
No, you
misrepresent
are
my
gonna
words.
hold on.
Hey,
You
he
are.
was
He is gonna hold on. So he thinks all 3 of us are lying.
doing that earlier. That's why I said I know I wasn't tripping. Like he would say something and then be like, I didn't say it the next. Like, what are you talking about? But you made a great point right there. You made a great point.
Uh, Remind me what the point is. Dex, remind me what the point was that I made.
Hold on. You just you said basically I got to sum up your words, but you basically just said what was black people that are Caribbean, like basically what do black mean, and he just went off the rails with what it means. First he said what did he say? Let me see, because
Yeah,
he
let
was,
me see what MD20 is
yeah, he
wants to
was
talk
all over
about.
he was just all over the place for real, but he was just saying that he said a lot of shit, man. I can't even really like downpack where he was going with it for real. But
Indeed.
he
Let's see if MD20 can help us
hold on.
unpack it.
Oh, I was on the
Peace to
wrong.
you, MD20.
Hey, peace. Yeah, I'm back now. I had to do a little work. I'm
Okay,
back now.
my
Yes,
fault.
sir.
Hey,
Say
yes,
your mind.
yeah. So I had a question in the back chat, and I thought Dex was gonna relay it. So I was asking, is black uh race exclusive or is it a culture?
race exclusive.
Is race exclusive?
Yep.
Yeah,
So
What does
the
that mean?
people
Race
that
exclusive. I'm sorry. What does that mean? Race exclusive.
meaning that is race exclusive, meaning black is simply a race. Period. That's all it
Oh,
is.
okay. Okay.
yeah,
Black means anybody of African
it's,
origin.
yeah.
Who can't? Well, I agree with you. It does mean that. Dex
So
said
that you
black.
can't be a European
No,
or
no, just hold on.
a person from Asia and be black.
Oh, you could be a race and be anywhere. That don't make no sense.
Now tell me what I said. Tell me what I said.
You said black people didn't have any culture. That's that mind boggling to
Black
me. I ain't
people
never.
black. Hold on, I'm about to tell you why I said it. Black people have a culture appropriation. That's what they have. We have
Who
culture
culture did we appropriate?
from the African people, the original African people. We are appropriation of that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like we don't specifically have a culture, but I'm saying it's culture appropriation. That's what
But
exactly.
that contradict the statement. I mean that's a contradictory statement.
No,
That
it's
don't,
no, it's not. No, it's not because
we culturally appropriated. I guess you would say an amalgamation of African traditions,
yeah,
and then formed a culture. Correct.
yeah, but it's stemming from a different culture, so that's culture
So I'll ask you
appropriation.
the question again: do Black people here in America have a culture? I don't care where it comes from. Do they have a culture?
Yeah, it's called culture
Is
appropriation.
it exclusive to Black people?
I would say yeah. Not really,
Okay,
bro.
so that
Not
means
really,
you would
bro.
have.
Time,
So
time.
so you just basically
No, no,
confirm
but
that it's
listen.
not race
No,
exclusive.
no, but listen. No, but listen. It's a lot of people that do come to America that identify with our culture. So would
I,
that
I
would they
didn't
be
I didn't I
excluded?
didn't say nothing
No,
about that. I'm trying to get like I'm
but
trying to
listen.
walk you down the street.
But listen, would they be excluded from it? No, they're a part of it. So you can't say
I'm gonna ask one more time. Do Black people here in America have a culture?
nope because they got it from somebody else. That's not their culture.
So so you just lied on yourself earlier. So okay, so you've established that Black people ain't got no culture here in America. That's fine. I totally disagree, but hey, you entitled to that opinion. If we gonna entertain the fact that Black people here in America have a culture,
Look, what is
despite whether you believe,
our
huh?
culture? Our culture is not what you think it is. It's just a
I never said what I thought it was. You putting words in my mouth.
no. I'm not.
M20, do you know the definition of a culture or the bulletin points that meets the requirements of a culture?
Food, clothing, traditions, annual traditions, or semi. It don't matter. Things that we've compiled within a generation
We got
and
it from
took forth.
somebody
Do,
else
so do
Every culture got it from something. I'm not arguing. Why you keep saying that? I don't understand why you keep saying
because it all come from one. It all come from the first one culture.
it. Let me ask you for a fourth time. Do Black people here in America have a culture?
not necessarily.
That's why I
We
said it's
don't. So we
culture
don't have a culture.
appropriation. It's
You don't
Every
have
culture.
your
co-
own. You don't
every
have your own
culture
language.
language that ain't exclusive to culture.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
is.
is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. You could look up
Dude,
It's
the eight.
not.
You could look up the 8 bulletin points of what define a culture is, and language is literally one of
La-
them,
language is not exclusive to the culture. You can take somebody.
bro. If you look up
Bro,
the eight
listen to what I'm
bulletin
saying.
points
Listen to what I am saying, bro.
of what
Please listen to
requirements
what I'm saying.
will meet the
Listen to
requirements
what
of
I
a
am saying.
culture.
Listen to what I'm saying. He just said that you can appropriate and create your own distinctive. We
that's not what
appropriated
I said.
English,
I
bro.
said culture appropriation is stealing it from somebody else. That's what I said.
Can
Hang on,
listen,
MD20,
listen. Can you
MD20,
compile things from
MD20. Hang on
different
a
cultures
second.
and make your own?
MD20, 1 second, please.
Because
Kwame,
y'all trying to make it to where y'all think I'm disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you.
MD20, hang on a
But
second.
you
Hang on a second,
downplaying
MD20.
the
Hang on,
amalgamation of it,
please.
bro. It don't make sense.
MD20, hang on. Kwame, do you think
Go ahead, man.
Jamaican patois is a language?
You're not, bro. Listen to me.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking to
yes, it
you,
is.
MD20. Hang on, MD20.
You trying to make me
Kwame,
say something that I'm not saying
Yes,
how am I
Jamaican
trying
pot.
to make you say something and I'm asking you to be quiet?
because I just defined
Bro, be quiet
that you
for a
can
minute.
have amalgamate. No, bro. I came up here, then I'm gonna let you rock.
He asked me a question.
Kwame,
Though. I just wanted to.
Kwame,
Yeah,
do you think, you think
Jamaican
Jamaican is a
patois.
language?
Jamaican patois is definitely a language that distinguished from English. The morphology, the African loan words will make it distinguished from English, from the set language according to linguists.
Have you seen where linguists have stated that?
Yeah. I can
Can
send
you
you the
provide a
video.
source for that?
Huh?
Can you provide a source for that?
Yeah. I could
Because
put
I've never
put it in the back.
considered Jamaican patois to be a language. Like a patois is kind of like a broken English to me, like more of a dialect than a language.
I
So I would
mean,
like
the morphology is different. It's just different. It's just different things with Jamaican patois that's separate from English. But I could provide the source in the back. Give me a second.
Okay. All right. Blessings. Go ahead, MD20. You can finish your conversation.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm not disagreeing with nobody. Y'all trying to make me say something that I'm not trying to say. All I'm saying is every culture gets distinction from other people. That's just what it is. You can't name me a culture that just sprouted out of the ground. It don't work that way. We are
Actually,
social people.
actually,
Golly, bro. Again, English is part of our culture.
no, it's not. What are you talking about?
God,
It's culture appropriate.
I've been speaking English all my life. So have my parents. It's part of my culture. I don't know about yours. It's part of mine.
It was called
Yeah,
culture.
they come from the Anglo-Saxon. They come from Black American.
So
Yeah, so
that
you're
wasn't my argument.
yeah, so you don't meet it don't meet the requirement of a
Oh
culture.
my golly, bro. I can't believe we're sitting here saying that it's got to be exclusive to a certain group of. It don't work that way.
I'm just saying I'm going off
Society
the
doesn't work that
definition
way,
of
bro.
I'm going off the 8 bulletin point
I
of
agree
what
with the definition.
requires
I agree with the definition.
of a
I
culture.
agree with it. That is not saying that you got to make a language. It don't work that way. I agree with what you said.
Brother,
I
one
mean,
of the
this is an
bulletin points
asinine
is
argument.
English is language.
I agree once again. It don't say that you got to create the doggone language. You intertwine it to make a subset of your own distinct thing. Just like you could say patois did as a subset, just like you could say
So what's the
Gullah
difference? What
Geechee did from the Barrier Island.
So
It's
white
all
people
different. I'm
culture
not
is
Gullah
black people
Geechee.
culture. So white people culture is black people culture. Is
I
what
don't
you saying?
I don't live
They
like that,
speak.
bro.
They speak
I
our.
don't give a
They
damn where it
speak our
comes from.
language. They speak
I
our
don't
language.
care, bro. I don't again. You trying to again, I don't care, bro. I don't care where it comes from. Through circumstances that I
American
can't
dream, my niggas
control,
straw man like
through
you.
circumstances that I cannot control, that's what happened. It is what it is, bro. I don't think that way. I ain't holding my fists up all day long. Black power. That's just what it is.
It says the shared knowledge, beliefs, values, language, customs, behaviors, and material objects. That's why I said we don't got a culture.
Share from who?
Share from the masses of who we are as black people here in America.
I agree. Again, 100% agree.
All black people don't act the same. All black people don't share the
Correct.
same.
That's why you have subculture.
No, it's called culture appropriation.
Golly, bro. You understand all black people. Remember we was talking earlier, you said something about a person from New York or LA not the same as a person from the South. Why is that, bro? Because we migrate and take different aspects of a culture and integrate it within our own. This is not a hard concept to understand. I'm trying to figure out like what the problem is.
That would be a subculture in your definition. But what I'm saying is we all as a subculture have gotten a culture from somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
I don't disagree, bro. What are you trying to make me say? Tell me what you're trying to make me say.
But it's not what you saying, it's how you defending your
I'm defending it because it's inevitable. I can't stop it, bro. I can't stop it. That don't mean it's not part of my culture. I'm from the South. My culture ain't the same as somebody from New York. Hip hop, is that my culture?
Dude, we all speak English, right?
Please, just, bro. I mean, is hip hop part of my culture?
Yeah.
Based on what? An amalgamation, right?
Language.
Based on Kool Herc creating it, yes, it's your culture.
Right. Based off of amalgamation of different sound that came from where? The South. But you'll hear a lot of New York people say hip hop not part of my culture. It's a teeter-totter type situation where you not understand the intricacy.
It's a New York hip hop was created in New York. It wasn't created down south.
I agree. You're not gonna get no argument from me. So when we talking about subset,
and if it was created,
subset in amalgamation?
And if it was created by Caribbean, would hip hop be now considered Caribbean culture
I wouldn't
too?
care because I don't do stuff like that. I don't care where it comes from. So okay. Again, bro, you're trying to make me say something. I'm not gonna say it, bro.
I'm just asking.
But he's asking a logical question. He's saying if it was, would it be Jamaican culture?
If it's integrated within black society here in America, yes, it would be considered black culture.
Yeah, it's not. He's not asking a guy.
But just because it's created from a Jamaican, that don't make it exclusive Jamaican or American. It was created here. So I mean, again, we talking. It's not necessarily about who sprouted what. It's where it got sprouted from and what circumstances made it sprout. That's culture.
I'm glad you're agreeing with me, but you seem to
I've been agreeing with you the whole time.
Yeah,
You've been trying to start an argument that I never started.
No, I didn't try to start an argument.
But what I'm saying, and that goes back to my point, race exclusive. You're talking about race exclusive.
I gave it its proper context.
That's fine.
It's called culture appropriation.
Whatever you want to call it, bro, at this point, I don't care. But what I'm telling you is it's not race exclusive. We understand the history behind scientific racism and all. Hell, even going far back as say 7th century with the Islam conquest. Black been around. But what I'm saying is us here in America, now this you can't deny. We're the only people here that distinctively identified a culture, whether it's amalgamated or it's sprouted out, again, irrelevant to the point. So where we identified our culture simply based on the confines in which we were identified here in America, which was black. Thus, you have Black American. We can't call ourselves nothing else. I mean, that's just what it is. I'm talking about culture.
So are Black Americans the only people that was called black?
Huh?
Are Black Americans the only people that was called black or identify themselves as black?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said cultural identifier. That's what I said. I just everybody around the world, and it's not even what we identify. It's what other people identified us as. That's a moot point.
See, the fact is that black, the term black didn't just exist in America.
I just said that. Literally just said that.
I know it existed in Africa before anywhere else. That's the point. The fact of the matter.
Give me an example. Now in the back chat you said Kemet, which I think is false.
No, it's not that's false.
Been debunked.
Kim means directly black. Dude, you can look this up. I'm not making this up. You can look it up.
Black in the context of what?
What do you mean? It's just black. That's what it means. Kim. It's a language.
What's for even to this day? What's fertile soil called? Which was pretty much the best fertile soil in Africa. Point blank. Period. What is it called? Even to this day.
Kemet, the land of the black. What are you talking about?
So if so, are we talking about skin tone, or are we talking about the fertility of the land?
We're not just talking about the fertility of the land. We're talking about overall. The God.
I don't know what overall means.
I mean God-like image. God-like image. And I hate using the word God because it just like it puts it in the Western mindset, but that's how I could relate a message to you.
Hey, on that point, bro, you got it.
M20. Are you trying to say that black is exclusive to Black Americans?
No, I'm saying black is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africa.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, because people all over the world claim to be black. So what are you talking about?
It's exclusive to sub-Saharan. Like I said, I don't even want to get into the argument. That just is what it is. But
you keep saying that you're agreeing with us, but you disagreeing with us.
I disagree with you on that point wholeheartedly. But again, I don't want to get into the argument. We ain't talking about that right now. What I'm saying is, you cannot name a culture. Now, culture. We talking about the culture identifies the people that came up with the culture. Black is the only people here in America that identified the culture as they represented themselves. That's just what it is. I'm not saying that you can't call yourself black. Of course, you black in the eyes of the oppressor, first and foremost. So let's get it.
Are we black in your eyes? We don't care about what the white man said. We talking about you.
Yeah, you're black.
So what do you really disagree with?
As a cultural
I don't understand anything
identifier,
you're trying to say.
As a cultural identifier, no.
Explain. You just said black is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africa. Now you're saying black is exclusive to Black America. So I'm kind of confused.
Culturally.
Culturally, like what?
Like meaning the culture was founded upon the identification of black.
What part of the culture is what he's asking?
It wasn't number one part where we came from the slave ships on to the hells in North America in the
But what
South.
did they bring
In
over
the
here?
South.
Did they bring the beliefs, values?
You don't have to
language?
bring nothing, bro. Do you understand? I can go in the woods right now with my family and another family and come up with mores and ways of living in the woods, stuff that I already had before I went into the woods, and create a whole new culture, baby. You understand that, right?
I agree. And me and American
So
Dream
what are we
had this
talking about?
conversation yesterday. He just had this conversation yesterday with us, and that's what I was just saying to him.
All
But
I'm saying is that culture that was created is identified based on the people, which is black. It is no other name.
you're not getting his question. Ask it again. Ask it again.
And I said culturally, no.
You just said black.
identify.
You just said black is sub-Saharan African. Now you're saying that black is exclusive to Black Americans.
I
So
didn't say exclusive. I didn't say exclusive. I didn't say
oh,
that.
okay. So can you reiterate what you just said then?
I'm saying that you are looked at in the eyes of the world as a black man. No question about it. Culturally speaking, what are you? Let me ask you, culturally, what are you?
I'm an African.
Okay, there you go. You just answered my question. So culturally, no, you're not black.
Well, what are you talking about? Black is synonymous with African. It's used interchangeably. That's
Again,
why on the census record it
is
say
the
black
culture
slash African
identified?
American. That's
Is
why
the
on the
culture
census
identified as
record.
black?
That's why on the
If I
census
go
record it says African American slash black because it's used
if I go to
synonymous.
the
No
Yoruba
different
right
than
now,
European or white. It's used
if
synonymous.
if I go to the Yoruba right now in Ghana and I ask them, hey, what's this culture called? What are they gonna tell me?
Probably the Yoruba traditions.
Okay, cool. If I go to
But
hell, name
black,
me
but
another.
African or black is amalgamation of different tribes and ethnic groups, just like
I don't,
white or
bro.
European.
Again, I'm talking about the identification of a culture. That's all I'm talking about. Nothing else. The identification of a culture, just one, not all, just one, the only one that
Well,
has
brother,
that same identification as the people through racial, scientific racism. Black is the Black American. You can't deny it.
okay, so when they say Haitians are the first black nation, first black republic out of slavery, are they talking
I,
about Americans?
I will say cool. I will ask them, hey, Haitian brother, what you call your culture? And what would they say?
I don't know. I'm not Haitian, so I wouldn't know what.
I give you a hint. It ain't black,
I mean, how would you know? Are you Haitian?
bro. Come on, my
Are
guy.
you an expert on Haitian culture and?
Come on, my guy. Again, I'm gonna say it one more time.
But you're speaking
The
for you're
only, the
speaking for
only
12 million. You're
African,
speaking for 12 million people,
the only
and you're
black
not an
or
expert. So I'm
African
trying to understand
culture
you.
in the whole world that is identified under blackness is the Black American culture. That, I mean, and until
That's
you
not
show me
true.
otherwise, that's what I'm gonna run with.
That's not true.
Well, I just gave you an
Well, show
example
me
of
otherwise.
what they refer to Haiti as, the first black
I,
republic.
I didn't ask you what they referred to them. I asked you what they consider their culture.
Yeah, they
What?
consider themselves
How do they
black.
identify it? How
They
do they
they
identify
they
their culture?
identify as black, just like I'm a Jamaican. We identify as black.
Okay. Until you show me proof on that, I'm gonna just say you're right,
Dude,
and
he's
and, I,
a
and I'm gonna concede.
What do you talk, bro? I'm literally telling you I identify as black, and you're telling me something. You're disagreeing with what I'm
So
saying.
so I would agree with you if you were an individualistic person in that matter. I don't believe you are, but if you were talking about it in that aspect, yeah. I'm
I,
talking
I will
about what
I
does
will
the
believe
group
the
say?
consensus of Jamaicans will identify as black. American Dream, you're Jamaican, right? Do you identify as black or African?
I didn't ask him if he identified. I said the culture. See, again, you
Yes,
mixing it up.
the culture is black.
What would what's my Jamaican friend, American Dream? What do y'all call the culture on the island of Jamaica?
I think he's doing something right now.
Oh, okay, okay. Like I said,
Yeah,
you know,
I am doing
and I'm
something, but
not
I can
claiming to be no
answer.
expert.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
not claiming to be no expert on it, but I'm saying I've
He's
never
about to
heard.
Can
answer
you
you.
hear
He's
me?
about to
Can
answer
y'all hear me?
Oh,
Can
oh,
y'all
oh,
hear
my
me?
bad. Yeah, I hear you now. My bad.
Yeah. So I am in the middle of something. So, but I can answer the questions real quick. Kwame, yes, I consider myself black, given the definition of what black is, and the definition of what African is. Yeah, I don't. The only thing I identify as though is American. But the same way I'm 5 foot whatever, and the same way I weigh what I describe myself as weighing whatever I weigh. It's the same way I say I'm black or African. But in terms of an identifier, I'm American.
Well,
In
okay. I
terms of
mean,
my
yeah, that,
culture, in terms of my culture, like I have an American, my culture is American because this is where I live. I think culture is tied to your nationality or your location.
oh,
You cannot separate culture from a location. So in my view, there's no black culture because the culture of Africa is different everywhere. So I don't see this idea of a culture being tied to your race. I think culture is tied to your location or where you live or where you are. And I've been living in America for so long. My culture would have to be an American culture.
so parts of that I 100% agree. It you can tie it to a nationality. America is an exception though, because again, that melting pot situation. That
So
don't take away from the distinction of the different subsets of quote unquote American culture.
so
And
so
one of those subsets is Black American.
so is English
And then
American?
you got
Is
Go ahead.
English black culture? Is English black culture?
Yeah.
How?
So is
Explain.
Creole. So is Gullah,
Explain.
because use certain we use the general language of English and created our own distinction in the English language.
So you
Like
talking about
you
Ebonics?
ain't learned well, y'all. I don't know how old y'all is. Maybe I'm older.
Ebonics?
You know, it's a thing called Ebonics. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's culture, bro. That's culture. It don't matter if it comes from somebody else or not.
But is
When you
it
take
black?
something
Is
and
it
make it your
black?
own,
But no, the question is it black culture? Because
yes.
if we didn't create the English language, then and it's not
It
ours.
don't matter who created it, bro. I
It
just gave
do.
the analogy of going in the woods. I just gave the analogy, bro.
Yeah, let
See,
me just
I
say
mean,
this. Let me just say this real quick, if y'all don't mind. I've always looked at Jamaican patois as a form of Ebonics. So, if American blacks don't have a culture because they speak Ebonics or they don't have their own culture, then I'm not sure what that says about. Well, that would say the same thing about Jamaica because I don't think Jamaica has what can be classified as a distinct language. I think it's just a dialect. Most Jamaican patois words is just a broken English or a broken something, and I don't think that qualifies as a language in and of itself. So I'm
American
not
Dream
really
is
saying.
Duppy an Anglo-Saxon word.
Is duppy an Anglo-Saxon word? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's an Anglo-Saxon or if it goes back to Africa somewhere.
What
But
about
somehow I
Upia?
think it's some form of broken something. Well,
Duppy
again,
comes.
I
like
mean,
Duppy come.
that shouldn't
I
even
don't
matter.
think just these one-off words, Kwame, makes a language. I think a language is deeper than just having a one-off word where you're the only one that says that word. You know what I'm saying? Because
No,
I think
no,
you
no.
can find that in Ebonics as well.
But also morphology. Like Medea and certain terms that we say is not. It's not like it's not English. The morphology is not the same as the English.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it don't matter, bro. I don't care who you go to. Europe been doing this for millennia, bro. That like you think they just sprouted up out of the caves and just start doing it? No, bro. No, I mean they've been every which way, north, south, east, and west in Europe, creating culture based off things from the past. That's been it don't matter. Culture is what you make of it as the totality of the ethnic group. It don't matter where you got it from. I mean, that's asinine to think that. Like we just supposed to be some primordial type people coming up with stuff. I don't think it worked that way. But you know, it is what it is.
That's why I keep saying cultural appropriation.
If that's what you want to call it, bro. At this
That's
point,
what
it is what.
That's
All
what it
I
is.
know is the ethnic group in it of itself is distinct, with amalgamation of different things that were taken, whether sought or unsought.
Okay.
That's a fact.
I got a deeper question. So, what is the distinction from African American and Jamaican American
In what in what context?
in every context? Just name
Well,
whatever.
culturally we different. Culturally we different.
But I'm saying how? Like, just name a bunch of
What do
things.
you mean how? You the we just talked about language. We got our own form of English. Y'all got your own form of English. Like I said, I don't know nothing about no Jamaican. I grew up it was either black or white. Y'all people got that. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying Jamaicans don't speak English is what you're saying?
Yes, but again, we're talking about a globalized society. Globalized society.
No, that's just
because you speak English but you speak another language, you're gonna distinct between the two, correct? Based on upbringing, situation, or whatever. If you come over here and then you speak the correct, I guess you would say the quote unquote correct American English terminologies and vernacular, you doing that based off a reason. But when you go home and you get in the recliner, you're gonna go back to patois. I guess. I don't know. So you're making distinctions based on commercial reasons or whatever situation may be. Understand that you're in a globalized society. Ain't nothing gonna change that. That's a fact. But culturally, you are distinct.
But I'm asking you how. You're not really giving me a
language, food, clothing,
but all the
different styles,
but all the things you're naming, you're misidentifying my question by saying cold.
How is that a misidentification? How?
Because you're making it seem as if Jamaicans don't eat the same food that we eat. That they don't talk.
That don't mean it's my culture.
No, but
I'll take a beef patty or two. It ain't my damn culture.
But you just said food.
That don't mean I can't. That don't mean that I can't indulge in the culture. That's crazy.
But you just see, this is the one-dimensional thinking. When you say something is culture, we thinking like as if we can't be a part of it because we're not.
Nobody ever said that.
That's what you just said. You just said I could eat a bean. I could eat a
but it's not my culture,
and it's not your culture.
Meaning that my lineage didn't help to sprout these things that I'm indulging in now.
So you don't claim to be black.
What the hell? Bro, again, culturally speaking, there's a distinction. We are the only people.
What is the
from a cultural?
What is the distinction? You keep saying food, all this, but I
mean, you said you Black American, right?
I don't.
I feel like you playing games with me.
I'm not.
Who raised you, man?
I'm not playing.
Who raised you, bro?
But see, look. American Dream does this to me all the time, and now
did mama raise you?
Yeah. No, my dad did actually.
Oh, okay, all right.
But no, I'm being serious. Like when I say this, when you make a claim saying that black culture is language and this and this and that, and then I ask, so if you eat a Jamaican beef patty, are you a part of black culture? And then you say no, it's distinct. It's distinct. How is it distinct?
The beef patty is distinct. The beef. Now let's focus on the beef patty. The beef patty is distinct to Jamaican culture. That's just what it is. My mama, my grandma, they ain't make no beef patty. We ain't know nothing about no beef patty until the Jamaicans came to Georgia. When the Jamaicans came to Georgia, we discovered the beef patty, which was delicious. We said, damn, these Jamaicans make some good food. Distinction. The Jamaican food, the beef patty, is distinct to Jamaica. Jamaicans.
So if I eat a beef patty, I'm Jamaican, is what you saying?
Bro, That's like you playing with me, man. You playing with me,
I'm
bro.
asking you an honest question. This is what you're saying.
No, that does not make you Jamaican. No, it doesn't.
So
But
I
that
have
don't
to
mean
make,
that you can't
I have to
make the
make it.
Jamaican beat. You can make the Jamaican beat patty yourself.
Then I'm practicing the culture, right?
If you want to say practice, that's fine. But it's not your culture.
But I'm practicing. This is my culture. If I'm making it,
Again, it's not your culture, bro.
okay.
I mean, this is crazy that we having this discussion. I ain't never heard nothing like this
It's
before.
no oneness. It's always supposed to be a oneness, but it's no oneness in today's culture. That's the problem. I mean, we want to misidentify with what is ours. We want to nitpick at what's ours. All of it's ours.
But the beef patty ain't mine. How can the beef patty be mine if I never discovered the beef patty until the Jamaican showed me the beef patty?
It's black culture.
I don't think it worked like that, bro. I just don't.
That. We don't see each other as our own.
M20. What's the definition of black?
What's the definition of black?
Yeah.
Well, per scientific racism, again, like I told you, sub-Saharan Africa.
What you mean scientific racism?
Well, that's where the originality of the term comes from in America.
I'm just asking, what is the definition of black?
I just told
according to the Census Bureau, according to the Oxford Dictionary,
according to the
Cambridge.
Census Bureau, black means a person from Africa, according to the Census Bureau.
Okay, so what is the Oxford or the Cambridge definition of black?
I ain't got that in front of me, bro. I'm in my truck, man. If you got it, please.
It's basically the same thing. So what separates Jamaicans from or black people, black Americans, if we all black?
Culture.
But see, that's the problem that you making, man. You making a distinction amongst people.
I ain't got no choice but to make a distinction.
No, but we're all the same.
Hang on, Dex. Hang on. Can y'all hear me good? Am I low?
No, you good.
Dex, let me, because I'm trying to figure out exactly what y'all are disagreeing with him about. He seems to be clear on what he's saying.
I mean, I can't get no clear.
Yeah, we're all black, and what separates us is our culture, and our culture is determined by where we're from, our location on the planet. But we're all black people. We all share the same color. But again,
go ahead.
And again, let me just say that's why I don't like the term black culture, because Jamaican culture is different from American culture. Jamaican culture is different from Ghanaian culture. Like, we all have different cultures. So to say my culture is black culture, the first question I would ask is which one? Jamaican, Ghanaian?
That's what I was saying.
Well, American Dream, I would say this. It's nice to have that option to neglect the identity of black culture. I don't have that option. Because I was born, it's like Bane in The Dark Knight, bro. Y'all merely adopted. I was born in it. So I don't have the option to negate. Now, if you look at my logo.
No, hold on. I don't see, hold on. I don't see the difference. Like, you're the same way a Jamaican, a black person in Jamaica, they're black and they have a Jamaican culture. You're black and you have an American culture. Like, what is the difference? Like, what are you missing? What disadvantage are you at?
The difference is American. It's easy to say American culture. It's easy to say that. It sounds nice. But again, America is the exception. We all know this. The distinctions take hold, ethnically speaking, racially speaking.
But there are distinctions in Jamaica as well. There all of that exists in Jamaica as well. There are different races in Jamaica.
Not under the extreme guise of white supremacy that we had here in United States of America. You know that.
Hold on. If I've been speaking about reparations here for a good while now. And one of the things we know is that in Jamaica, they're fighting against colonialism. And that's their version of white supremacy. Whites, like, their reparations claim, as certainly as your reparations claim is about white supremacy and systemic racism.
No, it's not.
No, systemic racism is a part of your claim.
Not a part of my claim, it ain't.
Okay. Systemic racism.
I told you what the
systemic racism is a part of the FBA and ADO's claim
FBA,
for.
So yeah,
but it is a part of the HR 40 claim for reparations. Right. And colonialism is a part of the Caribbean claim for reparations and the African claim as well. Colonialism is their version of white supremacy. You
Okay,
know what
all
I'm
right,
saying?
fine.
Because the same thing you guys complain about with white supremacy and systemic racism is the same thing they say about colonialism. It's the same
Okay,
exact thing.
okay, that's cool, and you know, I'll concede to that point. What I would argue and say is the beast within itself, the United States, nothing was like it. Now, when it comes now reparations, again, like I said earlier when I was on, I don't claim reparations based off systemic racism and white supremacy. That's not me. I said legislation was put forth in order to give us our distinct claim for reparations, which was Civil Rights Act 1864, Freedmen's Bureau Act 1865. That's just me. Now, an argument can be made, and you can have a debate on that. But when I'm saying us, what we had to take hold of as an American culture, which I agree with, it is an American culture, but the distinctions are put in place based on the certain situation that we were put through under the guise of said systemic racism and white supremacy.
Dude,
That's just what we didn't have a choice.
you're arguing with a mirror at this point because
You're right.
he just but he just said he just simply said it's already distinct amongst the countries. American.
No, that's BS.
True.
It's not distinct amongst the country. How can it be distinct? We're talking about the United States of America. All these different people.
You can't say you have black culture in America when it's black culture everywhere too.
If who's calling it black culture is what I'm saying. What historically, how was it identified? Was it identified as black culture historically? Just be honest.
Yep.
Oh my God. It wasn't, man. It wasn't.
He just gave you an example. He just said Haiti being black people.
I don't disagree with them being black. How did they
Yep,
identify the
Haiti's called the
culture?
first black republic to free themselves out of slavery.
How did they identify the culture? I mean, what are we talking about?
That's what we're telling you. We're telling you it's specifically identified by country, not by blackness. You don't
Haitian.
say
Okay, Haitian. So you saying country by country is Haitian, Jamaican, American, Ghanaian, Nigerian?
Yes, that is.
I'm saying through. So you don't even agree with that. So I don't even know why you're trying to make a point. What I'm saying is the subsets of America. We're talking about specifically American. The subset. We are the only subset of the quote unquote American culture to identify under the guise of the scientific racial term black. We're the only ones.
But that's in America.
And I'm not even saying that we did it ourselves. It was put upon us. We just ran with it all this time.
But listen, you're saying only in America. What we're saying is it's everywhere else too. They do it everywhere else too.
So other black people in other countries are calling their culture black.
Thank you. Good question. Yes. That's the answer. Yes.
Again, you're gonna have to prove it.
Dude,
because I ain't seen it.
He just proved it to you. He just said
telling me a black republic is not. Go ahead.
Have you ever listened to? Do you listen to reggae?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, if you listen to reggae,
but I know Saul King David was a black. I know about all that stuff.
Yeah, Sizzler got a song called Black Woman. Sizzler got a song called Black Woman and Child. Like it's all over our music, bro, and you can tell from our music that we identify as black.
Identify as black.
Yeah.
What do you identify your culture as?
The culture is Jamaican culture. But we identify as black people, and by black people we mean we have African ancestry.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'll leave it at this. Because like I said, we done did like 1,000 circles. If you go up to a black American at anywhere on any block, you can go out on your stoop right now and stop him. Hey, black man. What do you call your culture? Black American now. You know what they're gonna say. You know what they're gonna say. Whereas if you ask
Well,
any
what's the
other,
answer to that question? What are they going to say?
they're gonna say black.
Black. Okay. Just so we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Right. Whereas just not even consciously, but subconsciously, if you ask any other person of immigrant African descent, Caribbean, whatever the situation may, subconsciously, if you ask them, they gonna give the distinction based on nationality, just like Dick said. But
Yeah,
we,
but if you notice though, I think white Americans don't say their culture is white culture.
you're
They
right.
say their culture is
They say
American
Irish.
culture.
They say
It's
that.
only,
Nope, that's not true.
it's right. No, the
That's not.
ones, because there are, no, there are Americans, there are white Americans, the same way there are black Americans who don't have ancestry in the Caribbean or claim to not have ancestry in Africa. There are white Americans who don't necessarily see themselves as Irish American or Welsh. They just see themselves as Americans. They've been here so long. They just see themselves as just straight American. And if you ask them what's your culture, they're not going to say white culture. They're going to say American culture. And it's the
Okay.
same way. Yeah, that's a fact. And I think, but
Right,
black people are less prone to do that. But
right.
I think the reason that is because of, it's kind of like black people are finding it really hard to be patriotic and to hold on to that, to America. Because of the legacy of slavery, black people would rather say they have a black culture than an American culture because they want to distance themselves from America
I
in a
don't
sense. They're
disagree with
not
that.
as,
I don't disagree with
I
that.
think right. Yeah, I'm glad you don't. But I think that's the main difference. White folks are very patriotic. That's why they say they have an American culture. And that's more correct. And black people too have an American culture, but they would rather call it a black
Like,
culture.
yeah,
Um but you know what I mean, it's not as if you say you have an American culture, that means you have a white culture. Because American culture, the same way Jamaican culture has pockets of just different types of things happening. There's the Rastafarian culture that's different from that certain type of dance hall culture that goes on. The same way there are differences, the same way different locations in Jamaica create different local cultures. It's the same way in America there are different local cultures, but
Yeah.
they're still
Subset.
all American cultures.
good
You know what
point.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, but so you know what I mean, I don't see why black Americans, well, I do see why black Americans would rather say they have a black culture than an American culture, but simply because they don't love their country.
N- that's part of it.
No, it's
I'm
not that they
patriotic.
don't love the country. It's that they don't want to identify their culture with white culture. That's what it is.
Or they just been subjugated for so long they ran with it. That's what I'm saying.
Because
But this the part. Oh, go ahead, Dad.
because if white culture is a part of American culture and black culture is in the same melting pot as the white culture, then it's like we're together. But that's why we as the black American people say it's black culture because we would rather identify with it as a global point of view than as an American point of view. So I get where he's coming from on
Yeah,
that aspect.
it's to
And I
making a
don't disagree
positive
with
out of
you
the
there.
negative. It's
Yeah,
making a positive out of the negative. Just like the term of the N word. I mean, we run with stuff and try to exemplify it to a degree. But I ain't saying that's all people. But I'm saying I disagree with you with this American Dream. So you know what a wasp is, right?
A
And this is
wasp,
a
is that
big
an
thing where
Italian?
I live.
Is that a word for an
No,
Italian?
no, is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant,
Oh
and that's a
yes.
big thing in the South. They want the distinction, and they proud American people, but they want the distinction based on the totality of what an American originally was. That's a fact. So maybe it's like that where you live at down here in the South where I live at. It's a distinction, bro. Trust and believe it's a distinction. They want to make sure wholeheartedly that you know that this is a wasp over here, and this is an Italian American over here, and this is an Irish American, and mainly it's really not based on nationality per se. It's based on denomination, which Catholic versus Protestant. If you really break it down, I mean, it's a whole history behind that. Yeah, they eventually got brought into the fold when it comes to quote unquote whiteness, but we understand the reasons why.
Hey, so MD, so now that we all at a common ground, right? What what? See, what the FBA is doing is they're misidentifying with black culture, not black culture, but the black the black culture, because black culture is a global thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like they're only acknowledging the American culture, and that's where we all are in the disagreements with them. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand, but I don't know what the issue is with wanting to be
The issue is
distinctly identified within your own culture. I don't understand what's wrong with that.
the issue is that it's all together. That's what we're saying. Black is all together. It's not just in America. It's everywhere
Black,
else in the globe.
black is all together based on the oppression of the identity. Black is not all together
What do
when
you
it comes to
mean?
the identity of the culture.
What do you mean when you say oppression of the identity?
Meaning that we were given that term directly to subjugate us. Again, bro, black in and of itself is not even a real thing.
But that term wasn't just given to the American African though. You know what I mean?
I agree. But the identity of the culture which we self-identified is distinct. I can't say it in no other way. It's no way, and that's not to downplay the achievements of other black people. I'm just giving you a harsh reality. That's all.
Yeah, no, I know you're not FBA. I'm just telling you, like from their point of view, that's how they think. That's what I'm saying. I know you're not FBA personally.
Then turn left.
Oh, it broke up.
But I know you're not FBA, so I'm getting that clear. You told me that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they identify FBA, logically speaking, of course, I would be FBA. I don't identify foremost because I don't. If you're looking at it from the term of reparations, again, you cannot
foundational Black American. That's the thing. That's the distinction right there. When you say American, you're distinct. You can't be look. You can't say you're Black and then American in the same sense. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty stupid.
They're distinct in the two because you have some that say I have no African heritage, but then you're saying you're Black. It's like, come on, man. Like it's like they're
I mean, I don't take FBA serious. They, they following the cult leader. I don't do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I could.
Tariq Nasheed had trademarked the FBA, right? And when I looked it up, it said that he abandoned it.
Yeah. When that whole stuff was going on, I believe it was Michi X. If anybody know who Michi X is, she had the original trademark for FBA, and it was a whole beef with her and Tariq going on at the time. I don't know the situation with it now, but again, it's meaningless to me because all I deal with when it comes to reparations in and of itself, if we're talking about just simply that, you can't use the term Black because it's going to trigger strict scrutiny. You can't do it.
Right.
So what you mean that Tariq abandoned the term FBA?
No, he abandoned.
No, he abandoned the trademark.
Really?
Yeah, go look it up right now. Just look up foundational Black American, and it'll all pop up. He abandoned the trademark, and this was like a 2020 or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, the term FBA in and of itself was born out of spite. You understand that, right? Yvette Carnell, when the whole ADOS movement was at its height, she made the wrong mistake and brought in Tariq Nasheed, which she should have never did. She brought in Tariq Nasheed to try to gain notoriety for the movement, and they end up falling out. And out of retaliation of the fallout, he created FBA. That's the only reason that we even talking about this term.
Yeah.
So I don't even take FBA serious.
Right, because the guy that was on here earlier was like, he's not an FBA, but in the same
So
breath, he's saying he's FBA. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm saying if we the definition, what they say FBA is, of course I would be FBA.
Right. Yeah.
But the cult like mentality in and of itself, I can't be involved with that.
Right. Right.
So just say that all together. Hell, in reality, when it comes to reparations, say the hell with black, because
I'm 20. You breaking up?
Yeah, he breaking up.
to have a fighting change to get reparations, I have to go another route.
Can you say that over? You was breaking up. We couldn't hear the full your full statement.
Yeah, can you hear me now? My bad.
Yeah, we get you now.
No, yeah, what I was saying is, in order to have a fighting chance for a reparations claim, you got to abandon the term black altogether, because it goes against the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, which says that you cannot discriminate based off race. I don't know.
That's only in America. That's only in America. When you
this where I'm at.
Hold on. But when you're talking about a Pan-African point of view, that holds no weight. You know what I mean? Because you're not just talking about people in America.
Well, I'll let you fight that fight, my brother. Me over here, I'm gonna do the American thing. You know, and maybe we can help each other out.
So wait, wasn't slavery race-based?
It was, but reparations is not based on slavery.
What would be the reparation based on?
It would be based on the legislation that was put forth after slavery in the Reconstruction era.
Okay, so that would be Jim Crow, sharecropping.
No, that would be the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865, which in the language of the bill said that the newly emancipated and their descendants would get 40 acres and a mule, which was originally put forth in Special Field Order 15 during the Civil War. It was expanded in the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which we never got. That legislation is still on record to this day. So that's what I base reparations on.
So hold on, let me just ask you real quick. Hang on, let me ask real quick. So the HR 40 bill, right, has been on. Can you hear me, MD?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, let me do something real quick.
Yeah, HR 40 was introduced by John Conyers, the late John Conyers. The
Yeah,
wording
like in
in HR 40 is horrible.
1989 or so. Like in 1989.
It's a horrible bill.
That's kind of the same way. That's kind of the same way that the 40 acres and a mule was introduced into Congress, but never passed.
Yeah, HR 40 never passed.
So are you
the
saying?
Freedmen's Bureau Act
So
did.
are you saying that? Right, but that would be like, for the U.S. government to be bound to acknowledging a bill that never passed today, right? Would be like having a lawsuit 100 years from now stating that you have claims to the HR 40 thing because it was never honored. It's just a bill that was never passed. So why do they have to honor a bill that they never signed on to, that never even came to Congress? Why do they owe you that? I don't understand.
What bill they never signed on to? What are you talking about?
The same way, because the 40 acres and a mule, you said it got brought up from a field order and brought up to Congress, correct?
Yeah, but that bill passed.
The 40 and that bill passed?
Yeah.
And what happened to it after it passed?
Andrew Jackson said, remember, not Andrew Jackson, Andrew Johnson, I'm sorry. They had
Did he veto it or something?
No, he actually, yes, he did veto. But because the radical Republicans at the time had a supermajority, they overruled the veto. They had overruling power because supermajority. You know, like they do
Correct.
they do filibuster rule and all that. The radical Republicans,
Right.
which had black people in the House and Senate at the time, overruled the veto. Andrew
Okay.
Johnson
So
just simply decided that he wasn't going to do it, which is unconstitutional and illegal. The
you said
bill,
that
you can go into the Library of Congress
what was
right now.
unconstitutional? The overriding of the overriding of the veto. So
No,
just to be clear,
no, he ignored it altogether.
he ignored what?
He
The
ignored
veto.
the passage of the yeah, he ignored the passage of the bill. Okay. When they passed the
Yeah,
bill,
walk
he
me through it
vetoed it.
step by step. Cause
Right.
just
Okay. They
walk me
passed
through
the
it
bill
step
in
by
Can
step.
you put the
1865.
bill? Can you put the bill in the back chat so we can all see it?
I can try. Like I said, I'm driving.
But go ahead. No,
Um,
just talk about it for now.
in 1865, they passed the bill. Lincoln gets shot. Andrew Johnson comes in.
Now this was the
Immediately,
Republicans. This was the Republicans that passed the bill.
yeah, this was the radical
Okay.
Republican. Lincoln gets shot. Andrew Johnson comes in and takes over. Immediately vetoes the bill.
Right.
Because there was such a supermajority in the House and Senate of Republicans at the time. Remember, because the Confederates wasn't there no more, so it was a supermajority of Republicans. They had the power to overrule the bill, overrule the veto, which they did. From that point on was the start of Reconstruction. We had the part of the bill that dealt with the Freedmen's Bureau. Remember, a lot of plantations immediately following emancipation said, hey, look, y'all free to go. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. If y'all stay here, I got to pay you. Most of us stayed on the plantation. That was the precursor of sharecropping. We start getting paid. We put our little money in the Freedmen's Bank, doing all that. Not to mention the vast majority of the money was coming from what they call refugees.
It was
Refugees
never a
were
bill. It was a special order by the military. It was never a bill
that was
passed.
Sherman. Go read the actual Freedmen's Bank Act. They did the expansion of the totality of enslaved people
Brother,
from
it's
Special
no
Field Order
bill.
15.
It's no bill
All
set
right, let me
aside
pull it up. You
40
don't know what
acres
you're
in a
talking about,
mule.
bro. Let me pull it up.
No, I gotta say though. I gotta say
I
though,
do it when
MD,
I'm driving.
He right.
because I was recently looking at and I don't remember seeing anything. Only thing I remember is that it was a field order. I don't remember. I really don't remember it being a bill either.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
field.
about
Kwame,
to pull it up
what are
right
you
now.
reading,
I'm
Kwame?
about to pull it
Hang
up.
on a second.
I'm about to pull it up.
Let me see what Kwame is pulled up. You want to share what you pulled up, Kwame?
Yeah, give me a second. I could pull it up right now. Yeah, it was never a bill. It was a special order by the
I,
military.
I, I'm pulling it up, bro. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. That's what I remember reading. But MD20 did mention that as well. So maybe there was some other stuff that I overlooked. So I'd like for one of
No,
y'all to
no,
put
he said it
something
was
up.
a bill, so that's why I was asking for a source, like the name of the bill. But he
Right,
said
right.
so he said he can't. He said there's no. So I don't know when he said it's a bill, like it has to be
Just
bipartisan
just
by
give me a second,
Congress.
bro. Like I'm driving one hand, I'm pulling it up in the other. Give me a second.
Hey, pull
Right.
over, man. Like pull over, bro. It ain't that serious. Don't get into an accident
It was a,
googling
it
about
was a
Nah,
military.
40
nah, bro.
acres and a mule.
I'm in my truck, man. I can do both at the same
It was
time.
a military.
So
Okay.
relax. Here it comes.
It was a military order from General William T. Sherman.
Yeah, it was Sherman's Special Field Order 15 in Savannah, Georgia. I know all of that.
So
They
how can a
expanded
general
on
pass a bill by
bro.
bypass
You're
Congress?
not
That's a
understand.
bipartisan bill.
He didn't bypass anything, bro. Just give it a second.
So Kwame, what you read said nothing about it becoming a bill or anything.
Never. It never was a bill. Never. It was never a bill on the
Do
Congress
you have it
table.
in front of you there?
Who, me?
Yeah. Do you have something about the
Yeah, yeah.
40 acres and a mule in
I put
front
it
of
in
you?
the back chat. There's no
It's in the
bill.
back chat. You're not gonna share your screen.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. How do I share my screen on that?
What are you at? You're on. They see the plus sign at the bottom.
The plus sign. No, I don't see a
He
plus.
ain't gonna be able to share it if he on his phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. All right, let me see
Yeah,
what
I'm
happens if
pulling
I go
into the
to the
rest
back
area
chat.
right now. I'm finna pull it up for you. Just give me a second.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able
Cause
to
yeah.
share it either because
No,
I'm
you
on
ain't
my
gotta share
phone
it. That's
too.
fine. I'm gonna put the link in and then I'm gonna just read it. Cause I mean that was demonstrably false what you just said. I'm finna read it right now. Give me a second.
I have his link pulled up so I can read that while you're pulling yours up, or you still want me to just give you a second?
No, go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
Sure thing. It says, as the Civil War was winding down 150 years ago, this is called the story behind 40 Acres and a Mule, and it's from Code Switch. So, as the Civil War was winding down 150 years ago, Union leaders gathered a group of black ministers in Savannah, Georgia. The goal was to help the thousands of newly freed slaves. From that meeting came General William T. Sherman's Special Field Order 15. It set aside land along the southeast coast so that each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. That's interesting. It says not more than 40. So that doesn't mean you get 40. You could get up to 40. So if you get 1 acre, you know what I mean? That still satisfies this order because it says up to 40 acres and a mule. But let me continue. The plan, it set aside land along the southeast coast so that each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. That plan later became known by a signature phrase, 40 acres and a mule. After wrapping up his famous march, Sherman spent weeks in Savannah, staying in an ornate Gothic revival mansion called the Green Meldrum House. That's where he and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton held their meeting with local black leaders. The house is now owned by a local church, Susan Arden Jolly. The site's preservationist, and tour guide leads visitors up a winding staircase. Okay, I'm just gonna go and scroll and see where it goes from being a field order to a bill. Because this is, you know what I mean? It's a lot of, it doesn't say anything about a bill, bro.
All right, I'm pulling in now. Give me a second. I'm finna pull it
Yeah,
up for
yeah.
you
This
right
says
now.
nothing about it becoming a bill. That's pretty
That's
much
because you reading the field order. It wasn't the field order. It was the expansion of the field order in the Freedmen's Bureau Act. I mean, it's simple. I'm
okay.
about to get ready to pull it up.
Okay. But you understand that it says up to 40 acres, right? That doesn't mean 40
Yeah,
acres.
yeah. I mean, it's based on whatever plot they get. I mean, remember, it was the
You can
coast
get a half
30
and you can get a
mile.
quarter acre.
Remember, it was the coast inland 30 miles. Different plots of land, different sizes.
Right, but there was a fixed.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't know what. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you out of American
Yeah, I
Dream.
think American Dream glitched out.
Yeah, I wanted to see what bill you was talking about because I can't find no bill. I never could find a bill talking about a 40 acres and a mule that was passed by Congress. So maybe you could pull it up and show us all.
Did he leave?
I think it's mic drop. M20.
Yo,
Yeah, we can hear you now.
yo, did y'all hear anything I said just now?
Nah, you had chipped out.
Yo,
Yeah, we can hear you now. You had chipped
yo,
out.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh man, my internet over here ain't working.
Can you hear us?
I could hear everybody.
Yo,
Yeah, we can hear you, American Dream. Your internet, your connection was kind of messing up. We can hear you now.
yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yep, yep.
M20 ran.
What you said?
I said, I guess the dude M20 ran. He dropped off.
Can you hear me, Kwame?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he just dropped out. I could hear everybody though. I can.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think he can't hear us.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I'm hearing y'all now. Can y'all hear me?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we can hear you.
Yeah, did y'all hear anything I read?
No, no, we didn't. We didn't hear it. I think M20 ran.
Yeah, I think he was trying to look for a bill, and I think he couldn't find the bill.
Yeah. No, it do say. It do say it was a militaristic thing. My
It was like a promise, like yo, we gonna give y'all 40 acres and a mule, but it was never signed by, it wasn't passed by Congress.
yeah, and you know, I think the reason why it happened like that is because they didn't want the military to back the people. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like if they own military was like, yeah, we just gonna do it, then it would have been.
I don't know. Maybe the brother could. I don't know. I was honestly trying to find it. I was looking through the archives. I couldn't find anything about the 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, it wasn't an order. I mean, it wasn't a bill. It was just a field order.
Oh, you say he coming back? You say he coming back?
Okay.
American Dream,
Yeah, I
you can
was.
hear us?
No, I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you reiterate what you were saying? Cause you kind of chipped out.
It was during the Civil War though. That's probably why.
You want me to reread what I was reading?
No,
Yeah.
yeah, you could reread it, and then you was giving commentary after, but
Yeah,
you kind of
the
chipped.
only commentary I was giving is that from reading it, it says that everyone, those families were going to get up to 40 acres and a mule. So that doesn't promise everyone 40 acres and a mule. It said up to 40 acres. And there was something else in there that was interesting for me. Here, let me look at it again. Yeah, just the idea that they don't necessarily get exactly 40 acres. Let me go back and click that link again.
Yeah, nah, I see exactly what you're talking about. It ain't. It's up to 40 acres in the mill. That would be impossible to give everybody 40 acres. That was of African descent.
Yeah, and I was also saying that given that it's up to 40 acres and a mule, it was also a fixed plot of land. It wasn't where every freed black person could get 40 acres and a mule wherever in America they wanted. It was a fixed, uh, It was a fixed plot of land at a particular state in the union, and so and it wasn't for for everyone at all. They did not have every freed black person in America in mind. They just had those people in that area where they were, and given the small plot of land, it couldn't have been for every freed person to get 40 acres. First, it's up to 40 acres, which could be a quarter of an acre. And it's not for every freed black person. So he would really have to show, because he said the bill expanded it. So he would really have to show that bill and show that it went from a field order into a bill, and that the bill went from just being this one fixed plot of land and up to 40 acres. He's going to have to show that it was anywhere in America and every freed person gets it. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
I mean, he wrote in the comments. He said, "I got knocked off. I'm trying to come back now." So maybe he could provide the bill and the a quick synopsis or how it got passed. I don't see anything about a bill. I just seen it was more like a like a promise, like, yo, we're gonna give y'all something. And
Yeah, but it was during the Civil War, so I would see why the military would actually be the people to partake in it. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah, cause like it was almost a brink of collapse. That's why it was. Oh yeah, you're right. American Dream.
About what specifically?
Uh, when you said I think you said either Savannah, Georgia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. Yeah.
And how much land was it?
Uh, I'm trying to look at that right now. I'm not sure exactly. It's not saying it.
Yeah. But it
I'm
was a fixed plot of land, if I remember correctly.
the land. Yeah, okay. Hold on. So it was the land was supposed to be distributed. So they did give the 40 acres, but it was supposed to be distributed. So it wasn't just for one person. It was supposed to be distributed amongst a certain amount of people. Damn, man, I ain't never knew this.
Yeah, let me see if
The land was confiscated from former slaveholders. Okay, yep. The
here, let
land
me
was
read real quick. Let me read real quick what Chat GPT says about the history of 40 acres and a mule. Can y'all hear me good?
yeah.
Um, so let me just get to the beginning of this. Let's see, because I think this Chat GPT actually does go into what he was talking about. So, ooh, it's a lot of reading though.
Yeah,
Um,
they did give it
hang
though.
on, let me see. Post-construction, later operations efforts, modern operations, global. No, I'd have to read it from the beginning. All right, so ChatGPT, I'm going to go into it. It says in January 1865, Union General William T. Sherman issued Special Field Order number 15 during his march through the South. This order confiscated about 400,000 acres of land, 400,000 acres of land along the coast of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. The land was divided into 40-acre plots and distributed to newly freed black families, so it was split up into 40-acre plots. Later, some Union officials also loaned surplus army mules to help with farming, which is how the phrase 40 acres and a mule was born. So, the question of whether they intended for it to be 40 acres is kind of up in the air for me, because it does say here they divided it into 40-acre plots, which kind of assumes they were intended to give 40 acres to each person. Um, but it wasn't. But it was still just a fixed. It was a lot. It was 400,000, and at 40 acres, if each one was to get 40 acres, that means each family would get. It would only be for 1,000 families, right? 1,000 times 40. Is that?
40. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, or is that 10,000? Or is that 10,000? Yeah, 10,000 times 40 would be the 400,000. Um, but it's not for all of them because I'm sure there were more than 10,000 freed slaves. Wait, 40 times 1,000 is 40,000. Okay, so symbolism and promise. This was the first major attempt to give freed people economic independence and redistributing land once held by Confederate slaveholders. To formerly enslaved people, land meant freedom, self sufficiency, and dignity, a way to avoid going back into exploitative labor arrangements like sharecropping. Reversal. After President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, so this is what he was talking about. After President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in April 1865, his successor Andrew Johnson overturned Sherman's order. Okay, so it was still just an order. It was his field order that was overturned. It wasn't a bill.
So
Johnson pardoned. Go ahead.
so what is essentially saying is that they did give the people the land, but they stripped it back. That's
Yeah,
but
after Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson, who was a Democrat,
right.
overturned the field order. It says Johnson pardoned many former Confederates and restored their land. As a result, most freed families were forced off the land they had just begun to farm. Instead of land ownership, most black families were pushed into sharecropping and tenant farming, systems that kept them economically dependent and tied to white landowners. The legacy. 40 acres and a mule became a symbol of broken promises of reconstruction. The federal government never followed through with systematic land redistribution for freed slaves. The unfulfilled promise is often cited in modern discussions of reparations for slavery, representing how Black Americans were denied a chance at generational wealth right after emancipation. Um, so it doesn't look like it was ever a bill. But I do want to read this timeline. Let me just go through this timeline so that it kind of puts
MD
everything
MD
together.
said he in the backstage.
Okay. Okay, let me find new input, add him in. Yeah, MD, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Show the bill. No, that's flat.
Yeah, yeah. My
Let
bad,
me
man.
just
I
finish
think I'm in a
reading this
bad
real
spot.
quick, MD, before you do your thing. And
All
it
right.
talks about a timeline. It says January 12, 1865, the Savannah meeting. General William T. Sherman and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton met with 20 black ministers and leaders of Savannah, Georgia. Garrison Frazier, a black Baptist minister, spoke for the group, saying land ownership was the best way for freed people to secure independence. January 16th, 1865, Sherman's Field Order Number 15. Sherman issued Special Order Number 15, reserving 400,000 acres of coastal land in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Each black family could receive up to 40 acres of land. The U.S. Army sometimes provided mules left over from the war. Um, and the mule wasn't even, you know what I mean? It was just a little additive. So either way, it wasn't like a legally binding thing. It doesn't sound like. Spring to summer of 1865 implementation, tens of thousands of freed families, around 40,000 black people settled on the land. Communities began farming and organizing themselves, seeing it as the foundation for a free black society. April 1865, Lincoln's assassination. President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. His successor, Andrew Johnson, was a Southern sympathizer who opposed land redistribution. Summer and fall of 1865, Johnson's reversal. Johnson issued mass pardons to former Confederates and restored their land rights. Former plantation owners demanded their property back. Freed families who had started farming were evicted from their land. Later in 1865 to 1866, the rise of sharecropping. With little or no land of their own, freedmen were forced into sharecropping and tenant farming on white-owned land. These systems have often trapped them in debt and poverty for generations. Historical impact. The policy lasted less than a year. 40 Acres and a Mule became a powerful symbol of the broken promises of Reconstruction. It continues to be invoked in modern debates about reparations for slavery and systematic racism.
All right, you good?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, MD. You
Okay.
wanted to say something.
All right. So everything that you just read has nothing to do with the act that I'm talking about.
Okay.
You're talking about Special Field Order 15. Agreed. Everything that Chat GPT said happened. The expansion of Special Field Order 15 was enacted through Congress. I put in the back chat a link. I'll read the parts that's of any merit to what we're talking about. Now, this is the 39th Congress. I pasted all of this. You can read through it on later. This is part.
Dude, that's a statute. That's not a law. It's not a. It's,
What's the law? What's the law called? What is this about? I ain't even said nothing, bro.
I know, but I'm on the link. That's what you just said. Click on the link.
Oh, man, I might have put, because like I said, it was acting all crazy. I think I was in a bad spot. I'll re-put the link in.
Oh, okay.
So this was the 39th Congress, right?
Yeah.
The part that I put in, this is the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866. This particular part of the act is called, and this is at the top page, an act to establish the judicial courts of the United States, blah, blah, blah. They go through a lot of stuff. I can scroll all the way down. It's got several sections. I can scroll all the way down. All of it's dealing with Freedmen's Bureau stuff, right? And the implementation of Freedmen's schools, stores, et cetera, et cetera. I can scroll all the way down to section 11. That's on page 4. And to be further enacted, the restoration of lands occupied by freedmen under General Sherman's field order dated at Savannah, Georgia, January 16th, 1865, shall not be made until after the crops of the present year shall have been gathered by the occupants of said lands, nor until the fair compensation shall have been made by them of the former owner. They was gonna pay the former planter, no question about it. But the further enacting of the said field order was gonna be passed under the Freedmen's Bureau Act. Now, again, I never said anything about all black people were supposed to get that. I don't know where that comes from. I'm saying that my reparations claim is dealing with that said order.
So wouldn't you have to have been, because it said that the land was already distributed, right? All the land was distributed and families were living on that land. So are you claiming that you are a descendant of one of those families who got the land and then the land was taken away from you?
Yeah, and as well as a descendant of the Freedmen's Bureau. That's another. All black people didn't participate in the Freedmen's Bureau.
But dude, it was only 40,000 people.
How many people were in the Freedmen's Bureau?
No, but only 40,000 were given, and it was 40,000 people that settled on the land, right? Which means it was maybe 1,000 families, maybe I don't know, 10,000 families. So you would have, in order to have a claim to that, in my head, in order to have a claim to that, you have to be a descendant of one of those families who, if there is a claim to be given in the first place, because I don't know if y'all have a claim, but if there is going to be a claim, it would only be for descendants of those families. So I'm asking you, have you done your DNA and you are a descendant of one of those families who got the land and then it was taken
Yeah,
from them?
I haven't done my DNA. I've done my census lineage.
And it says you go back to a 40 Acres and a Mule family?
Correct. Through
Okay.
Freedmen listings.
Okay.
You did a
I mean,
gene.
well,
Say what? I ain't hear you.
Did you do gene? You say you did genealogy.
Yeah, genealogy and census listing.
Okay. Well, just show us the genealogy.
Like I can't
But
pull it
before
up.
you
It's on
do
my
that,
laptop.
MD, would you agree, given everything we've read and spoken about, would you agree that the 40 acres and a mule was not intended for every black freed person?
Well, I would say this. Based on the wording of the expansion in the actual Freedmen's Bureau Act, there was a congressman by the name of Thaddeus Stevens. Thaddeus Stevens put in the amendment that was going to expand it to all newly emancipated and their descendants. He was unable to do it based on the fact that it was made null by way of Andrew Johnson, right? Illegally, by the way, again, illegally. All of this was illegal and unconstitutional. So I could make an argument, just legally speaking, that based on the fact that it was made null through the ignorance of Thaddeus Stevens, just the outright non-acknowledgement of said bill, you can make an argument that the full, I guess you would say, relevance of the bill in and of itself.
She ate.
Say what now? Can you hear me?
No, I think he was talking to someone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can make an argument by just the outright abhorrent nature of how it was handled under Reconstruction. You can make an argument that because Thaddeus Stevens wasn't able to implement that amendment that was going to pass based on the fact that we had a supermajority, that you could put a claim for pretty much every newly emancipated and their descendants, which include,
You know that's going to be a weak case, though.
again, bro. I ain't saying it's not going to be a long shot.
Hold on, because I think you said that this was your pathway to reparations.
Right.
And have you spoken to a lawyer about this? Have you started the ball rolling in terms of getting your legal case
Nah,
going? Because you know, what I mean, I'm not a
nah, man.
lawyer. I'm not a lawyer,
Nah.
but just on at a glance, this looks like a really your argument seems very weak. Like
Okay.
to say that like if your argument was I'm one of those people whose ancestors lost their land, that's one thing, and I'd be like, you know, what I mean, you may have a case, but you're saying there would have been had they not done that, there would have been an amendment giving it to everyone, so I should get it. Like
But
that's a weak
but
argument, MD.
that amendment is on record though. And like I say, I know it's a long shot. My reparations claim is already set in stone. I understand that too.
Your
But
reparations claim about what? About the same thing here?
about the stolen line, about the stolen land, because I
The
come
40
from
acres
that
and the
direct
mule.
lineage. Right.
The 40 acres and the mule.
Right.
Okay, and you said yours is on record because you have the record of you going back to one of those
Right.
families that
I have
would,
the Freedmen listings, and I have the census list.
and that's your ancestry.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I
But
mean? If
again,
you
like I
got your
said,
stuff,
I'm still not gonna fight for the rest of us based on the congressional sessions of said amendment. It's still, you could go to the Library of Congress and look at it right now. The expansion of said 40, you can go look at it.
right, but do you agree that
Go
not
look up
every,
that.
do you agree, hold on, do you agree that not every Black American has the case that you have? And you're not trying to tell every Black American,
I've never
hold
said
on,
otherwise.
right, and you're not trying to encourage other Black Americans to get on the same lawsuit that you are, because you're unique. You're unique, and this 40 acres and the mule thing, I can see where you would have a pathway if what you're saying is true in terms of your ancestry. I can see where, you know what I mean, you're still gonna have a weak case, but you know what I mean, but good luck, good luck. But I think the main takeaway for me is that it wasn't for every Black person, and given the number of people that was on that land, it's likely that it wasn't, you weren't going to get a full 40 acres. But you know what I mean, what do I know? But good luck to you with that. Kwame, you want to say anything? You wanted to add anything?
I'm still waiting on the bill. I'm still waiting to see the bill.
I just showed you the bill.
Because first you said it had nothing to do with.
My bad, I
You
think
said it had nothing to do with the general decision, and now you're leaning on the general decision. But I'm still waiting to see the bill that
because
was
I'm
passed
saying
by
it's
Congress.
distinct. The bill is distinctive to the field order.
What's the name of the bill?
It's the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866.
The Freeman Bureau Act specifically says 40 acres of mule is supposed to be distributed to free blacks in America.
I really.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see I'm waiting to see the bill. Like he's talking about an order, but he first said it was a bill. A bill has to be passed by Congress, so I want to see the bill that was passed by Congress. And,
Here,
and like
let me
and
read
like
what chat.
American Dream said, that your claim sounds very weak. I wouldn't even go. I don't think any lawyer would take that serious. Honestly, not to be disrespectful or nothing.
So let me just read what ChatGPT says about the Freedmen's Bureau. It says created in March 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau was supposed to help freed slaves transition into freedom. It provided schools, food. So I'm wondering if this is what the Freedmen Bureau Act is, right? This is what I think, because it's providing schools, food, legal aid, and limited land assistance to freed blacks. So let me just continue, because because it sounds as if, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with 40 acres and a mule, but maybe I need to read on some more. Um, but it was underfunded, understaffed, and opposed by white Southerners. So the Freedmen's Bureau was designed to provide schools, food, legal aid, and limited land assistance to freed slaves. It was underfunded, understaffed, and opposed by white Southerners. After Johnson reversed land redistribution, the Bureau had little power to protect freed families. By 1872, it was shut down, leaving millions of freed people vulnerable. So I don't even know if the Freedmen's Bureau Act says anything about 40 acres and a mule. The Freedmen's Bureau Act was just that there should be something set up to provide to provide freed slaves with food and schools. And I don't know if it said anything about ensuring that they all get 40 acres and a mule, because it doesn't say that here. So so MD so MD, did you hear what I just read?
Nah, bro, I'm in a bad spot. Am I good now? Like I'm breaking up real bad.
Yeah, I can hear you good. I can hear you
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I apologize, man. Like I said, I'm driving down the road, so I ain't
Yeah.
hear nothing. I ain't hear nothing you said though.
Okay, so what is your understanding of the Freedmen's Bureau Act? What do you understand it to be?
So again, it's an amalgamation of a lot of things. I heard what you said just right now on the back end. It was there to provide services, 100%, dealing with freedmen schools and of course, the bank in and of itself. But Section 11 of the bill, Section 11, specifically uh, federally constitute what was already put forth under Special Field Order 15, distinctively making it federal law. Section 11 of not sec yeah, Section 11 part. Let me see. Let me go back to the link.
Do
So
it.
it says Section 11 of the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866 is one of the most important parts of Reconstruction history. It deals directly with land redistribution and legal protections for freed slaves. Here's the breakdown. Freedmen's Bureau Act, July 16th, 1866, Section 11. Context. The Freedmen's Bureau, formerly the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, was created in March 1865 to help formerly enslaved people transition to freedom. The 1866 Act expanded its powers after President Andrew Johnson had weakened Reconstruction efforts. Congress passed it over Johnson's veto. What Section 11 said? Land redistribution. Section 11 authorized the Bureau to lease or sell up to 40 acres of confiscated or abandoned land to freedmen and loyal refugees. Did you hear that, MD? It said it authorized the Bureau to lease or sell.
That's not what said. Go to section
Section
11 and
11.
read the wording. Go
It
to the
says
word.
what
Don't
section?
go.
I'm
Don't
doing.
ask.
I'm doing
Yeah,
the chat
American
GPT.
Dream. I got it right here. I know what he's talking about. So it says in the 1866 Act, including Section 11, was passed by Congress over President Andrew Jackson's veto. Johnson believed that the act was an unconstitutional expansion of federal power during peacetime, and that existing court systems were sufficient. The passage of the bill reflected the growth conflict between radical Republicans in Congress and Johnson over the course of Reconstruction.
Are you gonna read like the actual bill, or because I'm back driving now?
It's no bill.
He just
Hold
said
on.
Section 11 of the Freedmen's Bureau Act, right?
That's
Hold
in
on. You said hold on.
Damn,
MD,
M20, you dotted your source.
MD. You said that it was expanded to give all black people 40 acres and
No, that's
more.
not what I said. It was
Okay, so tell us
expanded
what you
to
said.
federally constitute Special Field Order 15. The amendment that Thaddeus Stevens put into place was cut dry based on the neglect of Andrew Johnson just not enforcing the actual federal rules of the Freedmen's Bureau Act.
Okay, so it was the
So
stuff that
the
wasn't a
amendment
part
was
of it.
never been able to put into place, huh?
So why are you asking me to go to Section 11?
Because that's
So
what it talks
what is
about in
Section
Section
11?
11.
You okay? So what is in
Section
Section
11
11?
Section 11 authorizes the federal
Authorized what?
enactment of Special Field Order 15, dealing with me. That's the part that deals with me.
That's not what
The
ChatGPT says though. Like because
but
field
chat,
order,
bro,
the field.
read the actual bill.
Hold on. The field order, according to Field Order 15, were those freed slaves supposed to buy or lease land,
They
or
didn't. They
was it
was
supposed
already
to be?
put on the land, then they got
So it
took
was
away.
given to them for free.
Right, correct.
Okay, Section 11 doesn't say that. Section 11 says they are off. It authorized the Bureau to lease or sell up to 40 acres of confiscated or abandoned land. Lease or sell up to 40. So that doesn't mean you get for free 40 acres. You can buy up to 40 acres. You want to buy or lease a quarter acre? Okay. But that's not what Section 11 says. Section 11 doesn't say what you said it says.
Hey, MD,
American Dream, my
MD,
man. You don't
MD,
know what Section 11 said because you haven't read it.
MD.
And Chat GPT doesn't know what it says either. Because I'm just reading what Chat GPT says about it.
But that's
Are
not
you
the
saying Chat
totality of
GPT
Section
doesn't
11.
know?
Go ahead, Dex.
MD. So I
Go
think
ahead.
you got it. I think you got it confused. When Congress passed a bill, it goes into law. But when something gets passed as an act, that's not law. That's statute. So it's not. It's not. It's a little different.
Statutes still have to get signed into law, correct?
No, it's
We
not law. Statute is not law.
let me tell you how you're wrong. The reason I know you're wrong is because
That's a
when the
fact.
Freedmen's Bureau Act, it ain't when the Freedmen's Bureau Act was vetoed, veto power does what? Nullify the law.
No, it does.
They
No, it
overrule.
doesn't. Look. I just read it to you. It just said Johnson, Andrew Johnson. Hold on. It says was passed. Section 11 was passed by Congress over President Andrew's veto. Over his veto.
Meaning that he vetoed it first. It
Yes.
passed over his veto. It's got to be passed, then vetoed, then brought back to Congress.
What you mean?
You understand that, right?
You're proving our point. It was struck down. There's no bill.
And it got overruled through the supermajority.
No,
What you don't understand
it
about
was signed into an act, not law. An act.
the act is signed into law.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You're wrong, bro. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Statutes
Ain't no reason to argue about it. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Dude, statutes aren't law. Look it up.
So again, the Freedmen's Bureau Act 1866 was passed into law. When it got to Andrew Johnson's desk, it was vetoed. It went back to Congress, in which the veto was overruled based on the supermajority. Do you know how the branches of government work? That's all I'm saying. If they didn't have supermajority, you would be absolutely correct.
Yes, I
but
know
they had supermajority.
I know how the branches of government work. You got legislative.
So you will understand that veto power gets overruled by supermajority.
But
the same as filibuster.
Listen, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The thing about it is, once it got vetoed in the first place, that means that they have no reconciliation.
That's incorrect, bro. I'm sorry, it's incorrect.
Dude, I'm reading it right here.
It's incorrect.
All right, show us
MD20.
You're reading it in wrong, huh?
MD20. Can we agree that Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we agree that the amendment that you said wasn't allowed to be put on, and if it had been put on, then it would have been gone to everyone? Do we agree that that argument in court is just not going to hold any water at all? Do we agree on that?
No, because the procedures weren't done correctly in Congress per the Constitution.
So that's still what you're hanging your legal case on.
I ain't got no choice but to hang it.
Right, because that's what I was going to say. That's the only thing you have. Because even if but hold on, no, wait. But you don't have to hang your hat on that. You said you have ancestors that were given land and it was taken from you.
That's me.
So
why
are you? Hold on, bro. Hold on. If you have ancestors that go back to the 40 acres and that were given land, why do you need to hang your case on this amendment that would have given it to everybody?
Well,
you're kind of contradicting yourself.
I'm sorry if I care much about Black American where I want everybody. My bad for caring, I guess.
I don't think you really have ancestors that go back to 40 acres and a mule. Now I don't believe
why do you think that, bro?
Because you just said, because you're hanging your hat on this amendment that says everybody gets it. If you had ancestors, hold on. If you had ancestors that were given land and it was taken away from you, you don't have to hang it on. It can go to everyone. Your case is my family bought that land and it's my land. You don't have to say, oh, it's got to go to everyone.
Correct.
Okay. So which one is it? So which one is it? Are you hanging? So tell me which one it is. No, you have to tell me which one it is.
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah. Or just say the hell with everybody else. Which one? I guess.
What you're gonna do when you go to court? You're gonna be like, Judge, here's my paperwork. That man is my ancestor. If you don't believe that, well, it was supposed to go to everyone. It was supposed to go to everyone anyway. So just give it to me.
I'm gonna be straight.
You're weakening your case, bro. You gotta pick a case and stick to it. You can't be like, you can't go for the judge and be like, if this don't work, Judge, check this out.
Yeah, mine is already set in stone. But when I'm saying the reparations claim for Black Americans, that's what it is. It's based on that amendment. Now, again, I can say the hell with you.
That's a weak ass claim, man. That's a weak claim.
If yours is set in stone, why you not at the Supreme Court? Demanding reparation for you and your family yet?
Because the amendment is not just me. I mean, not the amendment, but the act in and of itself, and special field order is not just me. That's why it's important to have a reparations community. But folks like FBA and all these other crazy people, they jack it up. So it's my job to get it right.
Do you believe there were lawsuits, like when this first happened? Do you believe there were lawsuits that those Black families that
Cali House put forth lawsuits?
Did anyone win their lawsuit? Did anyone win their lawsuit? That you know of?
We talk about no, they didn't. The height.
No, I'm talking about in 1866,
Cali House
1867.
No, Cali House was 18. I have to look up the exact. Y'all on y'all phones. So look up Cali House and look up when she put forth the legal claims. It could have been the 1880s, 1890s. I don't remember the date.
Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know if you're going to be able to present a stronger case than people that presented their case in, let's say, 1867 or 1868. Like I can
Well, of
imagine that
course
their
not,
case
because
is going to be stronger.
they had direct ties to that land. Of course not. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, nah, I'm not, I
But
mean,
bro,
we
that
can
ain't
say
gonna
what it
stop
is,
me. Like
but I'm just
I don't know why you're trying to discourage me, but that ain't gonna stop me, bro.
oh, okay, and I'm not trying to discourage you. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to tell you you have a weak case. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm trying to tell you you have a weak case.
So
That's
so
all
again,
I'm saying.
so if I'm saying
You would
that
be better off
through
going. You would be better off going the HR 40, Jim Crow, Red Line. You'd be better off
HR
going that route.
that you how are you gonna be better off when the equal protection clause say you can't discriminate based off race? Now,
Well,
if
you
you could
just have
come
to.
up
All they have to do is change the bill and make it not discriminate.
Right.
All they
now
got to
that
do
I
is
agree
change
with,
the bill and make
but
that
they're
make
not
it.
doing that. They
Yeah, and
not.
I've and
So
I've
I'm gonna
said
do
it to
me.
them, and I've said it to
I'm
them. If it's Jim Crow, if it's redlining, if it's mass incarceration, which they say it is, if it's systemic racism, which they say it is, then black immigrants are gonna have a claim to that, and they cannot say,
well.
"Oh, this is only for FBA," because that would be like you're saying, racially discriminating, and
Well,
they cannot do that. So
tell
they
you what,
are
bro.
they
When
are
you
stuck
bring it forward,
between
I'm
a
gonna be
rock
right
and a
behind
hard
you
place. Say again.
with my pom poms. I said when you do that, I'm gonna be right behind you with my pom pom raising.
When I do what?
But that ain't my fight.
When I
I
do
guess
what?
bring that specific claim.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna be
bringing
with
no
you.
claim. I'm not bringing no reparations claim, but I'm telling you, if HR 40 passes, then any black immigrant that's lived in America for years, any black immigrant that can show that they've been redlined or their ancestors were redlined or their ancestors suffered from Jim Crow or mass incarceration or systemic racism, like even me, systemic racism, I can say I suffer from systemic racism. Give me my
Yeah,
reparations.
anybody
If you
that's
put
black
that
in
in the
America
bill,
does suffer from systemic race.
if
But
you
I
yeah, so
cool.
so if you so if that's in the HR 40 bill, which it is, it cannot just be for FBA and it cannot just be for Black Americans.
Hey, American Dream. Could I ask him a true question real quick?
Absolutely.
So MD.
Yo,
So what does your reparations look like?
my reparations again is tied to that specific land, but we all know that that can't be done based on private property claims and dominion claims today. So
So
that
is it
land,
what are you asking
you
for?
ain't let me finish, bro. I couldn't finish like what I couldn't do it. So because of we understand that that dominion claim can't be met today, it'll be monetary or punitive.
No, but what I'm saying is what are you asking for exactly? What are you demanding from these people?
Well, you would have to go back and look at the specific lots and plots of land at that particular time, and then I guess excise them for inflation or whatever what the monetary
So so
value would be
so
today.
lean.
That
So
but
lean.
that but that's different for every person
So
because it was
lean.
different plots.
So you're saying land is what it looks like.
Well, it can't be land now because you
So
can't go take somebody else's land from now. So it'll be dominions transfer into punitive or monetary damage.
I know, but is that you? So you're asking for money?
It can't be nothing else.
But see, this is the problem with reparations. We don't need the American dollar. The American dollar is not backed by any natural resource. We need
Bro, you
resources.
can kill all that. I don't care about that argument, bro. I need
Why?
money.
Why do you need? It's just a promissory note. It's not backed by nothing.
And I'm gonna use that promissory note at a particular.
That mean they.
Again, bro, you're not gonna get me with the
But
overall
listen,
total. So if
but
we're talking
listen.
about special field order 15 and established
I know, but
that it's
listen.
not for everybody, why would I care about what the punitive damage
It's a
is representative
promissory
of
note.
everybody? I don't care.
They can say it's just a piece of paper tomorrow, so you're not asking for nothing.
Well, since it's individual, I'll take that chance. That's my answer.
This is crazy.
Bro, again, you ain't gonna get me with the collective thought. Like It is what it is. Now I can do something collectively with whatever the situation may be. But bro, at the end of the day, you got to do you. That's what a lot of immigrants came here for in the first place. And I'm with you.
No,
You know
no,
what I'm saying?
but you missing my point. If you asking for the American dollar, if they do pay off everybody, then it's not gonna be worth what it is. It's already inflation. Really, like I don't get
So,
the.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. And you absolutely correct. Everybody knows more money you pump into the economy in and of itself distorts and inflates the value of it, right? So we're talking about less goods versus more money equals inflation.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly agree.
So
That's
what's the
where
solution?
that's where the Fed Reserve come in. The Fed Reserve is there to put checks and balances in place where, and like I said, this ain't like relative to what we're talking about, but it's a good question and it's an argument to be made for it. Obviously, if let's just say every Black American, if you give them a whole bunch of money, first of all, collective Negroes gonna say they ain't gonna do nothing but give it to the white man anyway. I say, so what? It's your money. You do whatever the hell you want to do with it.
But that's not
On
solving
on
the
the, on the
problem.
second, it's no problem to solve.
Yes, it is.
You saw
You still gonna be oppressed.
Again. That's a separate fight. Why can't
No,
we?
it's not. It's not separate. You asking for reparations based on what? What are you asking for?
So, and this is the point. I think this is the argument that a lot of those FBA people and a lot of the Pan Africanists. This is where it starts. And I don't like the argument, but I understand it from both sides. So we talked about pocket watching earlier.
We not.
It come off as no. I said it come off as looking like pocket watching. But in the same token, what can we do collectively on your own free will in order to supplement some sort of financial power via the collective? I'm all for that. We also have to balance, like you said, when it comes to inflation. If the federal government gives every Black American such and such amount of dollars, it's going to inflate the hell out of everything. We understand this. That's why you must have monetary gains that's going to be beneficial for overall GDP. And I'm also for systems and programs that's going to implement stuff like small business, that's going to be able to put economic growth to subside that inflation. But that's another topic for another story. And I think collectively that's something that we can do. But I mean, if you argue with me talking about reparations and why can't I have it and what's going on and
no,
your
I'm
claim is
not
weak.
arguing with you. I'm just trying to see like what are you really trying to get at? Because if you asking for it, like I said, if you asking for the American dollar, and the economy is gonna collapse if everybody get it.
When that's gonna happen?
Then what's the point? No, what's the point of you asking for the American dollar? I would rather some land.
When is the economy gonna collapse? Is what I'm asking. That'll be some information to have.
If inflation keep going up, the economy gonna collapse.
Why is inflation going up?
Because they're pumping money into society. That's the thing.
No, they're not.
Yes, that is. That's exactly why it is.
The inflation is going up right now, currently, because the president is weakening production.
No, because it's capitalism that's killing America. That's what it is. It's capitalism.
Well, without capitalism,
listen, you buy low and you sell high. That's the thing.
That's part of capitalism.
Yeah, but it's killing the pocket. So by you being asking for reparations is not gonna make the economy no better. Y'all want to live here, right? You want to be able to sustain here. Right?
I don't think the goal of reparations is to make the economy better.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's gonna make it worse.
Depending on how you implement it.
Okay, so what would it look like in your fashion that's going to better?
It's not up for me to decide.
If they pay reparation in cash, it would literally tank the economy. Yvette Carnell is asking for minimum $20 trillion. The American GDP is only $27 trillion, and the American government is already in debt $35 trillion. So giving out cash reparation would literally tank the whole American economy.
Again, depending on how you implement it. So, and this where you come in at, Mr. Pan
Unless
African.
unless you think they're gonna give cash payments that's tax free, which would never happen because
Yeah,
they would
yeah,
have to.
that's asinine. Why would they do that?
They're going to have to give you land. That's what they're going to have to give you. They're not. You're not getting any money. That's why y'all keep begging, because they're not going to give you no money.
Who is
They're
we
going to have.
keep begging? I ain't begging for nothing.
They gonna act. I'm not making. I'm making a generalization of your position, but I'm saying like it's gonna have to be land. That's the only thing that they really truly have to give y'all. They don't have the money to give y'all to collapse the economy.
Trump, yeah, Trump right now is begging the federal government to for increase for right now, and they don't want to. They don't even want to give the American government um right now. So I don't think them. I don't think, and plus about 70% of the American people don't even support reparations. Majority of white people don't support reparations.
Oh yeah, of course not. So, let's look at it hypothetically. That's what I'm trying to get at. If
Yeah,
we're
if
looking
we
at
look,
it,
no, we don't have to look at it hypothetically. We have to look at it logically. Does it make sense?
no, I'm
Is it
saying
logical?
hypothetical. If it happened today, hypothetically, if it happened today,
Hypothetically, if it
how would
happened today, it would tank the whole economy, and people, kids will be paying off the debt of reparation of this government. I don't
okay,
think
all right,
people. I don't think
yeah, all right,
majority of people. It's 50 plus million immigrants in America alone, and some people don't are not going to want to pay taxes on reparation if they never even benefited from slavery, Jim Crow, or redlining.
okay, cool. What so, and so I have a slightly different philosophy when it comes to like money, right? I don't look at the deficit the same way other people do because I understand the workings and the reasoning behind the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is put into place to first regulate the economy. That's the first function. Second function, in order to stimulate growth. The way it stimulates growth is through like borrowing and spending through private entities. If you implement reparations, hypothetically again, if it happened today, if they just put the money out into the economy, of course, this thing gonna crash. The reason being is because it's gonna induce hyperinflation. It would be asinine for me to say everybody should get all the money all at once. That's just dumb. It's also asinine for me to say that it should all come in the form of cash base. That's also stupid. The way that you stimulate growth is the Keynesian method, which is the federal government essentially contracts private developers or engineering firms, whatever situation, in order to stimulate growth. An example would be a crash out with Biden and the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal was put in forth to stimulate a new industry, to grow a new industry, which would be renewable energy. Because Trump is in bed with Big Oil told him, hey, you need to get rid of that. If he gets rid of Big Oil, and that's the only source of energy, which I mean, on a low scale, you still got renewable energy. And then you put all this money into place, federal government just on Big Oil in itself, that alone causes inflation. So you have to have the federal government put some type of program into place that's going to be able to stimulate growth ahead of that reparations money, whether that be small business, industry generation, whatever the situation may be. I'm not for just straight up direct cash payment. That's dumb. We need something that's
You
going to be
just
able
said
to.
you just said that you were though.
I take my money, but that's just me personally. That's just me playing and playing around. I'm saying as a totality of reparations, hypothetically speaking, if all of us, all Black Americans, all the whole plus 40,000, hypothetically, if they got that, it'll destroy the economy. 100% correct. You can't do that. It's got to be staggered with GDP growth, stimulus, so on and so forth. So I don't disagree with that argument.
So
But yeah, if they're gonna give you some money, yeah, I want the money.
So my question again is, what did it look like?
It'll be similar to the original intent of Freedmen's Bureau. The original intent, where you establish a whole bunch of cottage industry via the university system, via SBL, small business loan,
So
so
basically,
on.
so basically, that's still going to collapse the economy if you're going to give it to everybody. That it's like a ring around the rosy right now.
So let me ask you a question. If the government gives you a business versus giving you money, you equate the two the same?
Yep, correct.
How's that?
You need supplies to run a business, right?
Well, yeah. But those supplies generate money.
Don't you need revenue to start a business?
Yeah, the reparations will be said revenue, but it don't have to be direct cash pay. A lot of the contractors in the federal government right now, they don't get straight up money. They get supplies direct. Look at Elon and SpaceX.
So who would be qualified for these businesses?
That all depends.
So
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 when
so
the
give
free
me a
when,
breakdown. Okay. Let's say they split it in two: cash payment and businesses. Who would be qualified and what would disqualify them?
well, I mean, the same way that you would go toward a like a venture capitalist or a hedge fund manager, you got to like present your argument for said business. That wouldn't change. So I mean that, like I said, it ain't up to me to decide who will be qualified. I don't damn know who qualified or not.
I'm just trying to see how you would lay out your claim to the Supreme Court, or how would this make sense logically for the American for the federal government.
Well, again, like I said before, when it comes to the totality of Black Americans, the argument that I would make is just me. I ain't saying I'm no a leader in the reparation movement. I'm not. If it were me, I would go back to that extension of that amendment that was nullified under the neglect of the Freedmen's Bureau Act.
Hey, so
It
That
was
that
it
is
was
the excuse.
never amendment. It was
MD,
never no amendment.
Correct.
MD.
It wasn't never amended, but it
So
wasn't based on the
but you
fact of
keep
the
word
neglect of the act.
but
That's
you're wording these things, and it's not the correct terms. You first you said it was a bill. Now you're saying it's an amendment. It was neither of the
it
two.
is a bill.
Hey, MD.
Yo,
So, so the I have a huge problem with it. This is why you need Pan Africanism, because y'all can't do it by yourself. Y'all need the continent of Africa. You need the Caribbean people. You need all these resources. You cannot do it on your own, especially how the economy is set up today.
I told you I wasn't against Pan Africanism, bro. I don't understand. But again, when it comes to the U.S. courts, that's null and void. It just is.
And
Okay,
then and
so
then and then what about the people that was enslaved, that was a part of the 13 colony that go back to Britain, that has nothing to do with the United States of America?
So I just said the U.S. courts. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
he's saying the bureau. He's saying the bureau. So
Okay, the bill.
look, if that's the case, if they just gonna give all these resources to y'all just inherently, then how is that not going to cripple the economy still? I'm not getting, like, how is it going to be
Because
beneficial for y'all?
if you got GDP growing at the same time, that levels out the playing field. You got to have GDP growth in order to nullify the inflation. You understand that, right?
I get that, but when you give it to a whole group of people, that's neither here nor there.
Hey,
Yeah, if you're handing out
it's
if
an
you're
argument.
handing out cash payment, especially the type of money that the people that want reparation is talking about. Some people are talking about minimum $20 trillion.
Well,
The
I ain't came
Ameri-
up with no number, so I can't talk on no number.
I'm just going off what the people Yvette Carnell and the other people have put forward. $20 trillion. The American GDP is only $27 trillion. So paying out $20 trillion, can you imagine the debt deficit that be attached to that? I don't think that would literally tank the American economy within a couple years.
So I don't know Yvette Carnell's like I don't know her whole outline when it comes to reparations, but I would say true. It couldn't be no way that she would say that everybody should just get direct cash payment all up front, no questions asked. I mean that would be stupid. Truly, she would have to say it got to be some type of staggering effect when it comes to reparations. True. I mean, no, I
No,
don't think nobody that's true.
they're against education and land grants and things like that. They want direct cash payments. That's what they're fighting for.
Right.
Well, I have to look that up, or you can send me something.
You could just go to the official ADO's website and they literally
You
outline
just
what they
call.
want for reparation.
Yeah, I keep getting the
Ver,
call. Yeah, you
verbatim, she said they want minimum $20 trillion. That's the minimum action point.
damn, I don't know what
That's
happened.
that's gonna inflate the economy
Okay, you're back.
like outrageously. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
It's
like I
not.
said, I don't know her. I don't know her outline all the way to speak on that. But
The
all of the
the debt deficit is rising by the second. So I
Right.
don't see how how that would not tank the American economy.
I mean, of
Unless
course it would
the
if you put
only
all
thing
that money in one spot.
my opinion, the only thing that would make sense is land grants or a sovereign nation
Oh,
that's
I don't,
funded by the federal government. But otherwise from that, you're just gonna get that money and it's just gonna be useless.
yeah, I don't disagree with land grants, but again, I also look realistically. Like everybody, it's 40 million of us now. Everybody ain't gonna be able to get a land grant. That's just what it is. Sandy Darity's model is staggered. I think it's staggered over the course of 10 to 15 years, I believe. Um, and I have issues even with his model. So, again,
If
everybody, I ain't got all the answers, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, if
All
our kids have to already pay off the deficit right now, can you imagine if they tack on a $20 trillion bill on the economy? It would literally
so
take the American economy.
so again, I'm not to the belief that we pay off United States debt. I believe that's a myth. That's just me. I believe the deficit in and of itself is a game, a political game. So that y'all play. I don't play the deficit game. I understand how the Federal Reserve works,
Oh, you
and
think the debt is just numbers and it's just never gonna be
it's,
it's
it's
never
just
gonna
it's
have to
just a
be
number,
paid.
bro. It don't mean nothing at all.
Oh, I
And the
hear.
reason I know, and the reason I say that is because of how we do our economy right now. I mean, it just don't make sense. Like, if you put economic growth beside the deficit, it's like a mirror image. So if you're telling me if we get our deficit down to zero, that would mean that our economic growth would be zero as well. Like, so I don't play the deficit game. We don't pay. Our taxes are for the services that we get. It ain't
No.
for
Brother,
nothing to do with deficit.
we're paying taxes right now on the interest rate of the deficit. Right now, we're paying the
Well,
interest rate.
I would give you that. I would give you that. And the reason, so it's almost like a zeroing out when it comes to the APR number. So I would agree with you on that. It's almost like a zeroing out. But the actual deficit number in and of itself is meaningless. It's meaningless.
If
It's
if the
going to continue to go up and up and up.
Yeah,
and ain't nothing gonna change.
if the interest rate keep going up, the American dollar is gonna fall.
Well,
That's
the interest rate is not going to keep going up and up based on the stock, not the stocks, but the
Well, it's
bonds that
going
we
up. It's
sell
literally going
and
up
the
by.
economic.
It's literally going up by the second. They literally have the depth clock that you could look at, and it's going up by the second.
So again, let's say it was a bar chart, right? If you look at the bar chart for the debt versus the economic growth in the country, it mirrors each other, like literally mirrors each other. So it don't matter if it's going up and up and up. That simply means that economic growth, to a certain degree, is going up and up and up as well. You see what I'm
I'm
saying?
sorry. I'm
So if
sorry. The national deficit is not 36 trillion. I'm sorry. It's 37 trillion now. I'm sorry.
yeah, and it's going to continue to rise. Ain't not going to, you know what I'm saying? So, but if we're looking at it from that degree, economic growth versus actual debt, it's a mirror image, and that's why I don't put much in. You know, that's a storyline that politicians
Hey,
give us
hey,
to
MD,
fight over.
MD, you do know that
Yo,
you do know that the American corporation borrows a lot of money from banks based on
yeah.
promises,
The Federal Reserve is literally a bank for the bank.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not physical money. It's a
You
number.
correct.
It's a number that's transferred over. It's not
That's
actually
why it don't matter.
but it do matter because these people it's like commerce. That's all it is, commerce. When you got a different country like Israel giving us all their money, they gonna end up going broke too. So they're gonna stop loaning to you, and then all of a sudden we got all this inflation, and it is everybody broke. You know what I mean? And shit going higher and higher. So
Yeah,
it's like if
again,
you keep, it's
the
like if
bonds.
you keep, hold on. It's like if you keep promising your friend that you're gonna bring him $100, and every day you come to him for months and months and months that you keep saying you're gonna bring him this $100, but the whole time he in more debt, more debt, more debt, more debt because you're not bringing him a positive amount of money. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that.
Yes, and so I agree with you on that. But that's an outside problem. So if we're looking at, I'm talking about just the United
Right.
States economy,
Right now,
us,
if China dump all the bonds from America, we it
we'll
could
be in trouble.
possibly yeah. So I don't
We'll be in
understand
trouble.
when
I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about us, the way money works here in this country. Again, if China decides to dump the bond, you remember, I think that was what, a couple of months ago when Trump was doing all the tariff stuff and the bond market, went crazy. Yes, we got to deal with that. But in the aspect of what the dollar is in and of itself here in this country is meaningless to me and you. I don't know what you gonna do about
how
the
is it
bond market
meaningless?
in and of itself,
how is it meaningless to us if
because our
if
economy is
prices
not
gonna rise
indicative.
and the tax and the interest rate gonna rise and taxes rising, how that's not gonna affect us?
The tax is not gonna rise based off debt. It never has. Who told you that?
Dude, what economy are you living in?
Yeah, I don't know
I
what
live in the
kind.
American economy, and that's what I'm talking about.
Me too.
The American
Everywhere is
economy is
higher.
not indicative to the bond market in and of itself. If the bond market crashes, yeah,
How
wholeheartedly,
much?
it's a wrap.
How much a
But the
gallon of
way
gas
that we
cost where
spend
you
money
at?
is not the same way
How
that
much?
the global trade spends
How
money.
much? How much a gallon of gas cost where you at?
Gallon of gas is not. What are you talking about? I'm talking about indicative to the U.S. economy. What
I
makes gas go up and down?
Dude, I'm asking you a simple question. Just
What
answer it.
makes gas go up and down? Do the debt make gas go up and down, or do global diplomacy make gas go up and down?
Man, a debt, dude. If you don't understand
That's
economics,
not true, bro. What are you talking
yes,
about? The
yes, it do.
fiat currency ain't got nothing to do with the American debt.
We're paying
Who told you that,
we're paying the American debt by way of taxes and resources. What are you talking about?
bro? The fiat currency is what you're talking about. The U.S. economy, that's two different things.
So what? How much a gas a gallon cost where you at right now?
What makes a gallon of gas go up and down? You tell me. And it's not the debt.
All right. I mean, I can't argue this because it's like you're
No,
not
you
willing
can't
to.
because it's
You're not,
not indicative.
no, you're not
Bro,
willing to accept what we're saying. If there
the
was a cash
debt has
out,
nothing to do with a gallon of gas.
listen,
So you're making an argument that's not there, is what I'm telling you.
that's what
How would it not?
The debt in and of
How
itself has nothing to do with our economy. Fiat currency has everything to do with
so
what you're talking about in terms of global trade.
so
If somebody bomb
economic
Iran
debt
or
have
bomb
nothing to
Iraq,
do. So economic debt have nothing to do with the economy. Like how does that even make logical sense?
economic debt, our debt, I'm talking about our debt, has nothing to do with our economy. It's a mirror of each other.
How
When
if our tax dollars go right to the debt,
it
how does
don't
that
go
not?
right to, who told you that? That's wrong. It don't go straight
that's
to the
not
debt.
wrong. That's actually right. What are you talking? You're
It
the
don't
only
go straight
person.
to the debt. I
How
agree with you when it comes to interest. The debt in and of itself, it don't go to that
Who
at
pays the
all.
debt?
who
Who
got to
pays the
pay
debt?
off the debt?
Right. Who pays the
Nobody.
debt?
I'm telling nobody.
What?
By the
So
time you dead,
how are we
by the
paying off the
time you
interest?
dead, and
So how?
your grandkids, whatever, it'll be $100-something trillion,
But bro, you
and
just
it's
said
gonna
that
keep rolling.
we're paying off the interest rate of the debt. So how are we
But
not?
not the debt, not the debt. So does the interest rate affect the debt clock? It doesn't.
No, because we paying off the
So
interest rate on the debt. It's the interest rate on the
I
debt.
agree with you. I agree with
No
you, big
different
bro.
if you go apply for a credit card and you go in debt, you have to pay off the interest rate
I agree with you
before you have
wholeheartedly.
to pay off the interest rate before you pay off
Before
the
you
actual
start the
debt.
debt. Yeah. Yep.
Correct. So if we talk about the number in and of itself, does that affect the economy? It don't. You can
It
pay
do.
interest all day long.
It
What you
do.
mean?
It's not going.
If you have a credit card and you paying off the interest, how does it not affect your pockets?
Because you paying the same $25-$35 every month.
But it's
So
still hitting
and it's
your
not going to
pockets.
change
It's still
like at
hitting.
all.
It's still hitting your pockets though. You're the interest rates are going.
Everything that you buy going to hit your pockets, bro. That's not an argument.
Nah, that's not how real. That's not how real economics
That's not
work.
that's not an argument, big
That's
dog.
not, that's not how
So
real.
what I'm telling you is the number that you see on that clock that's constantly going up and up and up does not in any way, shape, or form affect
You
the
just said
economy.
that
In fact,
you just said that we're not
go ahead,
paying off
bro.
the debt. You just said that we're not paying off the debt. How does that make any
No,
logical
we
sense?
paying the interest on the debt
So if we're
No.
paying off the interest rate, how are we not paying off the debt?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
because the actual debt keeps going up and up. That don't make no sense what you just said.
Because it's going up because we can't pay off the interest rate. Duh.
So again, you made the analogy of the credit card. I can pay 35, whatever the monthly fee is, all day long.
No,
It's
you have to
not
pay
going
off
to
the
change.
interest rate. No, you have to pay off the interest rate first before you pay off the actual debt.
It's like paying the
People
debt
So
on the debt.
people are not just going to loan you money for free.
Right.
so again, the
We
way
live in
the
a
economy
capitalistic
works,
economy. People want to make. We live in an economy where people want to make money.
Yeah. Yep.
so the way that's right. So the way the economy works, again, the debt is a reflection of economic growth. That's just a fact. You can go look up a chart
But
right now.
hold on, if that was the case, then we don't owe nobody, is what you're saying, right?
Not me personally, no.
But so you don't pay taxes.
Taxes, I pay taxes for services.
I know, but do
Look up the
you
pie
pay
look up the
taxes?
pie chart. Look up the pie chart of where taxes are allocated. Look it up.
Dude, you pay taxes. That means you're paying a debt.
Look up
Do you
again
know?
the
Do you know?
chart
Hold on. Do you
what
know?
allocates taxes.
Listen, listen, listen.
It ain't about what I say or what you
Are
say. Go
you a
look up the
U.S.
chart.
citizen? Are you a U.S. citizen?
I'm not playing the conspiracy game, bro. Go
It's
look up
not a
the
What
chart.
conspiracy? It's a simple question. Are you a citizen of the
Go.
United States of America in its
Yes,
jurisdiction?
I am, bro. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to pay taxes.
Taxes, yeah.
I pay taxes for services. Go look up the chart. That's all you got to do.
Hey, if you're a U.S. citizen, you're paying off a debt, and you're a debtor. That means you're a slave to the American corporation. That's
If
why the
that's what you
money
want
is
to
not.
call it, bro, look
That's
up the
why.
chart.
That's what it is. That's why the dollar isn't backed by
I told
anything.
you I don't play them
Currency
type of
anymore.
game, bro. Go look up the chart.
I'm
You
trying to.
living up under it just like me. So and you
Hold on, hold
gonna
on.
die up under it too, probably.
Kwame, hold on, MD. If y'all got $1 in your pocket, just look at the dollar and tell me if it does.
Oh no, yeah,
A
you
legal
don't went
tender,
left on me, bro. I
legal
don't care about
tender.
none of
No,
that, man.
listen. Look on the dollar, and it says legal tender for debt, public and private. That's what it
Bro,
says.
I don't care if it said US LLC. I'm gonna spend it either way it go. I don't care about none of that, bro. Look up the pie chart
So
and tell me where the taxes get allocated.
your currency that you live off of says that it's a debt, and you don't even believe that debt exists. That doesn't make sense.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna spend it. I'm gonna tell you the currency that I live off of. I'm gonna spend it either way, and I don't care about what you're talking about
Yo,
because I don't go by that sphere of influence, bro. I just don't. You
I don't even
talking at the end of
understand.
the day because
Are you literally hearing yourself? You just said we're
I
paying
hear
off.
myself, bro.
Yeah, you said we're paying off an interest rate for a debt, but the debt don't mean nothing, and we don't have to pay off a
Go.
debt. But we paying,
That's
but we
exactly
literally
what I
paying
said.
the.
Go look up Go look up the chart, bro.
So what? Why are we paying the interest rate of something that we not going to pay off?
It ain't mine. First and foremost. Second of all, go look
If
up the
you're a
allocation
citizen,
chart.
yes, you're a part of the debt. You got to pay it off. You
Go
pay
look up the
taxes.
allocation chart, bro. Where's American? Put the American Dream. Put the allocation chart up, please.
Dex, am I bugging? American Dream, am I bugging?
Nah, you're not bugging. I don't think he understand what we're the order
No,
in which
you
we're
ain't bugging,
going.
bro. I'm saying that you just talking in the wind is what I'm telling you.
No, we're not.
Because
Look
you're gonna
on your
continue to
dollar
do it
bill.
and you're gonna like it.
Listen. Look on your currency before you go to the store and tell me if it's not you paying a debt. You pay taxes everywhere if you don't live in Oregon or something like that. You pay
All
taxes
right, cool,
everywhere. You
got you,
feel me?
understood. So
You
am I gonna
Federal
change?
tax, property tax,
yeah.
income tax.
Right. No doubt, no doubt. Let me ask you, is that gonna
So
change what I'm doing
are
right
you
now?
saying when you get your paycheck, it don't take out nothing, and you just get your full amount?
Absolutely. So let me ask you, is it gonna change what I'm doing right now?
What if
Is it gonna change what you're doing right now?
I mean, if the
Eventually.
eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
If bread rises to $20, egg rise to $15, how would that not affect? How would that not affect me?
Well, I mean, y'all seem intuitive enough. I guess you can make your own bread.
Nah, bro,
What else you want me to say?
you're funny, yo. You're funny.
What else you want me to say?
I don't think you hear yourself. I don't think you
What I'm
think you
saying?
do.
What I'm saying is everything that you said in the grand scheme of things don't mean nothing because you're gonna continue to do it. That's why you're here in the first place. So it sounds good, and maybe you can like galvanize off of that. But I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm straight. Me and mine, we good. That's my answer.
Exit right.
So basically, you think the American government gonna print $20 trillion, and it's not gonna be no interest rate or anything. It's gonna be a tax free reparation.
I didn't say that, bro. What? I literally just talked about like programs and I agreed with the land and all types of stuff, and you went right back to that. I never said like
Because
it was
I'm
gonna
trying to
be
see
in no
how it
time. Now
correlate. How it correlate.
other people say direct cash payment. I never said that.
So what do you want for reparations?
Again, it will be similar to the outline of the Freedmen's Bureau.
Okay, they have programs. They have programs that's similar to the Freeman Bureau already. That's already exists.
What's that?
You have the Civil Rights Act, DEI, Section 8. Um, it's a host of different programs that's allocated to minority groups.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Freedmen's Bureau Act was the establishment with specificity in mind. So again, we get back to like the distinctiveness, right? And I think your strategy of the dialogue is trying to steer all inclusiveness. Again, I'm not against all inclusive, but I'm saying that
You
particular.
said you wanted to be all inclusive of the
I
43
I
million
said
black people
when it
of
comes
black
to
Americans.
right when it comes to systemic racism, hey, if you want to make a claim based off that, I'm all for it. And yes, that would be all inclusive because blackness in and of itself pertains all of us. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're strict. I'm trying to follow your argument. It's just not making sense. You
Well,
didn't
well,
make
no,
sense. You didn't
it's
make
you
sense
trying to drive
with
the
the depth
argument.
conversation, and you're not really making sense with the reparation
No,
claim.
again, my reparation claim in and of itself is derived based on Special Field Order 15 and the Freedmen's Bureau Act. You can
We just
disagree
read.
with it
We
all day
just read.
long. When
We
it
just
comes to
read.
systemic racism, I'm
We just
with you.
read.
That's an
We just read the
all-inclusive thing.
verbatim. First, you try to
You
say
didn't
that
read nothing out of the Freedmen's Bureau Act.
we
You
just
read Chat
read.
GPT.
We just read Article 11, right?
Nah, bro,
American Dream
you read
word,
something that was talking about Article 11
bro. American
or
Dream
Section
just
11.
read it verbatim. He just read
I
it
don't remember.
verbatim. How you
Well, it's
don't know?
like I said, it's all
American
good, bro.
Dream. You there?
Man, he might be eating dinner, man. But like I said, when it comes to the all inclusiveness of systemic racism, institutionalized oppression, from basically 1965 to now, I'm with you, bro. But you downplaying and doing stuff that's a direct action when it comes to Black America, I can't get jiggy with that, bro. I just can't do it. If we gonna run it, we can run it. If not, I just keep doing me. So I mean, it is what it is. It's straight, bro. It's straight.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the argument. I'm not
It's
really
nothing to
understanding.
follow. It's nothing to follow. It's not
So
that you're
what?
trying to
So
follow
would
the argument. It's that you're
would
trying
black
to drive it.
immigrants qualify for your
No, how would they qualify if they're not implemented in the Freedmen's Bureau? That don't make sense, bro. Again, you keep going back to the same thing, and I'm gonna say the same thing every single time. How could they qualify with the language of Freedmen's Bureau when it wasn't no immigrants here? It don't make sense.
I mean, uh technically speaking, in 1865, black people wasn't citizens of the United States of America. Technically speaking,
Oh my God, bro.
I'm just keeping it real. According to the Dred Scott decision, black people
So
can't
what
be
did the
citizens.
14th Amendment do?
I mean, it kind of ratified it.
And what year was that?
1868.
They the law was passed 1865. Now it was ratified 1868, and then it was codified into law, meaning the state's three-fourths was what year? I don't remember that specific year. The codification.
Yeah, but I'm saying when that bureau was passed, black people was not citizen yet of the United States of America.
Oh man, don't do me like that, bro.
I'm
You
I'm
you
going
one fish, two
I'm
fish,
going
red fish, blue fish, bro. I can't do that.
now I'm going
Let's
by the
just be
law.
in
I'm
lane.
going by the Supreme Court decision. I'm not going by speculations or conspiracy theory. I'm going by the Supreme Court ruling that we could
Yeah,
all see
bro. Don't. Well,
on
all
the
I can
Dred
do is
Scott
go off the
decision.
wording, bro. All I can do is go off the wording, bro. So yes, you're right. The 14th Amendment nullified the Dred Scott decision. It did. But
Yeah.
if we
So
gonna do the one fish, two fish.
prior to the 14th Amendment, this amendment, black people in America was not citizen of the United States of America. That was their legal status. You're not citizens of the Union.
Okay, bro. Golly. But yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I don't really know what else you want me to say. I can go off the wording of what the order said and what the act said in and of itself, and that was dealing with a specific people. I'm not against Pan-Africanism in any way, shape, or form. Again, I ain't one of them Black Americans. I just ain't. I think it's kind of stupid that it's done got to the point where the diaspora wars done like did that. Well, I know why it happened, because we follow a cult of personality for the most part. Where I think if we can individualize ourselves from a logic standpoint, that'll kill a lot of that. But I'm not going to take away from the specificity of this particular reparation claim. It just ain't gonna happen. If we want to convene and come up with another solution for a separate reparation claim, fine by me. I'm all for it. But until then, I'm gonna stick with this. That's just what it is.
I hear
But I
you, but
appreciate
a
the conversation.
majority of people, they include Jim Crow, redlining, and all the other factors that that discriminate against Black people. So,
Okay,
but I
all right.
guess
Let
your
me
fight,
ask you
I
now.
guess your fight
I
is
don't know
only the Fuming Bureau.
the who.
I said, I guess your fight is just with the Freeman Bureau and the wording for
Correct.
wording.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. Like I said, it ain't to neglect anything else. That would be retarded. Systemic racism is a systemic problem for the totality of Black people. That's a whole fact. But if I ain't got a case when it comes to my particular claim, I don't see how the case can be made for a systemic problem as it pertains to the United States government based off that, when the wording clearly says you can't discriminate based off race. Now, if you can bring forth an argument that specifies that, I stand beside you.
So what was
Wholeheartedly.
what was Jim Crow? That wasn't discrimination against race.
Of course, it was discrimination against race. What was the percentage of Black immigrants during Jim Crow in the South? That was specifically to the South.
I don't know the population of black immigrants that lived in the South. Maybe you had the census record where they could break
No,
down.
I don't. I'm not that. I was genuinely asking.
I don't
If I
know.
had to guess, it was minuscule.
Um,
If zero.
Hey, so when you say immigrants, you talking about Black immigrants, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about Black immigrants. Yeah.
So my question to you would be, why is that even relevant when we came through chattel slavery? You know what I mean?
Because it's relevant due to the court structure. The court structure is only going to deal with the American population. That ain't me saying that.
I know, but that's
So
that's what I keep deferring with the Pan-Africanist movement. The Pan-Africanist movement is saying we all deserve it. So why, when somebody come to America, y'all want to alienate them from getting the benefits too?
because
Actually, hold on.
I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work.
Hold on. It's actually bringing more money to y'all because y'all only 12% of the population.
So how do you want the U.S. court system to litigate a situation that didn't happen in the U.S.? I mean, I'm confused.
No, what I'm saying is, if the Black Americans are only 12% of the population and immigrants come over here, then it would actually help better the number, or it'll actually give you more numbers as far as the reparation money that you asking for.
How? Because they
Because,
gonna get the reparations money too.
yes.
How would they get the see? How would they get the reparations again? I've got to ask you the question again. How is the U.S. court system going to litigate a situation that had nothing to do
Based on
with the
race.
U.S.?
It has to be based on race.
So you want the U.S. court system to file you want us as a people to file a racial discrimination suit to the United States government for a percentage of the people that wasn't in the United States.
Not just the U.S. government. That's the problem. We only asking for
Well,
with the U.S. government. The U.S. governments are the taxpayers. What point is this you're not getting?
But did the
You're going
action,
to be
did
paying
the
for your own
no, what
reparations.
I'm asking you again, I think you like twisting up. Did the action take place in the United States? Because that's the only thing that they can litigate.
But hold on. When you say America in specific, it's making no sense because you're a tax-paying citizen, right?
So let me ask you again.
You're going to be paying for your own
What
reparations.
Again? That argument is null and void.
That
What
yeah,
do you
I bet
want?
it
What
is.
do you want to? You want the United States to litigate something that didn't happen in the United States? That's what I'm asking.
How Jim Crow and segregation happened in the United States. It was black immigrants
Correct.
already
You
here.
correct. I asked you what
I.e.,
was the
Marcus
percentage.
Garvey came here in 1916
Where was Marcus Garvey at?
in New York and down south.
So I'm gonna ask you again. What was the percentage
I don't
of
know the
black
I don't know
immigrants
the
in the
black
South
immigrant.
during Jim
I
Crow? Because
don't
that's the
I
only place
We don't
Jim
know
Jim
Crow
the
Crow
did
happened.
percentages.
we don't know, and it was already black immigrants all across America.
Correct. I'm telling you, I don't know the percentage either. But if I had to guess, it was fairly minuscule. So now we're going back to U.S. courts. The U.S. court's supposed to do a class action based on a specific action during a specific time to a specific people. Not mean a specific black American, specific people subjugated in the South during that time of Jim Crow. You see what I'm saying?
So essentially, your fight is for the South and not nobody in the North that's black American. Essentially,
I'm making the argument. He brought up Jim Crow. I ain't bring up Jim Crow. So hypothetically speaking, if you're going to make an argument, just saying these things happened during the Jim Crow era. The Jim Crow era happened at a specific time
No, he said, was it
during
race
a
based?
specific, huh?
Was it not race based?
Well, yeah, part of it would be race based, and again,
No,
that will be part
the
of
whole
systemic
thing,
racism.
the
But
the
that
whole
whole
systemic
thing was
racism,
race. The whole thing was race
I
based.
don't disagree with you. But again, we're
so
still
how
talking
could
about specificity. Jim
so
Crow
how
didn't
could
happen everywhere, sir.
so how could reparations not be race based? I don't get it.
Because again, you're going to have to quantify racial discrimination against all black people throughout the whole country. That's what you're going to have to do institutionally toward the
Okay,
United States
but
government.
that's not a
You brought
problem.
the example of Jim Crow. All I merely said was that was a specific time in a
So
specific location
so
to a
you
specific people. That's all I said.
you're telling me if a black man from New York traveled to Montgomery, Alabama, they're gonna say, "Oh well, he's from the North, so he could drink from the white water fountain." And he like I don't understand what you're trying to say.
What I'm telling you is if he didn't live in the South at that time and he can correctly archive that particular situation, hey, there you go.
I mean, if a person is living in New York, wouldn't he still be a part of the jurisdiction of the United States? And
He wouldn't be part of Jim Crow.
no,
You're
I
talking
asked you.
about
I just
you
asked
just
you.
gave an anecdotal example,
No, I'm
which would
asking
be
when a
individual.
black man from New York be subjected to the jurisdiction of the United States of America.
Of course, but Jim Crow wasn't subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America. So your argument is moot
How is it not if they have to pass the Civil Rights Act?
because Jim Crow wasn't in New York. You just
So
gave an
are you telling
anecdotal
me no? Are
example.
you telling me no northern state had Jim Crow laws?
That's what I'm telling you.
That's a lie, brother.
Now, the institution of Jim Crow from 1877 to
You had
1965,
northern states that was segregated too. So I'm trying to understand.
segregation is not Jim Crow. Jim Crow, you understand that Jim Crow was embedded in state constitutions all over the South. Was Jim Crow laws embedded in the New York State Constitution?
How in New York a state have their own constitution? I don't
Oh
understand.
my God, I know. Are you serious? Every state got its own constitution.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I gave you.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. I think I was lagging.
Yeah. I mean, bro. That's preposterous. So we know that the
Yeah,
Jim
yes,
Crow laws.
Jim Crow type laws did affect the North. You have redlining, business segregation, school segregation, voting restriction, transportation segregation. So
That's
how
not
it
Jim Crow.
That is Jim
We
Crow.
talk Jim Crow law. The Jim Crow laws were embedded in the state constitutions of the South. How did they embed them? They embedded them by placing statutes in these constitutions that essentially uh,
So
dragged
so
out the process of voting.
so now you saying
The
statues
the
aren't law,
the
right?
you remember the jelly bean test and writing test and all that stuff. These
Hey,
things were written in the Constitution.
Kwame. He just contradicted himself because earlier I said statutes aren't laws, and now he said yeah they are. Now he's saying they aren't laws.
Well, I didn't never say that. What the hell are you talking about?
You did say that.
I never said statutes weren't law. You said act. I said the
I
Freedom
said
Bureau
that
Act
statute. No, you
was.
just misheard. You just misheard. I said statutes weren't law. I
I
said
never
that.
said. Well,
You
if that's
said
what I said, then
statutes
I
are law.
misspoke, bro. Because I ain't never say that.
you
If
did
I
say
said it,
that,
I
brother.
misspoke.
You
If I
did.
said it, I misspoke. If I
No,
said it,
you
I misspoke, bro. That's what I'm telling you. Because I don't remember never saying nothing like that's crazy.
So essentially, you're saying segregation and the stuff that I outlined is not Jim Crow.
I'm telling you, it wasn't embedded into the statutes of the state constitutions like in the South. That's what I'm
So,
telling
but if these states that I just in the bulletin point I just outlined, if they are violating the civil rights of black people in these northern states, how are they not qualified for
you.
reparations?
Because you're going to have to show record, bro. If you could do that, fine. I'm
Yes,
telling
I
you,
could show. I could put the
in
sources in the
in
back with.
all in all of the state constitutions of the South, Jim Crow was there. That you can't get around that, bro. I don't know what you're trying. Y'all some argumentative Negroes. You can't get around it, bro. You just can't do it.
Nah, because you're trying to separate segregation from Jim Crow, which
I
doesn't
know
even
I'm
make
not
sense.
trying to. No, I'm not doing that. I said Jim Crow specifically were laws that were embedded in the state constitution.
hey
So
Of
MD.
course,
so
segregation was
if
everywhere.
they had segregation laws in these northern
They did.
states,
No, I'm telling you, no, they didn't. I'm telling
I,
MD.
you that.
yes,
MD.
they did.
Show it to me. Show it.
MD. So my question would be this. So if y'all want reparations, right? And I'm not labeling you as a FBA. I'm just saying anybody that want reparations, right?
M20, I put it in the back for you so you
If
can look it up yourself.
if if y'all want reparations, why are y'all now just claiming it when the economy is not where it's supposed to be even getting these resources? Iran.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand his argument because it literally said Jim Crow exists in the northern states. I'm trying to follow his argument.
Yeah, he's making statements and not backing it up. He'll turn the corner on it. He'll be like, "Oh, I didn't say that." You know what I mean? Like, dude, I said statutes weren't law, right? And he said, "Yes, they are." Now all of a sudden, they're not law. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Congress passed this as in a state constitution. So and he specifically said statue out his mouth. So now all of a sudden statue is not law. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. He's contradicting himself.
Yeah,
He's talking about we're paying off interest rate on the debt, but the debt don't mean nothing.
yeah,
That in itself is just illogical.
absurd. Yeah. So my thing about everything is that the FBAs they just like this is like newfounded, bro. Like Pan Africanism has always been around, bro, and before I was alive, before they was alive, there's always been around, and we did way more. We're doing. They're not doing. They're asking for a debt owed. We're actually doing this shit. You know,
I
they
mean, it's not even a comparison.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's not even a comparison.
It's not. They don't get that this has always been a movement before the FBA and the ADOS is new 2020s. You know, this is not no new movement.
Yeah, you can't compare a philosophy that has started countries and different economic structure like the free African free trade agreement or the African. It's not even no comparison to Pan African.
Yeah, for sure. They trying to be selfish and just ask for a debt in America. We are saying let's get together and let's get a common number amongst each other so that they could just pay up. They gonna need us. They're gonna need
Yeah,
us.
that then you have, it's not even just the United States. Then you have the Spanish government that ruled half of the South. You have, prior to the Louisiana Purchase, the French
Right,
owned half of the West Coast.
right, exactly. So it's more than just the European too. That's why I be telling them, man, is bigger than that. They
Yeah,
they
it's a lot bigger than just the United States of America.
yeah, they just want to be selfish and so called sustain themselves here. That ain't gonna work. The way y'all economy is set up right now, it's not working. It's not gonna work that way. Y'all gonna need some other countries to be able to disperse the money amongst each.
And it won't happen unless the continent in the Caribbean, it won't, this type of thing won't happen unless it's like all inclusive.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. They give all these people all that money, it's gonna crash the whole economy down. I'm talking about it's gonna be real bad.
Even if the American government wanted the type of the type of money, the type of money that people's asking for would literally crash the economy with I say within a year, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, because it's gonna take a hit for a little minute, but it's gonna really go bad real quick, real quick
I
within
mean,
months. Within months, because you got to think about it. We already having a problem with the debt as it is right now. You know what I mean? So and it's going down and it's going down and it's going downhill. So it's like what are y'all really asking for? Y'all should just y'all better off asking for land than asking for, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Than asking for the American dollar because the land inherits the wealth. You feel me?
yeah. Asking for money is kind of like a trap, especially, honestly, people would just start leaving America. White white
Yeah, yeah.
people, white
No,
people.
no, they gonna go back to Africa. That's what I be telling them. That y'all be talking about. Y'all love being here and all this. Once all that shit hit, if the economy hit, y'all gonna go right to Africa. I promise you. Cause it's enough space. You know what I mean? It's enough space, and it's just that's where we belong for real.
Yeah,
So go ahead. That watch. All that shit gonna come to an end. America is only 400 years old, man. This it ain't got nothing on Africa.
with an already tanking economy.
Yeah.
Hey, blessings to y'all, man. Thanks for holding down the fort for me, y'all. Y'all the best. Um, Truth Hurts. We got a visitor in the building. Truth Hurts. Blessings to you. Welcome to the panel. What's on your mind, Truth Hurts?
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. What's
All
on your
right,
mind?
cool. Yeah, I'm just tapping in for real. Just tapping in, listening in. I was hearing that I think the trucker dude, I don't know if he's still here. I know he was dropping some knowledge, some shit I didn't really hear before. So I mean, y'all were too. I mean, even like kind of breaking what he was saying down as far as the like I guess some of the land already being allowed or allotted to like some of the people and something like that. Like I've never heard that before. So y'all breaking down some good info. I appreciate y'all.
Oh man, I appreciate you for coming on to say that. That's what's up. Was there any particular item that you wanted to speak on?
I mean, honestly, is the trucker dude, is he still around? Is he still in the chat or what's going on with that?
No, he's in the chat. It looks like he's pretty much done. He got kicked again, he said, but it doesn't look like he intends on coming back this evening.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, I was really, if anything, trying to just build on what he was saying because he was just, I honestly felt like he was kind of by himself in here. I was listening on, but y'all was kind of tag teaming my dude, but it's all good. I mean, we,
You a FBA?
nah, I mean, like, the whole FBA thing is like what a lot of people got to understand. And a lot of people who even want to claim like FBA or just want to claim black or even just want to claim like this whole Pan-Africanism, like what you got to really like take your time and really like look at is just like we're a group of people at the end of the day. Just think of like even just like a mother and a father. You got a mother and a father, they have a child, and now this child is taken away from his family. You know what I'm saying? And now at this point in time, it doesn't even matter at what time in this child's life. It doesn't matter if they're 9 years old, doesn't matter if they're 15 years old, doesn't matter if they're in their late 30s. You know what I mean? Now this child has come to a time that if they're coming to an understanding of, okay, I want to know who I am. I want to understand who I am. I want to understand who my culture is. You know what I mean? So if you kind of come to a point and just like a mind frame of just that, I think it's a little more easier to understand. Okay, these is our group of people who are just trying to figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Because that everybody always says pull yourself by your own bootstraps. You know what I'm saying? This is it. You know what I mean? Like this is that. I mean, we can't do anything physically, and nobody really. Let's keep it 100% honest. Nobody wants to run up and grab the guns and go start chopping off. You know what I mean? Like nobody don't want to do that. And even
Don't
if
say
it,
nobody. Don't
and,
say
and,
nobody. It has been done
and that's what
before.
I was gonna say, and that's what I was gonna say. And even if it had to get to that point, you don't go straight there. You know what I'm saying? It starts with a mental like mind frame.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It comes and it starts with history and understanding yourself. You know
So
what I'm saying?
what's your position?
And even the with the whole Pan-Africanism, everybody's saying like, oh well, why don't y'all be together? We can't be together until we know ourselves. Like that's the thing. Like let's keep it 100, right? That's why I was gravitated to the chats because we keep it 100. That's why I'm gravitated to the chat because, like, to be honest, I love Tariq Nasheed, bro. He be putting me on. He's been putting me on for years, bro.
Tariq Nasheed.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, bro. I
How can a
love
pseudo?
Tariq
How can I
Nasheed.
pseudo put you into anything?
He's a
He's a
in
FBI
a lot of cases he's like a father figure. You know what I'm saying?
A
Because
father figure
what
that spew out truth
listen
and
what I'm
light.
saying. You got to hear what I'm
He's your
saying.
daddy.
You got to hear what I'm saying. You got to hear what I'm saying because
Hang on a second, Truth.
people
Hang
will
on,
be the
Truth.
quickest. People will
Truth,
be
hang
the
on a
quickest to
second.
say and to
Truth,
use the different things as far as like stereotypes and think, oh, there's no black
Hold
man
on.
in the
The
home. This,
whole
this, and that.
let American Dream. He wanted to say something.
All right, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, yeah. Just let Truth speak. You know what I mean? Like, don't cut him off. Let
Yeah,
him have. Let
pause.
him speak. He's gonna land, and then once he lands, you know what I mean. Y'all can ask him questions.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm being like completely truthful and honest, bro. Like from a real. I'm a black American, been here, my parents is here, you know what I'm saying? I'm letting you know, like everybody always want to speak for us.
Yeah, just
I'm
remember my
speaking for
voice,
myself now.
Truth.
You know what I'm saying?
Truth.
Everybody always want to speak for all
Yeah,
the
but Truth.
Caribbeans and all
Yeah,
the blacks. And you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking for myself now.
yeah. Just
So
remember my voice, Truth. Truth. Just remember my voice, because if I ask you to hold on a second, it's either because I want to say something to the chat or something, or say something to someone. So just
Gotcha,
remember my
gotcha.
name as the moderator of the panel. And just if I ask you to hold on, just hold on for a second.
Yeah,
But go
yeah,
ahead.
no doubt, no doubt. You know what? You know what? Because I feel like I'm a little winded already. So it from anything that I said so far, does anybody got any questions or want to
Yeah,
make any?
I do.
What's up?
So in one breath you say that you don't subscribe
Stereotype.
you don't subscribe to the Pan Africanist ideology.
Are you? Were you done? Or-
No, I asked you a question. So you don't subscribe to the Pan
You
African.
said one breath. I said like I thought you was going to continue, but go
I'm
ahead.
I'm repeating what you said verbatim. That's what I but in the question. So
Go ahead.
you don't
What's the
subscribe to
question?
the Pan Africanist ideology.
What I said was like people always say as far as like the Black Americans, they always want to go with a stereotype as far as like there's no black fathers in the home and things like that.
No, that's not my question. My question is, do you subscribe to? You don't subscribe to the Pan Africanist ideology. Am I correct?
I do and I don't. The thing
Oh
is
no, it's just simple. Yes or no. Like you
I
don't.
do and I don't. Like I said, I do and I don't
What
because,
part? What part?
and this is the reason I say I do and I don't is because when like I just explained, I literally just explained because I don't know what kind of like point of view you coming from. I'm coming from a Black American point of view. Okay.
I'm a Black American.
So
That's what I'm
okay,
asking you.
beautiful, beautiful. Let me die. So the thing is that's the only point of view that I can give you. So
Okay,
when you're saying well, so when you're saying like, am I subscribed to a Black or the Pan African? Not like yes and no, because
do you
this
know
is
what
what
Pan
I'm saying right here. Yes and no is because when we start to make an initiative like the stereotype I was saying before, people always want to make a stereotype, not having a Black father in the home, things like that. Okay, well, the initiative will be the first, learning our history, knowing our knowledge, knowing self. And then when we do that, we get pushback.
Do you know what Pan Africanism is?
From what I heard, and I even believe I heard it from this chat, it's about unity. It's about economic like unity, and then also Black unity. So if it's different from there, you tell me.
No, it's not that you giving up a wrong answer. It's just in the
All right.
context
Well,
of
if it's different, you tell me. Is it different?
no, it's not. It's not different from what you're
Okay,
saying.
then.
But,
Well,
but hold on,
that's
hold
what
on,
I get about
hold on,
that.
hold on, hold
But
on.
like I said, but now
Let
the
me finish my
issue
question.
is when we try to make an initiative of finding out. Let's be honest. That's the
No,
stereotype about Black
but you're not.
Americans.
No,
They
but
don't
you're
know who they are. Am I right or I'm wrong,
no, but you're not listening to what I'm asking
bro?
you.
You're not being honest though, bro.
How am I not being honest and I'm asking you a question?
Because you're saying like why am I going down this avenue, and I'm giving you the reason why. Because
I don't care what avenue you're going down. I'm asking you a question to get an
all
answer
right,
out of you so that you can understand where I
all
am
right,
coming.
go ahead.
Okay. So when I said, "Do you know what Pan Africanism is?" You said a lot of the right things,
Okay,
but not in its full context. Okay. So it's not just about unity in the sense of just trying to unite everybody. And you said economics and all of these things. It's not just all about that. You know what I mean? It's about trying
gotcha.
to, like you said, trying to find our own identity,
Okay,
and
right.
the identity is we're all one people. That's our identity.
Hey, peace, big bro. Hey, you said you wanted to ask me something, so I hop back up.
Who's that? The trucker?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's up, man?
yeah, that's the
No,
trucker.
no, no, no. If anything, like I said, I was just trying to build onto what you were saying. I felt like you was kind of like getting ganged on up on in here, so I was just like, let me hop on the room,
Nah,
let
it's
me
all
hop
good.
in here,
I enjoy
Hey,
the
build on what he was
conversation,
talking
bro.
about.
Hey, MD, you got knocked out. He came in the ring
Oh,
swinging.
you ain't like the belt to ass treatment we was giving you.
Nah.
Oh nah, nah.
My dude doing it right. He over there getting
Hey,
that
bro.
bread and talking
Hey,
shit. So I mean, let him do
ain't
his
no belt to
thing.
ass, bro, because it ain't no right and wrong answers. You know what I'm saying? At the
Hey,
end of the day,
bro, get your money, bro. I know you riding around getting your bread.
Nah.
Do
You gotta
that,
keep
bro.
it up. You gotta keep it above. We put belt to ass. Me and Dex just put
nah,
belt to ass to
I
you,
don't know
bro.
nothing about that, bro. All I know is, again, everybody got different opinions, bro, and you can't force me into one side or the
But a
other.
fact
That
is a
ain't gonna
fact.
happen.
A fact is a fact, though. You can't argue no
What,
fact. You
bro?
cannot
You ain't bring up no
Nah, it
facts.
wasn't no opinion.
Talk about what's
We
on the
put
back of
belt
the
to
dollar
ass
bill and all.
on your sources. We put belt to ass
Bro,
to
you didn't
everything you
even
said.
read the actual. You didn't even read the actual act, bro. So it is what
I
it is.
did.
And the
I
part
did.
that you read,
I
the part
did.
that you read, you didn't. What?
I read the actual act.
Nah, bro. I ain't trying to. So again, at the end of the day, it's a good conversation, and it ain't no right and wrong answer. The problem is the extremism when it comes to one side or the other, and that's why I blame people like Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell. Now I heard you say that you like Tariq Nasheed. He done put you up
Yeah,
on game.
we can build on that because that's what I
That
really want to build on, bro. Because I
that's fine.
honestly feel like we
How,
not going. Listen, man, we
so
not going
a
nowhere.
pseudo that push French theory that black people been in America prior to slavery.
So
How is
so
he teaching
here,
anything?
here's my thought on that, bro. And like I
That
said,
spew a bunch of pseudo information about black
I don't
immigrants.
know.
I mean, he be dropping knowledge. We ain't gonna say he don't be dropping
What
knowledge. He
Hey,
knowledge
Truth,
dropping
I'm gonna
if
say
gems,
this,
bro.
bro. Like I said, I
what
don't want to
knowledge
be
is he a liar?
What is going on is he dropping the same knowledge. He dropping the ABC knowledge. Where now
Why
What
we done
knowledge is
graduated
how
past
is
that.
that knowledge if you're promoting pseudoscience information?
Hey,
How is that
Truth.
knowledge?
Truth. Let me say this, bro. And like I said, that's cool. You like Tariq Nasheed, that's fine. I don't. I think the reason that a lot of this derision is happening right now is because of him. And
But
you
look, Tariq
you get an
Nasheed got me in
extreme.
this room chatting it up with y'all. So it's just like
Hey, and that's
Truth.
fine. That's fine. I'm
everybody
not
find
saying.
their own way to the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
yeah, and that's cool. You can always eat the meat, spit out the
Hey,
bone, bro. That's
hey,
a fact.
MD.
But
MD
exactly,
what I'm
and
telling you is
exactly.
this: we got it extreme on both sides. One side is FBA and xenophobia left and right. Don't know I want to hear that all day long.
Not all
But
day, bro.
on the opposite end, you got the extremism when it comes to this distorted view of Pan-Africanism,
it's
where
not
all they
distorted.
do all day long is downplay any type of cultural development when it comes to Black America. I don't agree with now one of them.
Right,
That's
right,
just a
and that's
fact.
what I was just about. Now, if I can go in
Is
on that,
denying
bro,
black
because
Americans
that's
their
what I was about
cultural
to explain to dude. The whole Pan African. He asked me like the whole Pan African.
No.
Like
I asked you what
I
was it?
said yes and no, and the reason I said yes and no, I was going to give you this answer because I said where does it start? I said it starts with finding out our identity, finding out where we really come from.
So you don't
Everybody
believe
always
that?
want to
But
listen,
that's a
listen.
choice though,
Everybody
Truth.
always want to use the stereotype as the blacks in America don't really know where they come from. Okay, so let's
how?
build off that.
How?
Let's
Who
build off
said
that.
that? We always
Look, I
know
can
where we came
swallow
from.
that. I can
We
swallow
always
that.
we
Look,
always
y'all.
know where we came
Look.
from.
How?
We can
If the
swallow
whole
that.
world call you African American, how you
We
don't
can
know where you come
swallow
from?
that, but we don't know where in Africa. So
How?
we can swallow that. So hold up, hold up.
Take a DNA
Y'all
test.
people say that stereotype. People say that stereotype. Boom.
Yeah.
Cool. We gonna
And
swallow that shit. Now we
and
gonna find
not
out.
only that, not only that,
Now we gonna find out, and look what happens when
Hey,
we say we
MD.
want to find out. We get all this pushback. Oh, you
MD.
not
but
Pan
not only
African.
that though, Truth.
Oh, you not this. It's just like, bro, y'all talk
It's
shit
no
when we say
it's no
y'all we
pushback.
don't know where we from, and then when we try to find out where we now y'all saying, oh, well, we all together. Like, bro,
No FBA is trying to find out where they're from. Most FBAs is pushing that they're
my
Native
guy, my
Americans.
guy, my guy, my guy, my guy. Once again, everybody always want to speak about the people. I done came up off the tube watching y'all, listening to y'all,
Hey,
so I
Kawama.
can give y'all my 2 cents. I'm
Hey,
telling y'all,
Bro,
I'm the
hey,
people y'all
most
So
talking
Truth,
about.
I
Kawama.
would say this to that though, Truth. That shouldn't even be any type of criteria in regards to identity of any Black person, especially not no Black American. Who
It
gives a damn?
shouldn't be, but
We
it's something that
understand.
gotta be dealt with, bro. When
Not necessarily. Not if you're comfortable in your own identity. You don't. And
But
most Black
look,
Americans
when
comfortable
you
in
have
their
a
own
cult,
identity.
when you have a cult, right? And they say, oh, okay, at night we gonna kill black people. If you don't believe that, you don't have to believe that. But they do. You see what I'm saying? So you have to take it
I
as
don't get
serious
your
as
analogy.
they take it.
What type of
So so
analogy?
so when people coming up with all these different theories about us and stuff, we have to direct that shit. Because
Well,
even though we don't
So
believe that shit, they
I
Wait,
don't
do.
believe.
truth. Do you believe you're African descent?
I believe that's where we were taken from.
Okay,
Because look,
FBA don't
if
believe
y'all
that.
going if y'all gonna ask me a question, let me answer, please. Like, give me at least 30 seconds.
You just did.
Look, give me at least 30 seconds. Give me at least 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Look, if we gonna be honest, and I don't know who's really black African or black American in here or not, all we can do is just like leaving cookie crumbs. You know what I'm saying? All we can do is go to the last cook. We can't jump from one cookie crumb and then skip 10 cookie crumbs. We can't do that. We got to go to the last cookie crumb. You feel me? So if we know that, well, okay, we here in America and we just been chilling and, kicking it. Okay, the last place we know is what? All right, the Caribbeans. That's where most of our ancestors was taken. Was the
Hey,
Caribbeans. We know that more enslaved people was taken to the Caribbeans more than up
hey,
here.
truth. Hey, truth. How old are you?
I'm 34.
And okay, I have a question.
What's
So
up?
if you believe that you come from Africa, but the movement of
Listen,
FBA,
listen. I didn't say that. I
hold on.
said I have to follow the cookie crumbs. Please don't do that, bro. Because I'm gonna keep it honest
You
with
did
you.
just say it. I'm repeating what you said verbatim.
Listen. I said I have to
I,
follow the cookie crumb. I didn't say I'm from. I don't
Dude,
know
before
where
you
I'm
even
from.
said anything
That's
about
the
a
whole
cookie,
stereotype about African Americans,
listen,
see,
about
truth.
the
I
Black
told you it's
Americans,
one
and
extreme versus another.
no,
come on,
listen.
bro. Like,
Before
come on.
he,
And I'm being honest with you. I'm trying to be for
bro, you
real here.
talking over people. You're not even allowing us to talk to
Be,
you.
because you changing the words that I'm saying. I
No,
didn't say
listen.
that. I literally just said I'm
No,
following
listen.
cookie crumbs.
But
So I
listen,
don't
dude.
know where I'm from.
Listen. Before you mention anything about a cookie crumb, you clearly said out your mouth that you believe that you came from African ancestry. This is
I,
what you said.
I said I know that's where we were taken from. I don't know
No, is that
because
not a
look,
belief? Is that not a belief?
what do you mean? Of course it's a belief. That's what I just told you. Yes, it came from me. I said that yes, that would be
So
leading
you
on the
did
cookie
say it.
crumb.
So you did say it, right?
But that's how you know that I said it, because I said it. What do you mean? Like, that would be following the cook. Look, one cookie crumb would be America. We're here now. The next cookie crumb would be the Caribbeans. That's where a lot of our ancestors was. The next cookie crumb would be in Africa. Boom, boom, boom. And then where?
So you telling me the Africans
I'm
went to the
saying if we
Caribbean
gonna
first?
be honest and for real about this, we have to we just gotta be honest and go back in
Okay,
steps, bro.
okay, but I'm trying to answer your question. You said something about
I don't
Tariq
got no
Nasheed.
question.
Now, look. When we talking about Tariq Nasheed, do you not know that he trademarked the FBA and he
Yes, I do know
abandoned it?
that.
He
Yes, I do
abandoned
know
it.
that. Yes,
He
yes,
abandoned it. So
yes.
Why did he abandon the trademark? If he really truly believe in what he's saying.
Look, listen, y'all. Once again, I said I came here on some honest shit. I'm just now finding out shit through y'all. I told y'all done put me on game. So, I'm not here to fight or combat anything. If anything,
You know
if I
why he
do that,
abandoned it?
it's just so I can get clarification.
You know why he
Y'all just
abandoned
put
it?
me on game
It's
on that shit.
pseudo. It's
At the
pseudo.
end of the day, what is that FBA saying? What is that FBA saying?
It's
That
pseudo.
FBA is doing the same thing that I just said, following the cookie crumbs.
No, it's
It's
not.
coming
No,
from
it's not.
saying we don't
It's not.
know who we are. It's
No, it's
coming
not.
from saying, okay, we're no longer going to be a
Dude,
stereotype that we
Tariq
don't know where
Nasheed
we come from.
Tariq Nasheed
Boom.
said out
What
his
it
own
does,
mouth. Let
it
me
sets
talk.
a place.
Let me
It
talk.
sets a place mark, bro. It sets a place mark so
This
we
dude
can
is
then
taking
from
way
there
too
jump
long
back
for me
to
to
find
talk.
out from where.
Dude,
But do
let
you
us
have to
answer.
do that?
Listen. Tariq Nasheed say out his own mouth that he believes that he's an African. So what are you talking about?
Again, like
I
I
don't
told you,
fuck
bro.
with like I said. It's
You
a
just said
place
Tariq
mark.
Nasheed
It's
is
a
your daddy.
place mark, bro. It's
You
a
just
place mark. We
None of this
talking
would
about
be
the
happening if it
FBA.
wasn't for
You
Tariq
had a
Nasheed.
question on the
None
FBA,
of it
bro.
would be
The
happening. This wouldn't even be a
FBA is a
conversation.
place mark. See, anybody who has a problem
you
with
lack
a place mark is
education.
because they don't want you to move at all. Let's keep it all the way 100 on that.
You lack
A
education.
person who don't want you to move at all, they don't want you to know where the
Dude,
start
you're
line
not
is. They
addressing
don't
my
want you
question.
to know where the finish line is.
You're not
Because they don't want
addressing
you to
my
move.
You're
They
not
want you to
addressing,
stay stalemate.
dude. You're not addressing my questions. You're not
There was no
addressing.
question, bro.
It was a question. Do you want me
What's
to
the
keep
question?
asking it?
You made a statement. You said that Tariq believes that he's an African. Okay, where's the question?
I said if he's coming out his own mouth saying that he's African, then what are you saying?
I'm saying that he made a place mark. He made a place mark, bro.
What do you lack education?
Bro, you're not listening to what you're saying. Are you asking me about FBA or are you asking me about him being an African?
You said out of your own mouth that you follow Tariq Nasheed, and I'm asking you a question about Tariq
I
Nasheed.
said that his FBA gives us a place mark, bro. What don't you understand about that?
Trademark. How? He's saying he don't even own it no more.
And then this goes back to my point, bro.
And what
extremes on both sides.
It doesn't matter
it's
if he
bro.
Look, people abandoned African American. People abandoned Negro. People abandoned Afro American. Okay, then, come on, bro. Let's be for real. Once again, when people don't want you to move, they don't want you to make a place mark, bro.
It's pseudoscience. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
And now we going back to semantics again. People don't want you can we get back to the thing at hand, which is the whole stereotype about blacks is that they don't know where they are or they don't know where they came from, and now they're trying to make a place mark.
Though. You don't have to follow that stereotype though, and that's
look though. If a stereotype is true, look, because this even goes to my trucker guy, bro.
A stereotype is not true.
A stereotype can be true if you don't know where you come from.
No, it's not. A stereotype is
where do you come from?
No, this dude is lack education. Do y'all hear him?
Okay, then teach me, bro. Where do you come from?
Listen. I already told you.
Okay, I'm listening to you to tell me where you come from.
Listen.
And please don't say Illinois or
dude, listen.
But that's where you come from.
Hold on. A stereotype is a stereotype. It has no truth in it.
And that's why you can't answer the question, bro.
No, you just made this claim that
that's why you can't answer the question. And the real people, like I was listening, I was listening, and I was a listener.
Listen,
they gonna hear this, and they gonna know what's up. You don't know where you come from, bro. And it's all love, bro. Because I'm in the same boat with you. I got on here so we can build and figure that shit out. You know what I'm saying? Not be doing that Tariq Nasheed shit and go back and forth.
Listen,
because we can do that all day. You know what I mean? If you're just trying to make a name for yourself, I mean, you can do that. You could do a Tariq Nasheed.
A lot of Pan-Africanism is cosplay at the end of the day. I don't have an issue with
I don't have an issue with Pan-Africanism until they do this.
Bro. But
Pan-Africanism did way more than the FBA could ever do. That's the problem.
But I'm not antiquating anything what anybody did. I'm not like, why are we doing that? That's what I'm saying.
I'm speaking the truth.
Why are we doing that?
FBA could ever do.
I don't qualify anything about any black person based off of a group, bro. I can't do that.
M20, who is Pan-African cosplaying?
So I didn't finish what I was about to say, but so what I was about to say was
melt to ass.
A lot of Pan-Africanism, they cosplay. Not all, of course not. I just sat on here and said cosplaying an ideological figure, right? What do I mean when I say an ideological figure? It has everything to do with the system that we live in today. They'll cosplay in the effect of the system in and of itself, capitalism. racism, white supremacy, and then effectively cosplay to another ideology. He just got finished talking about the dollar and all that type of stuff. Anti-capitalist, anti-effectiveness of a social construct, essentially.
So
So
just
when I make,
go ahead, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, so I was
No,
gonna
no, no.
ask.
What I was saying is, that's not me downplaying Pan Africanism in totality. In the beginning I said an extreme versus another.
We
All
get
of this stuff, all of these arguments that we having are null and void to the effect of how we live in America today. If I want to
how
go back
how
to Africa and find myself, I got every right to do that. If I
dude. That,
don't want to do it, I can do that too.
MD
It doesn't affect
MD
in
MD
any in. Go ahead,
MD
bro.
MD. Did I not say earlier that I said Africa is wherever African people reside? Did I not? I said this 1,000 times. Why do y'all keep
So
thinking that every Pan
That's
African?
that's what a
No,
person
MD,
when a person don't know where they
listen.
come from, that's
You
what
see
they
what I'm
say.
saying? You see what I'm saying? No.
When a person don't
Pan,
know where they come from, then
listen,
it's like
Brad, mute this
it
dude. Mute this
just like
dude.
money don't mean shit to a
Mute this dude.
broke
Mute
man.
this dude. Because I'm
but
making
yeah,
a point. I'm
but
making
you
a
also
point.
said that
Hold
we
on. I'm
can't
making a
say
point.
anything about a
Hold
state.
on.
Go
Right,
ahead, bro.
MD.
Go
Listen,
ahead.
I said African people are where African people is. Doesn't make any sense for us to go to Africa, knowing that we don't understand the laws, the economics,
If you don't know
all
where
this.
you come from,
Hold on,
that's
wait,
something that your parents would teach you. That's
dude.
something that
But
your
how?
culture would
Dude,
teach you.
But if you
no,
constantly
MD,
bashing the
MD,
But it's not
construct
being
of
able to be
America, then
passed down
what's
because
the
we were
point?
taken away
MD.
from that.
MD, can I respond? He's not allowing me to respond. Let him keep cutting me off if he wants to. I'm trying to be respectful to him, but he just keep running over my words. So this is
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
I'm trying to see the point.
No,
Go ahead.
no. So my point is that it's not beneficial for us to go somewhere where we can't capitalize off of and go back to the motherland and build. That's not what we're saying. I'm not
But
telling
hell,
everybody to go.
you just
No,
said we finna
listen.
fall anyway. It don't damn matter.
Listen. Just listen. The objective of Pan Africanism is not everybody to go back to Africa. That's not what the objective is. That's not. I don't know why people keep misrepresenting the Pan Africanist movement and saying everybody believe that we should go to Africa. That's not what we're saying. So tell me why y'all keep thinking that.
No, I just was responding to what he said first and foremost. Second of all,
To want to go
it's
back
not.
to Africa. Oh, my bad. I thought that question
No,
was
no,
for
no,
anybody. My
no.
fault.
Yeah, I was just responding to what he said. I would also argue he said something. Don't say like Illinois, whatnot. That is where I come from. I come from my state, embedded within my mores and my
That
tradition.
wasn't me. That was Truth. That was the
Yeah, I
FBA.
know. That's what I'm saying. He said it. So it's not an essential thing to have these quote unquote African claims. You could do it all day, and in certain aspects, I'll even stand up for it if it's to the benefit of the totality of Black people. But you will not, in no way, shape, or form, then turn around and downplay my efforts of what I want to do, quote unquote, collectively, as it pertains to a distinct ethnic group. We all
Hold
distinct.
on. So you talking about ethnicity, right? So you don't believe that Africans migrated the whole planet before any other group of
What does
people?
that have to do with ethnicity?
It has everything to do with ethnicity. What do you mean?
Bro, you understand that there are different ethnic groups within like Black society, right? We just got finished
Based
talking
on
about
what?
all this.
But based on what?
Based on conditions, based on mores, based on traditions.
That's not
Like
what make.
we
That's not what
done
makes
had this
different people.
argument.
That's not what makes different ethnic groups. Conditions do not make different ethnic groups.
What makes an ethnic? So I can learn.
We already went over this earlier.
So I'm confused then.
Yeah, we know you're
Because
confused.
I thought we had already came to the determination that
Bro, we been
coaches
figured out you was
and whatnot.
confused since we was talking about reparations. That ain't nothing new.
Bro,
We
bro, again, like I said, you kill it with the
Bro,
mollywop
don't
stuff,
let
bro.
them do
That
that.
don't.
Don't let them do that to you, bro.
Nah,
Come on, man.
because it's not
It's all love in the chat, though. Love in the chat, bro.
nah, it's all
like I
love,
said,
but we just gotta keep it
it's
we gotta
love on the
keep it
panel.
100 though.
What I'm
We gotta
saying
keep it
is
a buck.
you're
Oh
not
yeah,
gonna paint me with a broad brush, bro. I'm not gonna You can kill that. Whatever you got to say, I won't be
Nah,
painted with a
I
broad
was just
brush.
saying that we kind of figured that you was kind of confused when we was talking about reparation. You was
I'm
kind of
confused
confused
why y'all
about.
trying to put me in a corner to a certain ideology. I ain't going for it. That's just what it
Nah,
is,
we not. Bro, we're not trying to force you to anything. We're just trying to figure out. Do you understand
bro.
what the death is and how it's being paid, reparations, and you seem kind of confused on
No,
the
I
40
wasn't
acres and
confused.
the mule.
I was quite clear on what I said.
Nah,
Like
because
quite clear.
you didn't know what an order was from the military versus a bill that's being passed
I
by bipartisan
didn't I tell
decision.
you the Freedmen's Bureau Act in itself was the expansion of special. I said that shit like 15 times.
Yeah, and we
No
read
pun
Article
intended.
11. We read Article 11, and we figured out you was wrong. And then
No,
you
no,
try.
bro, you did not read Article Section 11. You didn't read that.
Yes, we did. We
You
read
talk. You
Section
talked about the
11.
leasing. You
I
talking about
read
the
it.
leasing of land. You didn't
I
talk
read it.
about the expansion of the act, which is clear in the word. You didn't talk, but again, we passed that. What I'm
Yeah,
telling
yeah,
you is
we're
though,
definitely past that.
what I'm telling you is truth. It's an extreme, bro. No, the people on in the middle are the ones that are getting bashed from both sides. A person like me, none of this
Yeah, that's
stuff
what I
would
was gonna say.
exist.
Who do you think that is? Who do you think that is in the hole? Who's that? Who's those people in the middle?
Well. Again, it's the extremists on both sides. It's the FBAs that all they do all day is talk about Africans and Jamaicans. That's all they do all day long.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Then it's the
Like me,
other. Like I
like
said,
me. I'm in the same boat.
it's the panties that all they do is downplay the system in which they live in. That's all they do all day long, and then try to get you to feel bad about
Why
being in
wouldn't
said
we
system.
downplay the system that been racist, enslaved us, and denies our rights? Why wouldn't we
Because
downplay the system?
because
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we
your
promote?
words are meaningless and
I,
you
I,
ain't
Oh,
doing
I'm gonna
nothing
keep it a
about it.
hundred. I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. Let's
why wouldn't we
let's even
promote
talk about
unity
it.
amongst black people socially, economically, and politically? Why
Because your
shouldn't we?
If
words are meaningless and you don't do nothing about it.
How
I
we don't
mean,
do
like,
nothing about it if Pan Africa has created countries, i.e., Ghana, Congo, Kenya, and a couple more countries I can't think off the top of my head. Pan African has developed the African Union. Pan African has developed the free trade agreement in Africa. Pan African has developed a host of things. So and Pan African is honestly the first people to start the reparation movement, i.e., and Cobra,
And
which is the Pan
no
African
doubt, no doubt,
organization.
no
So
doubt. So
it,
I'm gonna ask.
can I let me ask a question? Quick question, y'all.
Go ahead.
With a whole lot of the immigration, and we seeing a whole lot of it going on now. How I feel about the whole immigration. If you get here legally, do your thing. I'm building people up. Like I'm literally at my job. I'm seeing people like talk down on people, and I'm like, yo, like chill on them. They got here legally. Let them do their thing. Let them ball out. But my thing is this: I always hear friends and all how they want to just come to America, get their bread, and then leave. Right? If anything was to ever, they literally tell me they are just going to leave. They're just getting their money and they going to leave. As far as Pan Africanism, how do you think that's going to make the people that you're like? Once again, the whole stereotype is the Black Americans. They don't got nowhere to go. They don't know where they from. Okay, well,
Black Americans have
that would
Liberia
mean
that they
that we
founded.
would be here. So with the whole Pan Africanism, how can Pan Africans say like, okay, Pan Africanism, but we're going to take the money, destroy, damn near saying destroy the economy, and then just leave? How is that
That's
Pan Africanism
If you're
to the
asking
people
for cash
that you
reparation,
saying
you're
that you're
gonna.
gonna leave that to?
FBA saying
FBA
that.
is asking for cash payment up to minimum $20 trillion.
I'm not even
That would
I'm not
destroy.
even talking about that. I'm
I'm
talking
just
about
call.
things that is in fruition right now. I'm
Dude,
So
you
talking
so
just
about
said
like
it.
so
because
people so people.
reparations is the talk is like a fairy tale talk right now. I'm talking about right now. You
Right.
got
So
immigration
people
going
working.
on. I'm
hold on.
sure
So
you
people
heard
working
plenty of
in the
people say
economy.
they just get their money and they just gonna leave. Now
What's
that's
wrong
gonna
with that?
happen, regardless to what anybody think. There are people doing that right now. They getting their money and they leaving. Or if anything gets worse here in America, they gonna get their money and they gonna leave. How is that any type of Pan Africanism to the people that they saying they gonna leave?
What
I
what
They
mean,
saying they
consequence is
just
that
gonna.
of to you though? There ain't no
how would that
consequence to me. I don't care.
how would that cripple an
But that's what I'm
economy?
saying. But
How,
you don't have to care. But once again, I made the example before. If people at night say, okay, we just gonna kill black at any time at night, that's what they believe. And if they really starting to kill people at night, now you got to take that in consideration because that's
How is
what
that
they.
a
You
good
don't have to
analogy?
believe that, but
How is
that's
that a
what
good
they
analogy?
believe.
so
How is
black
Now
that a good
there are
Americans can't
some
go to lot.
people, there are some real immigrant, and these are for even friends of mine who
Wait, truth.
literally
Can I
tell
ask you
me,
a
"I'm
question?
just getting my
Truth.
money.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
truth.
literally getting my money, and as soon as shit get bad, I'm out." You know what I'm saying?
You repeating yourself about four
Yeah,
times.
but all right, give me the answer. How is that Pan Africanism? If they
Well,
just gonna leave us in debt and just take the money and leave?
I mean, you black Americans could go to Liberia, a country that was set up
But
by black
no,
Americans.
no,
You can
but
I finish?
look,
Can I
Like
where's
I
answer
that
your
said,
Pan
question before you cut
Africanism?
me
they gonna
off?
pigeonhole
Let him
you into
answer.
what they want, bro.
Let him
How
answer.
where's the togetherness in that?
Can I answer the
Because
question?
look. If I go to Liberia and say the same thing, I'm gonna get my money up over here and
Let
leave.
him
Y'all gonna
answer
be
the
like, that's fucked
question.
up to Pan Africanism.
Let
Can
him
I
answer the question.
can I answer the question? You do have
It's crazy.
somewhere to go. Black Americans founded Liberia. They wrote the Constitution. They was the leading power in Liberia. So you can always go to Liberia. You can go to Ghana. They're offering dual citizenship to everybody in the diaspora. You could
That's
go
the
to
thing.
you.
That's
Hold on, can I answer the question? You got Senegal, you got Benin. You just seen Sierra and a host of celebrities just get their citizenship. Ghana had the year return where they was telling the diaspora come back to Africa. The Ghana and Nigeria right now is building diaspora cities for people to come back to Africa.
bro, and I'm
So
with
you can
that,
always go
bro.
back to Africa.
I'm
And as
with that,
far
but
and hold on. And as far as the economy going, what is wrong with people making money and leaving this country? That's not tanking the
Nothing.
economy.
because well, to see, that's the thing. Everybody always
Did
want to
hold
talk
on,
about Black
let
Americans.
me just
Black
land my
Americans,
plane.
we
Let
y'all
me
be
just land
saying
my
we don't
plane.
got no culture. Our
Hold on,
culture is not to give up. We don't give
bro,
up.
bro,
Dude,
can I
let him
Leaving would be giving up.
let
bro, can
him
I land my
answer.
plane real quick? Did the industrial did the car industry tank when they left America? No. So how is immigrants who came to this country to work and provide for their family back home or wherever they're from? How is that leaving Black Americans? Black Americans could always go back to Africa. I just named about eight countries that's offering dual citizenship for everybody from the diaspora, from Jamaica, Barbados, America, Brazil, and a host of other places. So Ghana,
All
how
right,
even some
number
East
one,
African countries now is offering dual citizenship for the diaspora.
bro, but number one, these people are leaving from those places and coming here. Number one. That's number one. So that's already telling me something right there. If most of these other people in different
Name one
nations are
country
coming
though.
here,
Name
that's
one country
already
that
a red flag. That's already a red flag.
But I mean, what's
Number
wrong with
two
that though?
is our
I don't care
culture.
about
Everybody always want to say about black culture.
nobody else
Well,
making no
one
money.
thing about our culture is we don't give up. We always fight. We don't
black
run. We
people don't
don't.
have a
That's
culture.
not in that. If we got anything in culture, is not running.
Black people
Running
have
and giving up is far from it.
black
Okay,
people
so
don't have
that's why. If and now
Black
this is the
people
next
ran to
thing. Now
black people ran
let
to
me land
Canada.
mine. Let
Black
me
people
land
ran
mine. Let me
black
land
people
mine. Let me
ran to
land mine
Canada.
because I only got one more last point. My last point is this. If anything, we're not asking as far as the Pan-Africanism, we're not asking nobody to, or having another country to come to or stuff like that. We just want to build where we already are at. You know what I'm saying? We just trying to build up where we already are, not have to run and go to another place and then and then end up having to run back. Like, nah, like
How you gonna how you
we
gonna build
already
something
been putting our feet and toes into this already here. The whole Pan-Africanism is just helping to lift us up. That's what it should be.
it is. That's what it is.
Not telling us to run somewhere else. That's
We
not
didn't
it,
I
bro.
just said that that's not what it's all about. I just made that clear.
The at the end of the day, bro, you shouldn't be forced to. And I ain't saying that y'all doing that, but you shouldn't be forced to adhere to no ideology per se. And again, that's why I hate the fact that Tariq Nasheed was able to get into the referee. None of this would be happening if it weren't for him. I'm gonna stand on that. This wouldn't even be a conversation because we'll be left alone, and y'all do y'all thing. And like Pan Africanism been around, no doubt about it. But again, pigeonholing somebody to a forced ideology, that ain't the move. Not as an American. You know what I'm saying? We know it's not the move based on the fact that immigrants come here and get their money, which they have every right to do.
MD.
Every right to.
MD.
Yo,
Every right, bro. Every right.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? And I don't even down them, especially if you here legally. Do your thing, boss up.
but the
You know what
thing,
I'm
but the
Start your
thing is,
business.
the thing is, us as Black Americans, the thing that we hold dear more than anything else, based on the legacy that we got here, is freedom. You're free to do whatever the hell you want to do.
MD.
Go ahead.
Let me address truth. So you made a bold statement that said the Black American has culture here in America, right?
I said there's a lot of stereotypes about Black Americans here in America.
I didn't ask you
But
that.
there's one thing as far as culture. They say that we don't have any culture either. But I said there's one thing as far as culture that we don't do. And that is don't run. We don't run and we don't give up. That's what I said. You can try to change it and switch it if you want, but that's what I said.
I'm asking you a question so you can all it is a yes or a no. You're yapping at the mouth. I'm asking you, do Black Americans have a culture? See, he don't want to answer the question.
You said that I made a bold statement saying that we had culture.
Like, why do we keep doing that?
What you said, like what people will try to do to try to trigger you is they'll try to say something, then they'll change it 1 second later to try to trigger you. What you literally said, what you literally just said, you said that I made a bold claim statement saying that Black Americans have a culture. That's what you literally just said, bro.
You did say it.
And I just literally repeated myself again, bro. I said that there's lots of stereotypes that people like to say about Black Americans as far as having no culture. But there is one thing about culture that we do have. At least one thing, and that's not giving up and running. Now you can again try to change that and switch it up. And jiggle it around if you want, but that's up to you, bro. The answer is going to stay the same.
Truth. If you could just limit your responses, it'll be very great for everybody on this panel. Please limit.
I mean, if you could,
all you got to do is just stop.
Keep going to the same talking point.
No,
like how many times
you keep on trying to change my like I give you an answer and then you try to change it, bro.
He's clearly saying that they do have a culture. And
so why are you asking the question?
This would be the third time. This would be the third time, bro. This would be the third time that people always try to say that we have stereotypes. But I said there's at least one. I said at least one thing about us having culture. This will be the third or fourth time, bro. I said there's at least one thing that we do have as far as culture, and it's not running or giving up. You can try to change it or switch it up if you want.
So that's a culture, right? I'm trying to get a common ground with you.
Not running and giving up. So that's why I was saying if there's any type of Pan-Africanism, it would just be helping us.
MD and Kwame, we can all agree that he says Black people has a certain type of culture, right?
And it's not running or giving up. I said one thing at least, and it's not running and giving up.
Okay, so my thing is your definition of culture has nothing to do with culture at all. In fact, let me read the definition of culture for you, because you obviously don't know what culture means.
This is what you got to do, bro. And see, this is why Pan-Africanism don't work, bro, because you understand what I'm talking about, bro.
Listen.
And you trying to do all these little backflips and you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you one thing about our culture. I mean, you, bro, I want you to go and
So
I will
not
be
running.
quiet so
So
you can
not
give us the
running.
definition.
No. So
But
not
still,
running.
you are still gonna have to understand
You're
us as a people, us as our spirit, us as our
Ooh,
culture.
you're
We don't
talking
run
over
and we
me.
don't
You're
give up.
talking over me because I'm about to put BTA. This is why you talk over me. Stop talking over me. Okay? So
BTA
Semantics,
talk.
bro. BTO over semantics is
so
crazy,
so
bro.
so
Okay.
BTA talk.
so listen. So
Yeah.
listen.
Over semantics is
You
crazy.
said that I'm quoting you verbatim. You said
At
that
the end
not
of the
running.
day,
You
don't
said
give
that
up and don't run. We
don't give
don't
up and
give up
don't
and
run
don't run, brother.
is culture, right?
It's
But
not in our spirit.
It's a mannerism, bro.
no,
It ain't
listen.
specifically culture.
No,
It's
he
a
said it's
manner.
culture. He said it's culture.
Well,
I'm not saying. No, don't
it ain't no
reiterate your
gotcha
words.
moment, bro. Just explain yourself and keep it
Yeah.
moving.
Yes. So culture has nothing to do with not giving up. It says a society shared learned patterns of behavior, beliefs, values, and customs that were passed down.
There you go. You just read it.
So what about what you just said is black culture? I don't get it. Black American culture.
Arriving at destination on right.
You can't answer it.
So yeah,
My
like I
bad. I
said,
went
bro.
on. No.
BTA.
I went off the screen to get this.
BTA. You can't answer it.
Yeah, it
No,
ain't
I
that
went off
serious,
the
bro.
screen to get the definition. What happened? What happened? Come back. Come
What
back.
you
Come back. Say it
what
again. My
it's
bad.
a mannerism, bro. It's not necessarily part of culture because everybody,
No,
some
but I
people
could
gonna
have swore
run,
he just read the definition. It said it's a pattern, right? Is it not a
but
pattern? Our
all
pattern is
people don't
not
share that
running. Our
pattern though.
pattern is not giving up.
Nigga,
All
slaves ran every day. What are you talking about?
We are still here. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You
But,
just
We
got
but
are
but
still here.
it's
What are
a
you talking about?
mannerism.
you got
It's a
BTA.
mannerism, bro. It
Your
ain't that big a deal.
truth. Where did Harriet Tubman go?
We still here.
She didn't go. She
She
I
didn't
ain't
go
went to
to
hop on
Canada,
no
Canada.
bro. She
boat.
went to Niagara
We
Falls.
definitely didn't hop on no boat.
Wait,
She
We're
went to
still
Niagara
here.
Falls, bro.
so
Hey,
black
look,
We
Americans didn't
still
go to.
here.
Wait, so black Americans didn't go to Haiti, Liberia, Nova Scotia.
And we started in Haiti. What do you mean?
No, it's black people that went to Haiti from America.
So they went to worse oppression, is what you're saying.
No, they went to the first black
Worse
republic that was
oppression.
free. No, they went
And
to the
look. I
they went
mean,
to the first black republic.
all respect to Haiti, love Haiti, but it's the same oppression that's going on now, brother.
This dude lack knowledge. You lack knowledge.
And you obviously like news. I mean, all you have to do is turn on the
I'd
TV.
rather lack
Haiti is
news.
it's still going down in Haiti.
I'd rather lack news than knowledge. I'd
All
rather
right.
lack
hey, 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 look,
Pan
fellas. Hey, I'm
Africanism.
done for the
Care
night.
about your brothers and sisters. Pan Africanism, because it's still going down in Haiti. Okay. Shout out to Haiti.
news is indoctrination. Knowledge is not.
Hey, hey, look, folks. Hey, I'm done for the night, man. Hey, this is a good conversation, bro. Again,
Pan
just look
African.
out for.
This is Pan Africanism. Like
I mean, which is fine. Again, I
trying to
don't
talk
have an
about
issue.
and handle business. They over
Hey,
here
we ain't
talking
got.
Yo,
about semantics and
I don't have an issue with Pan Africanism, bro. I
I
simply don't.
look. Like I said before, I don't have an issue with Pan Africanism until they do this. Why are
and
we
20
talking about semantics, bro?
I
and
just
20
want people to
come back
understand.
so we could switch the belt. We gonna soften the belt next time.
Nah, it's all
Yeah,
good,
you
bro.
got
Like I
the
said, you got your
change from
viewpoint.
Webster to
You got your
uh.
viewpoints. I got mine, bro. And that's the beauty of it all.
Dude, we
No
knocked you.
conforming,
We
bro.
knocked you out. You woke back up and started swinging at the mirror 3 times
See,
in
see,
one round.
hey,
Y'all
bro.
silly.
Hey, again. Hey, all viewpoints are good viewpoints, bro. Again, we can learn from each other. It's straight.
Yeah, no
Hey,
doubt, no doubt. That's what it's all
American
about.
Dream.
That's what it's all
Hey,
about.
I love the
That's
channel,
how
bro.
you
I
know the
sub to
difference
you.
right there. That's how you can
Yeah.
hear the difference. You feel me? So it's all
Hey,
good. It's
Like
M20,
all
I
love.
told you,
why you
bro.
got black
It's an
M20? Why
extreme.
you got black crossed out in your icon, man? Why you got black crossed out?
Didn't we like talk about all this earlier?
Yeah,
I said
you
in order.
waking
I
back
said
up
as far as
swinging
the
at the mirror.
reparation, huh?
You waking back up swinging at the mirror once again.
Bro,
Yeah.
hey, cut it out, man. Let's talk for a minute, bro. Cut it out.
I know,
Relax.
man.
Hey,
He's
so I
silly.
said earlier in the reparations claim, due to the equal protection clause, you can't bring forth anything based on race. It's going to
Right.
trigger what's called strict scrutiny. Only if you can base it from a discrimination claim. I don't think, as it pertains to what I'm talking about, when it comes to reparation. That's going to be able to be done. That's why I say American freedmen, which was the language used in the Freedmen's Bureau Act. I explained all that earlier. I thought maybe you was paying attention.
So
But it's
your
not me
identity
saying
is a legal status. That's your identity, a legal status.
in that particular case, yes. I'm Black American, bro. Point blank, period. I'm Black, period. That's not it's a distinctive thing. Just I want to point that out. It ain't that big a deal, bro. You want to fight me for that too?
Nah. If you want to identify yourself as a legal status, you know that's you. I don't got no problem with that.
So that's all. I thought y'all heard me when I said it earlier. But like I said, bro, good conversation.
Yeah, you a good brother, bro. You a good brother.
I'm a check you out, American Dream. I sub to you, bro. Y'all go check me out over on my channel, man. Like I do similar stuff, just in a more structured way. So you
Yeah,
know what I'm
What's the
saying?
name of your channel?
I mean, it's the MD20, bro. You
you
just
could just
check me out.
put the link in the
MD20.
back. Put the link in the back chat.
Yeah, I do that. But definitely, man. Hey, viewpoints are always good points, bro. Just understand that when it comes to the extreme, that's the stuff that I don't like. That's why I don't rock with FBA. But at the same token, that's why I don't rock with a subset of a lot of Pan Africans, which in my opinion wouldn't even exist if it weren't for FBA. You know, let's make that perfectly clear. I don't
What you
even
mean?
think I don't think Pan Africans would be targeting a lot of the viewpoints that a lot of Black Americans make as it pertains to reparation, if it wasn't for the backlash, the xenophobia that a lot of FBAs do, which I don't agree with either. So, you know, y'all were sprouted from, if we gonna keep it real, y'all were sprouted from FBA. I'm just being honest.
Who?
You know what I'm saying? So in that aspect,
So
that's what I mean when I say extreme,
an
extreme.
organization that was started in the pandemic sprouted an organization that exists since the 1800s.
It started this,
He's
it
waking
sprouted
back
this
up,
conversation
swinging
Did
in the
before.
DJ speak
mirror.
with him?
He's waking back up, swinging in the mirror.
It definitely did, because this wasn't happening prior to FBA, which I don't give a damn about.
David,
So,
11
Dude,
o'clock is
but yeah,
DJ's
man, I'm gonna
birthday.
check y'all out, man. I'm about to get ready to go
I
to the
may
house,
fall out.
Pan
and
Africanism
I'm gonna be
is
listening
over.
in.
All right, MD. Blessings to you.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, so we are at the 11-hour mark. I'm gonna ride this till the wheel falls off. You heard? We're gonna go till YouTube shuts us down. So we got a little less than an hour of recording left. So yeah, so do y'all thing.
Hey, so truth.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah,
so
truth
my
getting BTA timing now.
yeah. So my thing about you is you made an analogy that made no sense into what the conversation was had at hand, and you said something about a cult and them killing black people. How is that even relevant to the conversation that was at hand? I want to know.
It doesn't matter. It was
So
just
why
an example.
so why use an analogy that that doesn't matter?
Well, it does matter, but it doesn't matter. Like, of course, we could say like there are different organizations or groups in America where they do, I'm sure, have these type of dealings or thoughts or things like that. So it is something that you have to take in consideration of. At one point in time, it was something that was ran rampant in America. And just because we don't take it as serious now, at one point in time, there were another group of people who did have to take it as serious. So,
Do you know what I'm referring to, or are you just like making shit up in your head?
if you're talking about what I said, you're talking about my
Do you
example
know
that I gave earlier, right?
do you even know what you said before that you were making an analogy of?
Yeah,
What did you say that you were making that analogy of?
you're talking about when I said if they're going around and they're killing black people at
No,
night.
that's the analogy. I was asking you, what did you say
What
in
the
order to
main
use
topic
that?
was?
Yes.
Oh, the main like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the main topic was. The point is, I needed you to understand if somebody
Hey,
understands or
Kwame,
thinks that
I'm
something is
about
true,
to get up
and
out of
that's why you're trying to overtalk me
here.
because you know I'm about to
Listen,
get that point out
listen.
again. But if somebody, it doesn't matter if they think that stealing people's shoes at night, if there's an epidemic of people at night, people are stealing people's shoes, you better watch out because your shoes might get taken. It doesn't matter if it's a killing. It doesn't matter if there's people stealing your shoes. It doesn't matter if you have a Kia and people are breaking into your Kia. Guess what? The Kia, that's one thing that's known, right? The Kia boys. So it's like, okay, so guess who's worrying about their car if they have a Kia, right? So it doesn't matter if you think that it's, oh, okay, well, my car won't get broken into. I guarantee you, a person, if they're seeing these different things on the news and it's like,
Dude,
okay,
you're
everybody,
making
and that same person has a Kia
analogies.
in
You're
their
making
mind, in that same person's mind who knows they have a Kia, if they don't want to believe that they're going to be subject to
dude,
that,
talking louder is
vandalism
not
or
helping
not,
your case.
they
Talking
have to
louder is
take
not
that
helping your
serious. They have to take that serious.
talking louder is not helping your case. You
Yeah,
never
and trying to talk over me and not allow me to
dude,
give you the
dude,
answer to a question that you asked is
dude.
not going to make it not
You
be
didn't
answered. So
answer
it's
my
like
question. You didn't even
I
know what
did
you
just answer
said.
the question.
You didn't even know what you said.
I said it doesn't matter what I was talking about. It was about the point. The point. The
Dude,
point is,
how what you
if
said didn't
somebody
matter.
thinks or sees something as being serious or true, or it's something that they believe to be true or fact, you have to take that as
You
serious
can't
as they
you
do.
can't have a you can't believe something is a fact. It's either a
That's
fact
how
or
you
it's
do
not.
in your life. That's how
It's
you
either
do in your life.
dude,
So
listen,
so so
listen, and
so
you
look,
learn.
so look,
Dude, I'm younger than you, and you can't even listen.
if you go out in life and you think just nothing's going to happen to you in life, and you know what I mean, like,
Dude,
actually, let me ask
listen,
you this:
dude, listen.
are you a firearm holder? Quiet. Are you a firearm holder?
I'm not gonna answer your questions if
Okay, quiet.
you're not gonna
Exactly,
answer
because you
mine.
know it's going to
You're
set
not
you
gonna
up for the
answer
next
mine.
question.
You're not
And
gonna
the
answer
next
mine.
question is going to be, why do you even have it? Why do you even have it? Because you believe, you know what I mean? In
I don't know what you
inevitable. It's
mean.
like
I
you
don't know what
believe
you
it's
mean.
not going to happen. So it's like, why do you
I
even have a
don't know what you
firearm?
mean. I
Because
don't know.
you understand and you believe that if somebody wants to get up in your shit good and bad enough, they're going to do that. So you have to, it doesn't even you don't have to believe that somebody's going to do it that night or not, but you have to take the serious and understanding and awareness of, if you have a firearm, that for you to protect your home, you're going to need one yourself.
Dude,
So
you're
you
making a
don't
bunch
carry that. I'm
dude,
sure you don't
dude.
carry that firearm
Hey,
to
American
inflict
Dream.
pain or actually
Kwame
hurt
just say
somebody,
he's
but
not
you
even
have it for that very fact that because you know that people like to steal
true,
and break into
true,
people's
true,
houses, you
true,
have to
true,
meet with
true,
that
true,
same energy and that
true.
same
Can you
force.
calm down, dude? Calm down. You're making a
Don't
bunch
ask the
of
question because I'm definitely
dude.
going to give you an answer, brother.
I'm not asking any
Truth
questions.
hurts,
I'm
brother.
telling you to calm
Truth
down.
hurts. I got
I'm
that name
telling you
for a
to calm
reason.
down. I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not asking any questions. The fact
I
of the
know.
matter.
I know.
Listen,
You didn't want to answer the question because I was going to bust
listen.
you.
Can
Would you
you
say
listen?
BTA?
Can
You
you
was about to get
listen?
that BTA 2.0.
Dude, can you listen? Can you listen? The fact of the matter is you're making a bunch of analogies out of a whole nother analogy after
Mm-hmm.
analogy after analogy
Mm-hmm.
after analogy
Mm-hmm.
after analogy.
And it
Why
makes
are you
sense
making a bunch of analogies after another analogy that you
because it
already
made sense. That's why you didn't want to answer the question because
it
it
does
would have
not
made sense.
you forgot what you said at the first
It would
hand.
have made sense, sir. It just would have made sense. It would have made sense if you said, yes, I do have a firearm, because then I would have said, well, why do you have it if you just don't believe in analogies? You don't believe in analogies that somebody might come in your home, or you don't believe in analogies that somebody might rob you for. You don't believe in analogies. So why do you have a firearm? That's why you didn't want to answer the question. 2.0 BTA. Exactly.
What's BTA again? What's BTA? Here? Yo, can y'all hear me? Doesn't sound like y'all can hear me. You. Y'all got super quiet. What happened? Hey, USA Docs. Everybody got kicked off. What happened? How everybody got kicked off? Was that me? Oh, your boy was streaming. Your boy MD20 was streaming the joint. Okay. What up though, USA Docs? Blessings to you. I only got like another half an hour before I shut this down. Either I shut it down or YouTube gonna shut it down. Oh,
Yeah, what's good?
I'm chilling, Docs. What's good with you?
Oh, just listen. I just got back with my daughter. It just came back from my Jamaican people making Jamaican jerk chicken and cooked it up, served it up to me. But yeah, you talked about being in Jamaica, right? You said that.
Hey, hold on. American Dream. BTA means belt to ass, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Belt to ass.
Yeah, I never heard that before. BTA. Yeah, bro. But you talked about in Jamaica.
You
when
talking
leave
about
the-
today?
Yeah, you said when you leave Jamaica that you go through a specific sign, a sector saying that when you leave Jamaica, you go through the Americans leaving Jamaica, and there's no such thing as a departure in Jamaica in a Jamaican airport that says Americans, right? So when you said that, that's not true because you said there's two
No,
different
I meant
lines.
to say when
Yeah.
I meant to say when I arrived back. If I didn't say that, when I arrived back, there's a line for citizens, U.S. citizens,
Yeah,
and
but
then
yeah,
non-citizens.
you said Americans. You're not American, bro. You are a Jamaican who's a citizen of America, but you're not
That's
Jamaican.
what
You're
you
not
said.
American. Yeah, no,
That's
that's a
what you
fact,
said.
bro.
You're
That's a
It's
fact.
not a fact. That's what you say.
That's the census
nonsense you
says
say.
it. Your origin,
wrong.
right?
That's the nonsense you say.
No, bro, you're on the census, Jamaican. I already showed you in my channel.
And
You're
you're on the
census.
census as African.
No, African American. We still got the
Okay,
American.
African.
And,
You're African.
no, African American and the
But you
OMB.
claim that you're not African.
No, yeah, and the
Are you
OMB.
African American? Are you an
No,
African American?
no. I'm American. I did
Are
sending
you
up
an
shadow
African
slaves.
American?
No,
Are you
I'm not.
an American?
So
As
you
they
don't agree.
did.
Hold
No,
on,
no.
Dex.
Listen,
Hold
listen.
on, Dex. Hold on, Dex. So you don't agree with what the census says about you, but you agree with what it says about me?
Yeah, you're Jamaican. That's your
You're
origin.
full of
You come
crap.
from Jamaica.
And you're full
Yeah.
of crap.
Yeah, we're from America. Your origin
And
is.
you're African. If
Hey,
according to the
listen,
census I'm Jamaican, then
listen.
you're African.
Listen, your origin is Jamaican. That's undisputable,
And
right?
your origin is African.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
according to the census.
Again, do you have relatives in Jamaica? That's a yes.
Do you
or
have
no.
relatives in Africa?
No. See, that's what I'm going to get you. I don't have any relatives, but you damn sure have relatives in Jamaica.
So why does the census call you African American?
That's easy. Okay, how long have they called us African American? Do you know how long? Since 19.
No, I don't.
Okay, we've been here as slaves. As slaves. I don't need to. I don't need to go anywhere beyond slavery. So as a people enslaved, we've been here 400 or 500 years, depending on how you count it. Right? We were never called African American until 1988. Right? So literally 97% of the time we've been here as slaves and Jim Crow, and to this day, 97% of the time we've been here as a people and new people. We've never been called African American as a people. Never. 97%.
You know what else you've never been
no,
called?
but hang on. So it's
You've
funny.
also never been called the only American.
That's not true because
That's true. That's a fact. You've
No,
never been called that.
listen.
You made that up.
No, in 1828, look at Noah Webster Dictionary. He said the copper people, the Aboriginals, were the Americans, right? We're
The copper people,
colored.
that's what
yeah,
you are?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a
Oh,
black
bro.
and copper?
Look at my skin, bro.
So you're a
I'm
copper man?
Yeah,
Instead of a black man, you're a copper man?
I'm not black, bro. I'm not black, bro.
You're
Do I
copper.
look black to you? My skin is beautiful
You look
shades
copper.
of brown
I'm looking
melanin,
at-
bro.
is that your crown? Is that a crown made of copper?
Nah, it's gold, bro. It's gold and emeralds and
gold.
diamond. That's gold,
Okay,
baby.
so your
That's
skin
gold.
is copper and your crown is gold.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah. Well,
But
come
you're
on.
a
I don't.
copper man. But instead of a black man,
Yeah.
you're a copper man.
I'm not black, bro. I've never been
You're
black. My
copper.
family ain't black. We are
You're
descendants of
copper.
shadow slaves.
hey Doc.
Beautiful
No,
shades
you just
of
said you're.
brown
Hold on,
melanin.
Dex. Hold on, Dex. You just said you're copper.
Yeah,
Is that
copper
what you
color.
said?
Yeah. Beautiful shades of brown melanin. Copper color.
Okay, yeah, you're a copper.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
got
ahead,
a I
Dex.
got a copper undertone, bro. Anybody would
Yeah,
tell you like, yeah.
Hey,
okay, you're a copper American.
Yeah, check this out, American Dream. There's this guy on Twitter.
Hold on.
let me ask you.
We've been called African American since
Who's
19. How
we?
long did you say?
Who's we? Not
Since
you. Descendants of shadow
Okay,
slaves in the United States of America have been called African
I've been called
legally since
African American for
1988.
how long? Since
3% of the
1988.
three
Hey,
three
Doc,
percent
can
of
you say them
3%
And
of the
starting
time.
in 2025,
97% of the time we were never called African.
Hey,
97%
and
of the
Doc.
time.
2025, you're introducing copper American.
Hey, you know
Good
what?
luck with that.
No,
Good luck
hang
with
on.
that.
Hey, check this out.
Dream.
Actually,
Hold
American
on,
Dream.
Dex.
Actually,
No,
American Dream.
I
Our
have a real
ethnic name
I have a real question.
officially was not African American until 2020. So actually, 99% of the time, we have never been labeled as African American. Literally, less than 1% of the time we've been here as a people, we were labeled African American.
Doc,
2020 was
Okay,
the
hang on a
first
second.
time.
Hang on a
First
second. Hang
time.
on a second, USA. Go ahead, Dex.
Docs. Okay, if you say you're a copper people, right? And America is an Arctic land, how is that environmentally proof? You know
Yeah, I
what I
have
mean?
no idea what you're saying, bro.
So
We are
so
the only Americans. I don't know what
no,
you're saying.
but America is an Arctic land. That means it's
Yeah, I
a
have no idea
polar
what you're saying,
climate.
bro. It's a
So how do
nation.
you get how do
America's
you
a nation.
listen? How do you get copper colored people in an Arctic land? I want to know.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying, but we come from America. We were enslaved here. We come from
Oh, you're
America.
not
We're the only
listening.
Americans.
You're not listening to the question.
No, I'm saying I don't understand what you're saying because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't even care this Arctic
This
stuff.
is a
I
fact.
I don't care, bro. You don't make. I come from my people come from the nation called United States of
Hey,
America.
American
Period.
Dream, we got to stop bringing these coons up because he's not even answering the question. If
Bro,
he,
you don't make any sense with all this.
Going to go
Yeah,
into
You don't
the
know.
name
yeah.
calling, Dex.
Hey, American Dream. You know why he name
don't
calls?
know,
Because
if
I
you
dog
don't
walk him every time. I
if you
dog walk
don't
him.
know, if you don't know something, just say you don't know.
Okay, American Dream. Did I not just say 5 times I didn't know what he's talking about? That's no American Dream. Did I not just say I have
You
no
said
idea what he's
you
talking
don't know
about?
what I'm
No, D, stop it. American
said
Dream.
you
Did
don't
I
know
not
what I'm
tell this?
talking
Did I not tell this dude
Yes.
I have no idea what he's talking about? This Arctic shit? Yes or no?
No, you said you
Yes,
don't know.
No.
I
American Dream.
heard
Okay,
you say
okay.
that. Yes.
Then D, move on. You lost. D, move on. You lost. You're a liar. You're a liar. You just lied on me. So move on. Even American Dream, you said you just lied on me. So stop lying on me, brother. You talk dumb. So move on. What's your next point? Well, you lost that point. What's your next point?
Allow me
What's
to
your next
talk.
point?
Okay, I'm about to make it. If you allow me to talk, you just have a good mic and you're over talking everybody, not allowing them to respond to what you're saying. So my
USA
response to
Docs,
that,
I thought yesterday was your last day of streaming.
hey,
No,
so,
I can't use StreamYard anymore until it renews again in the middle of September.
so listen,
But I can use StreamYard through your StreamYards or any other person's StreamYard. I just can't use my StreamYard. Like I can't just
okay,
start
okay, we get it.
Hang on, D. I'm talking American Dream.
no, I have a question.
No, he just asked me.
Hang on, I just
This
asked
is
him a
not
question,
your
though.
channel,
Let him
D.
answer my
Oh, let
question
me
first.
ask
Dex.
you the
D act like he
Hang
own
on
your
1
channel,
second,
American
Dex.
Dream.
Dex,
Like,
hang on 1 second.
dude,
Dex,
D
Dex,
act
just
like
hang on
he's
a
your
second.
man. Gee, so American Dream, when your StreamYard account runs out, you can't stream until it renews again. So I can't go into my StreamYard and start a brand new stream on my own accord. Now I could jump on your panel or anybody else panel using StreamYard, but I can't do it myself until the middle of September.
got
So
it.
I can't
Got
do
it.
it.
Okay,
Got it. Go ahead, Dex.
Okay, so this is he said that he don't know what I'm talking about as if he didn't understand the question.
I don't understand, bro. I have no idea. Like I've said that to you. I don't understand, and I don't even care. But go ahead.
Let me reiterate the question so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Okay? So if you say you don't know the answer, then you don't know the answer. That's a different.
Hey, dude, that's a duh. That's a duh. If somebody says they don't know the answer. That's duh. Get to your point, bro.
Question. Shit. You saying you I just clearly said that. How do you get a copper colored people in a colder climate? I don't understand.
And I don't understand that, bro. I really don't. But that's on you. You're African, so I'm an American and you're African. So you think like Africans. I think like an American. So I don't understand what you're trying to get to. But go ahead, brother.
America is an Arctic land. It's a
Yeah, I don't understand what you're talking. America's a nation, has borders, has a military, has a government. That's it. And we come from it. We were enslaved here. We come from it. You're talking African battles. babble. I don't understand it.
No, do you know what Arctic means?
No, not in the way you're saying. No, I know the Arctic Ocean, but you're saying something I don't know and I don't care. All I care is about my people come from America. That makes us the only Americans. That's all. You can come up with this Arctic babble all you want. I don't care.
USA. What color is copper? Is that like a reddish brown?
No, well, back in the day during slavery, when 1828, when Noah Webster said the copper color people, it's going to be like a dark copper color. Yeah. And check this out. On Twitter, there's this guy.
Hold on. Like when you say the dark copper, like if I ask you what color is copper, you don't say it's a dark copper. It's a dark, like what? A dark brown?
Well, yeah. Like a dark brown with a red undertone, right?
Right, a reddish brown.
Yeah. And this
kinda
guy
like
on
same
Twitter,
color as the kind of like the same color as the ancient Egyptians.
I don't know anything about ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, because that's the same. That's the same way they describe the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, that's
a
okay.
reddish brown.
I don't care. But check this out. There's this guy on Twitter, and his name is Arthur. His name is Arthur something. And
you may be related to the ancient Egyptians.
No. Anyway, hang on. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Arthur something, right? And he owns this Freeman website. But anyway, he took pictures of American descendants of chattel slaves and Africans, and he put it through Grok. And he says, Grok, which group has a copper colored undertone? The American descendants of chattel slaves and Africans. But he didn't decipher it. He put all the pictures in indiscriminately. And every single one said the American descendants of chattel slaves, right? Regardless of how dark they were or light they were, Grok said repeatedly, this group right here, this picture has a red copper color undertone, and the other group doesn't. And you know what? The group that had the red copper color undertone was the American descendants of chattel slaves. And the ones who had no red copper color undertone were Africans. And he did it like 50 times. And Grok 100% identified us Americans and not as Africans. 100% of the time. I think it's cool.
You're ranting off on your own talking points.
Bro, I'm talking to American Dream. I'm not even paying attention to you, bro. You're talking
Dex. Dex, hang on a second, Dex.
He's not answering my question though. That's not fair.
I don't really think he's interested in kind of communicating with you at this point. Dex, if he doesn't want to, Dex, look, if he doesn't want to speak with you,
I know.
Dex, if he doesn't want to speak with you, he just doesn't want to speak with you.
Because I'm putting BTA. He knows.
Okay, so that's fine, but let me speak with him since I have a limited time. He's kind enough to come on the panel. Let me just speak with him for a minute because he doesn't want to speak with you. I appreciate you, Dex. You've held it down for me today. You a trooper. Have a blessed night. Yeah, man, be good. Yeah, USA. So you're saying there were African slaves here and African black slaves, and then there were copper colored slaves, native slaves as well.
Yeah, there were no African slaves. Less than 10,000.
So the slaves in America weren't black Africans.
No.
They were reddish brown copper color people.
Yeah, it was an amalgamation of these Mongoloid Siberians. They were enslaved here, along with the Negro slaves, Negro natives that were enslaved here. Remember, the anthropologist Carlos Marquez, whatever, he said North America was a Negro continent. He said for a fact. He goes, you have the red Mongoloid, and then you had the Negroid. And he says that even before the red Mongoloid, these Siberian people came through the Bering Strait, he says before they even got here thousands of years ago, before that was in fact a Negro nation, a Negro continent. He said for a fact this was a Negro continent.
So are you saying that Black American, that Black Africans have stolen the copper-colored slaves' identity as American slaves?
Yeah, well, we're not African, so I don't know what you're talking about when you say African slaves. We come from the slaves here were natives.
When I look at historical documents, they describe the slaves as Black Americans, and when they show the pictures of them, they look like Black Africans. Black Africans, and that's what they look like. But you're saying they weren't Black Africans. They were reddish brownish colored copper people. They weren't even from Africa. They were copper colored Americans instead of Black Africans. The slaves were copper colored Americans.
Yeah, and some were jet black.
I'm asking you, where did this whole Black African slavery thing come from? Where did this whole myth of a black African slave come from to be written in our textbooks?
Yeah. Oh, it's the white man lie. The white man is a big liar. We both agree the white man has lied a lot and still lies. Even white people admit how much white people lie. The white man lied. The white man just destiny swapped. Like, these people on tribes,
was the
they're
purpose?
largely
Why?
Europeans.
Why did the white man swap y'all for black Africans?
No, he didn't swap us for black Africans. The
So
belief
what was his lie?
Yeah, oh, the lie was, hey, these enslaved people, these people are Africans. When actuality, we were the natives. See, when the white man lied,
I'm trying to figure out why he did that. Why?
easy to dispossess of us our land.
What was his goal in doing that?
Oh, easy to dispossess us of our land. You see,
And give it to the black Africans?
No, he took it. He took the land. You see what I'm saying? The white
So
man
why
came.
why did he have to switch y'all out with black Africans to take your land? Why didn't he just take your land? The same way he took the native Indians' land.
Oh, easy.
Why
They feel
would he
good
have
about
to
it.
switch out? Why would he have to write you out of history in
Easy.
order to take your land?
Yeah. Why do you think the white man reclassified us 10, 20 times? Everybody knows. Every historian is like, yeah, we've been reclassified at least 10, 20 times. At least 10 times. Why did the white man reclassify us 10 times, 20? Why? Why? If we were just Africans, he would have just said, these are Africans, man. Why did the white man reclassify us 10 to 20 times? Every historian is like,
I think it's for because if you remember, you and me, we were looking at the census, and it said that there were groups today who are trying to get they're trying to delineate off of the census, and they want to be called American descendants of slaves. So I think the reason that the white man keeps reclassifying us is because we keep asking them to.
Us, you're not us, you're Jamaican, sir.
Oh,
You're not
you're
us.
right. You're right. It's because y'all keep asking them to. But does that answer the question, though? Or do you
I
have a
don't-
different reason?
What's that? Well, I told you my
My
reason.
answer to why they keep reclassifying you is because you keep asking them to. The same way y'all are asking to be reclassified on the census even today, where y'all want to be called American descendants of slaves on the census, and the OMB said no. They said no to that one. The reason they kept reclassifying us is because y'all kept asking them, and y'all asked so many times. They just that's why they're changing it, because y'all keep asking them.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say that's absolutely false. The white
Okay,
man.
so why do you think they keep reclassifying you?
Oh, easy. They keep us confused. Like,
Are
think
you
about
confused?
it. If we were look at, we did not ask the government to call us Negro, colored, slaves, black, mulatto, quadroon. These are all the white man terms. Even the word black comes from the white man. BLACK. Our ancestors didn't use the word black. They were natives. They had their own languages. They didn't use, hey, I'm black, I'm a Negro, I'm colored, I'm mulatto. Even the word Indian comes from the white man. So all these reclassification names come from the white man and not from our ancestors, the natives. Not one of them. Every single title the white man has reclassified comes directly from his own mouth in degeneracy. We didn't call
How
ourselves
about
black,
you said
Negro,
African
colored.
American came from Jesse Jackson?
Yeah, in 1988.
But that's
yes,
not the white man.
I'm
That's not
talking
the
about
white
for
man.
350 years. For 350 years.
You said every classification.
Yeah,
African
besides that one.
American was it-
Besides that one. Besides that one. That is Jesse Jackson. Besides that one. But I'm talking
Okay.
about slavery and Jim Crow. We were classified as slaves, black, colored, Negro, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon. Those are not natives' names. Those are all white people terms that the white man used to reclassify us to keep us confused because we're the natives. The white man destiny swapped, right? You guys are Africans, not your land. It's ours because you're Africans. So you have no claim to the land, and it's our land. And then in the 1890s, the white man created the reservations and said, now white people will inhabit these lands and not you Americans and descendants of shadow slaves. So the white man took our land twice. He took it in the beginning, just came and took it and reclassified as African, say, hey, this is not, they didn't even reclassify as African. They reclassified as slaves, right? That was the number one design, the number one term for us, slaves, right? So you guys are slaves and then Negroes and colored. You're not these native people. So we're taking your land. And in 1890,
Well, hold on.
Then in 1890,
Hold on.
yeah, go ahead.
You said they tried to tell you that y'all were Africans.
No, I took that back. Black. They never classified us as Africans. They classified as slaves. The number one classifier for us during slavery was slaves. SLAVS. You guys are slaves. You guys are Negro. You guys are colored. Black is the least
Oh,
of
so
the
there were
terms.
no African slaves here. Oh, okay, there were no African slaves here. They just
But a handful,
wrote it
yeah.
in history.
Yeah,
They
no,
just wrote it in
well,
history that there were black African slaves.
no,
Um,
it's not in history, bro. That's the part. That's the lie. The white man has lied. When you look
Right,
in
right.
history, there's no document saying there's all these Africans. There's only like. Remember, I told you in North Carolina there were 100,000 slaves, and they said only
they
one
don't have
slave
any
ship came from
documents
Africa.
from the transatlantic slave trade.
No, no. If
No?
you go to no zero. Well, what they got is not zero. If you go to slavevoyage.org, check it out. If you go to slavevoyage.org, they only have 25 Africans being shipped from Africa to America on record. Like we have the records. They only have the records of 25 Africans over a 300-year period showing up to America's shores. It gets worse. 22 ran away and only 3 got caught. So 300 years of the transatlantic slave trade to America from Africa, they only documented for a fact 25 slaves, and 22 ran away, never to be found again. And there was only 3 left, and that was it. There's 3 Africans. Out of 300 years, 3 Africans. That slavevoyage.org says for a fact. They got the ship name, the ship number, they got the captain name, they got the exact date, they got the slave manual. And all they have over a 300-year period is 25 African slaves. And 22 ran away as soon as they got off the boat and was never found again. Only 3 Africans they kept.
Do you
3.
think that the black Americans today, the ones that are black, not copper colored, the ones that are black,
Like Wesley Snipes? Like Wesley Snipes?
yeah, like so where did they come from? Because they're
Easy.
claiming to be descendants of those ancestors that you're saying were never here. So are you saying they're trying to steal your reparations when they're asking for reparations?
First of all, I'm not even talking about reparations at this point. We're just talking about the natives. So I don't know
Okay,
when
so
you bring in
where did
reparations.
so where did these black Americans, these non-copper colored Americans come from that we would call black skin, not copper colored?
Yeah. I got you.
Like,
Yeah, I
where
got you.
did they come from? Like a lot of them are among the FBA, a lot of them are among ADOS. Where did they come from claiming to be descendants of these black Africans that you said never existed?
Where did the Wesley Snipes come from in America? You talking? Yeah, where like
The
somebody like Don
American
Cheadle?
blacks that are not
Yeah.
copper colored, that are
Yeah.
black colored, who
Yeah,
claim
Don
to
Cheadle.
be descendants of those black Africans. How did they appear? When did they appear in America?
Oh, easy. These people have always been here. Like, remember, there's archaeologists says that this was a Negro continent even before these Siberian people came here thousands of years
So
ago.
that wasn't talking about you.
Yes, our ancestors were
The
these
Negro
people.
people weren't. I thought you said when they said this is a Negro continent, that was talking about y'all, the copper
Yes,
colored
yes,
people.
yes.
So-
No,
so-
it's Look, it's a combination, bro. On my channel, I've said it
All of
before.
y'all were Negro. The copper
No,
colored people and
Negroes-
the black people were Negroes.
Yeah, we're a mixture of the people who have been here forever, called Negroes, and we're also
And the
amalgamated with
Negroes
these.
hold on. So Negroes included copper colored,
Yes,
the copper
yes.
colored, and
Yes.
the black colored
Yeah,
natives.
yeah.
And those
yeah.
natives, were those natives of African descent?
No, these people didn't come from Africa. There's no proof they came from Africa. None.
Okay, so
But
where
you
do
said it's
the
correct.
so
There's no proof they came from Africa.
so
Like the-
so the black Americans today, the Pan-Africanist type Americans who claim to have African ancestry, they're just the ones that are fooled by the lie.
Yeah. Do you know this guy named Sonetta? He's a
Yes.
hardcore. Yeah. Did you see him on Twitter? He just found out that at minimum 1/2 of his family came from the natives. He was interviewing his own uncle, and his uncle was like, "Yeah." His uncle named the tribes Sonetta. One side, I don't know if it's mother's side or father's side. One of the sides. I think it's his mother's side. But his uncle said, yeah, we come from these. He named the tribes. And Sonetta gave an apology last week or the week before. He apologized. He goes,
Indian tribes?
yeah. He said that I have dogged these native Indians. We're natives. He goes, I mocked them. But I interviewed my own uncle, and he said, yeah, one half of my family comes from these native tribes. And he was
color-
very excited.
I'm
But he
sorry.
apologized to everyone. It's like, I was wrong. He goes, I'm literally one half native. And I didn't know that till just recently when my uncle said, yeah, we come from tribes, bro. We don't come from Africa. And so Sonetta is changed his mind. He apologized. He goes, I was wrong. So, yeah, people are waking up,
What
bro.
color would you say the native Indians are? Like, if you could use a color, y'all are copper. What color would you say the native Indians would be?
Yeah, well, we're copper tone. We have copper undertone. So
No, I'm talking
copper
about the native
undertones.
Indians.
The native
Not
Indians today
y'all.
are, yeah, you're talking about us. Yeah, we have copper undertone, whether we're light skin,
So
brown skin, or
y'all
dark skin.
and the native Indians are copper tone.
No, the people on reservations aren't copper tone. Like he even put in the people on reservations today, and they said no copper tone was detected.
So
The people on
color would
reservations
you-
are
what
white
color are they?
people mixed with Chinese people. They're like Mexicans.
White people
and
mixed.
stuff.
Wait.
Yeah. Like
Hold on,
remember,
Hold on. So back in the day, during slavery times, there were Negroes that were copper toned and black, and then there were Indians that were what color?
yeah, those Indians had the copper. I'm talking about these people that came from Siberia. Not that.
Yeah.
Remember, there's two groups
They
of
had the
Indians.
copper tone that you had.
Yeah. There's two groups of Indians. The so-called Indian on reservations today, which are essentially white people, and the ones when the white man came here, the Mongoloids that came from Siberia. These are the copper-colored people. The people on reservations there are white people. They destiny swap. So the people, these natives were either jet black, brown, or copper colored, but they all had a copper color undertone. I'm trying to find I have the like. Did you know when the white man came here?
Hold on. So you're copper toned like the native Indians are copper toned, but they classed you as a Negro with the black people that you're not, that you don't have the same skin color with. Why didn't they class you with the Indians, given that y'all are both copper toned? Why aren't you considered? Why would they consider you a Negro and not with the native Indians, given that y'all are the same skin tone?
Well, hang on. Can you bring up the picture like you did last time? Let me just show you. I'm going to help you out. I can show you better.
What
I can tell you.
picture?
It's right next to my avatar in the back. Remember you brought it up before?
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you bring up, I can put up. Oh,
All right, thank you, brother. Yeah, there you go. See, we are the copper colored people. You see that right there? We're the copper colored people, right? That's what we are. We're the copper colored people, right? We're the natives. Well, that's copper color, right?
Okay.
This is what I mean about having a copper colored undertone. All these people have copper colored undertone, right? Whether you're light skin, brown skin, or dark skin, because we were mixed together, we're the copper colored people, right? The people on reservations aren't copper colored. People on reservations are straight up white people or Chinese people mixed with white. But we are the copper colored people. Like when you see this, like, oh damn, you guys are copper colored. Yeah. We are the original Americans. They just remixed us by breeding us, and the white man bred himself into us, and they gave us our culture, elite European culture. But yeah, we are the copper-colored people.
Okay,
You know?
so
You don't see people on reservations look like this. No, they look like white people. We're the copper-colored people. But go ahead.
So if Simone Biles is the copper tone people, like
Yeah,
so you're
she
saying
got a red undertone.
So who are
Yeah.
the dark skinned So who are and she's one of the copper tone Negroes.
Yeah.
Like which Negro today would you consider one of the black Negroes?
Well, I don't know what you mean by black. You mean just dark
If
skin, like
Simone-
Wesley Snipes?
You said Simone Biles
Yeah,
looks like what would be a copper toned
a copper undertone.
one of the
Copper undertone.
copper-toned
Yeah.
Negroes.
Yeah. Copper
you said-
undertone.
You said there were two types of Negroes, copper toned and black. So I'm asking you, if Simone Biles is copper toned, who today would you say is one of the black Negroes?
Yeah, that's interesting because once again, Wesley Snipes, you would say he's
Wesley
you know,
Snipes.
yeah, you know who he is, right?
Okay.
The actor, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I told you the guy on Twitter who has his own Freeman website, he put in Wesley Snipes, and Grok AI said that Wesley Snipes, which we would all say is black, jet black, And Grok said that even Wesley Snipes had a copper color undertone. Look at your screen.
So
copper
you would
color.
say, so can you put up the whole picture?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah.
So you would say, who is that?
That's
Simone Biles.
and this is
Who-
Shakai
That's
Richardson.
Shakira.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you got Kobe, LeBron, Carmelo, and what's his face, Kevin Durant. Huh.
Right. So you would say Kobe, LeBron, and none of those. You would say none of those people up there are black.
Well, black is a made up. You got to remember, our own government says black is a made up term. It's not real. Our own federal government.
What about
says,
copper? Copper isn't made up?
No, because look at, we're not black. See, look at, we're copper colored. We're not black. Her hair is black, but we're not black. That goes to show you the government is correct. The government says,
But you're
well,
saying
obviously,
Wesley Snipes is black.
yeah.
You're saying Wesley Snipes is black,
but with a
but
copper
LeBron
color
James is
undertone.
not.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on. You're saying Wesley Snipes is black, but LeBron James is not.
I said black as far as somebody dark. Even Wesley Snipes is not black, literally. He's still brown. He's just a really, really dark brown. Like,
So is Wesley Snipes? So which group does he belong to? The black Negroes or the copper Negroes?
he belongs to the copper Negroes, which
Wesley?
but yeah, Wesley Snipes. I told you the guy put his picture in Grok, and Grok says he has a copper colored undertone, a reddish undertone.
Okay, so
Wesley
who belongs
Snipes.
to the So who belongs to the black Negroes, if not Wesley Snipes?
Who belongs to the black Negroes? What are you talking about?
Yeah. What you mean? What am I talking about?
Yeah, explain that.
You said there are copper tone Negroes and black Negroes.
Yeah,
And
when
you
I
said
say
everybody in
yeah,
that
yeah,
picture
exactly.
right there is a copper Negro.
Yes, and
And I'm
again,
asking, and then I asked you who's a black Negro, and you said like Wesley Snipes.
I
And now you're
got you.
saying
Yeah, I
Wesley
got you.
Snipes
I
is
got
not
you.
a black Negro.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm asking
What?
you, who is a black Negro? All
Yeah.
of these people are copper Negroes. Who would you consider a black Negro?
Okay, listen to me. I said before, when I said Wesley Snipes is black, I said it metaphorically. He's not black. He's just really, really dark brown. So if you want to go on literally, there is no black amongst us because we're all shades of light to brown to dark skin. Any scientists,
So who
anthropologists,
did
like,
they
yeah,
replace you
Wesley
with
Snipes is not
initially? So
literally
who did they
black. He's
replace you
brown.
with?
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, he's
You know,
brown.
because you started off making a clear distinction saying there are copper people and there are black people, and that they were trying to rewrite history and replace the copper people with the black people. And now you've ended with there are no black people, there are just copper people. So, you know, you're kind of all over the place a little bit.
Well, you know, like I said, I was using everyday terminology. Like when somebody's jet black, you're like they're jet black, but they're not actually jet black. They're just really, really dark brown. So I was speaking metaphorically, but then I straightened it out to be when I speak metaphorically, anyone would say Wesley Snipes is a black man, but that's metaphorically because he's not actually black. None of us are actually black. He's just really, really, really dark brown. Now that's literal. But look at Noah Webster. Noah Webster said in 1828, he said, what is an American? An American, a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races, right?
Aboriginals or
Yeah.
or
The
so he's
copper-colored, yeah,
referring
or
to the
copper-colored race.
And I think by
Yeah.
Aboriginals he means the native Indians, right? Because I don't think they would, and that's who he's calling copper colored. And you said they were copper colored too, so
Yeah, they are
this is why
copper-colored.
I was asking you if you were native Indian, because you know they would be the ones to me that would be described as a copper color, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we are a grand amalgamation of our ancestors, the copper-colored people, the Aboriginals, bro, with elite European admit. We are our ancestors remixed. Like they just
That
enslaved
picture
our
you
ancestors
showed,
and started
that
breeding them.
picture you showed. Can you put up that basketball picture again with the copper?
Hang on, my computer is slow. Hang on.
Never mind.
No,
Never mind.
I
It's
got
not
it. My
important.
computer is slow.
No, it's not. It's really not important. But listen,
No, right here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Well, what you gotta say? Go ahead.
I was going to give a corny joke. I was going to say that's a grand amalgamation of copper.
Yeah, you can say that.
I told you it was a bad
No,
joke.
it actually works. We're a grand amalgamation of copper colored people. You know, you can definitely say that. But
Yeah, listen,
but
I don't know if you noticed, USA, but I've been streaming now for 11 hours and 45 minutes. You heard? And it's gonna end in 15 minutes. So
No,
you
it
can
won't end. It won't end. YouTube will just clip it at 12 hours, but YouTube allows you to go to 15, 16 hours. I used to do it on my channel. I would have 15-hour
okay. But
live
if I'm
streams.
doing StreamYard, it's just gonna keep recording, right?
Yeah. And YouTube is going to keep recording. But when YouTube plays back the video, it clips it at 12 hours, period. So if, as long as the stream goes 13, 14, 15 hours, YouTube will stream it for 15 hours along with StreamYard simultaneously. But when you play
But
it
you
back,
can't go back tomorrow and watch the 15 hours.
yeah,
You only see 12
it'll be
hours.
just the first 12 hours, even though there's
And
an
do I
additional
have
3 hours.
access? Do I have access to the full 15 hours?
No. Only on StreamYard
Only
you
on
have.
StreamYard.
Yeah, on StreamYard, YouTube
Right.
clips it at 12 hours, but on StreamYard you have the access to it for the whole 15 hours. But
Oh,
on
okay.
StreamYard you can't clip it though. When streams go 12, 13, 14 hours, you can't clip it. You can record it, like take another recorder and record it, but you can't clip it because it's too. Even StreamYard says that's too long to even clip. But you can
Oh, is
still
that right?
you can clip it by recording it. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is record it on. If you got an app, you just record what went on in the last 3 hours, and you can repost the last 3 hours. Just get your app, whatever, and record the last 3 hours on StreamYard and post the last 3 hours, which won't show on the stream that went 15 hours because it's only going to show you
You're
12
talking
hours.
fast, bro. You're talking fast. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry about that, but yeah, so that's what's going to happen. You could
So
you
if
can
I
go
stream for 15 hours, StreamYard won't allow me to crop it, you said?
you have to just record it. There's apps. There's apps. You just you go to StreamYard and you use your app to clip it, the last 3 hours or anything you want, and repost it
Yeah.
as something brand new. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like
but if it's so what are you saying? If it's 15 hours, it doesn't allow me to do that?
no, StreamYard won't allow you to clip streams 15 hours long. It'll say when you try to clip it, it will say stream too long. But it doesn't
So what
matter
would I have
because
to do?
you have a recorder, right? All you got to do is record it. An app. You got an app to record it, don't you? Like,
No, I'm
don't
just
you?
recording it into StreamYard. I'm just recording it into StreamYard.
Yeah, but when you want to, if it goes, just say this went for 15 hours, which it won't, but if it did, YouTube is going to clip it at 12 hours, but you're still going to have all 15 hours on StreamYard.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is get another recorder, another app, and record the last 3 hours, and then you could repost it on your YouTube channel, even as something new. That would be new material. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
So that'd be like 2 streams in one. Like, hey, there's the 12-hour one, and now I'm gonna record the last 3 hours from StreamYard and repost that, and now I'm gonna have 2 streams out of one: the first 12 hours and the last 3 hours as a new one.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but don't
I
let it
got
go
you.
16 hours. If you go 16 hours, YouTube will take down the entire stream. I learned that too many times. So I used to let my streams go on like 14 hours, 14 and a half. Once you go past 15 to 16, YouTube will still play all. You can have a live stream. I had one live stream 21 hours because I allow people on and I go to sleep. I hang out with my daughter. I go to the gym. But once it goes over 16 hours, YouTube will stream your stream as long as you have the StreamYard up. If you had if you StreamYard this for 25 hours, YouTube would StreamYard it for 25 hours. But on the playback, YouTube takes down the entire video. So once you go over 15 hours, YouTube deletes the entire stream, all 15 hours. So you can go to 12, 13, 14 hours, and YouTube just clip it at 12 hours. But once you go over 15, YouTube deletes the entire stream. It's gone. It happened to me. I was like, no effing way. Yeah.
Okay. So listen, I'm probably going to go about 12 and a half hours.
Yeah, that's cool. I got to get going anyway a little bit. But yeah, so, you should be a proud Jamaican. I saw my Jamaicans today with, making jerk chicken downtown Baltimore. I don't know why you want to be American so bad. You're not American. You're a Jamaican who's a citizen of America. And you said you love the American dream. I love it. But you're not. We're ethnically American. You're ethnically Jamaican. Our origin is from America. Your origin is from Jamaica. I don't know what the problem is. And you're correct. Earlier you said that your culture is American culture. Yeah. because you live in America, so you're enjoying our American culture. Just like if I moved to Jamaica, right, my whole life, then I would be immersed in the Jamaican culture. So you're correct that your culture is American culture because you are a Jamaican immigrant who's been living here for a long time. So you are obviously immersed in our American culture. Just like if I went to Jamaica, I would be immersed in your Jamaican culture. I'd probably even start speaking Jamaican patois. I would be so immersed, but it still would not be my culture. But even though I would be immersed in it, I mean, this is their Jamaican culture, but I've been here so long, my whole life, I'm immersed in it and I'm a part of it, but I'm not of it, you know? And it's the same thing here. You're not American. So American culture is not yours, but yet you are immersed in it and you get to enjoy it and love it and vibe off it. And everyone does. Everyone comes here, they vibe off our American culture, even though they're not American. And like I said, if I went to Jamaica, I would be vibing off your Jamaican culture and learn even Jamaican patois. But they would tell me, like, you're not Jamaican, bro. Even though you speak Jamaican patois, you're not Jamaican. But you're definitely immersed in the culture.
So what does it take away from you as an American when immigrants claim to also be Americans? What does it take away from you? What does it deny you? Like, does it put you at a loss in some way?
Yes, you're stealing my identity. You're literally
I'm
stealing my identity.
your identity.
Yeah, and you are. When you say you are American, just like me,
So
you're
if I say
stealing
I'm
my
American,
identity.
you no longer are an American.
No, I'm an American, but you're.
So how did I steal your identity? If
Yeah,
I steal
because you're
something,
saying that
hold
you're
on,
me,
hold
you're
on.
not.
If I steal something from you, that means I have it and you no longer have it. So how do I steal your identity as an American when you still are an American? How does that work?
Because you're not an American. You're stealing our
That's not answering my
identity.
question. How did I steal? If I steal something from you, you no longer have it. So if you still have your identity as an American, how did I steal it?
Because you're taking something that doesn't belong to you. That's stealing.
But
You're
you
taking
still have
something.
it.
No.
How
But
can
you're
I take something from you when you still have it?
because you're not an American. You're taking something that doesn't belong to you. That's stealing. No matter how you slice it, when you take something that doesn't belong to you, it's called stealing. American does not belong to you. That's stealing. Irregardless of what you say, well, I'm not taking it from you, but you're still stealing because that's not yours. It's ours. Just like if I said I was Jamaican, I would be stealing from you because I'm not Jamaican. I would be taking a title that does not belong to me. And that's what you're doing when you say you're Jamaican saying you're an American, you're stealing. You're stealing our
Let me tell
ethnicity.
you. Let me tell you. If I was to say to you that I think you're stealing from me by calling yourself a Jamaican, like I would feel like a complete idiot. And I'm surprised you don't.
Well, because you don't care.
I'm surprised you're sticking with it.
No, oh yeah. You are stealing. When you say you are American, you are stealing our ethnic name. We are literally American, ethnically American, the only American. And so you're stealing, bro. Everyone does. It ain't just you. These white people come here. I check them all the time on Twitter. Bro, stop stealing my name. We are the only Americans. You come from Europe. You came here on a boat. You're not American. You are European. And you know exactly where you come from in Europe. England, Italy, Germany. Stop stealing our American ethnonym. And most white people don't give me pushback. In fact, they don't even answer me. I'll jump on a long thread with white people saying, yeah, we're Americans. I'm like, no, you're stealing. You are European. You can't be both. If you're European, you can't be American. It's like somebody saying that they are Japanese, but they're also Irish. I'm like, no, you can't do that. And surprisingly, American Dream, these white people don't give me very much pushback. It's very rare that they actually offer a rebuttal. You know, because they never heard it before. They're just like, oh shit. Like, yeah, bro, you're European. And every white person always admits to me they're European.
Walk away from you? What do? They just walk away from you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they do. I'm sure they just look at you and walk away. I don't know why I haven't walked away.
No, the reason why is I always ask white people.
I know why I haven't walked away. I think it may be for the content.
No, that's okay, but
It's
I've
good
always
content.
no, but I've always asked white people, where do you come from? They always say Europe. Always. I always say, where's your origin? Where are you from? Well, we come from Europe. What part? Oh, England, Germany, France, Italy. Yeah. Okay, so you're not American. And they get it. They connect the dots that quick. When I make them own up to where they come from, I simply interject, oh, so you're not American. You just said you came from Europe and from these nations. Okay, you're not American. I'm an American. And they always say to me, well, don't you come from Africa? That's the only rebuttal. Well, aren't you? Didn't you come from Africa even as slaves? Aren't you African really? If you're going to use that criteria, I said, bro, I did my genealogy. There's no Africans, and I said, I guarantee you, in your genealogy, you have European relatives that you know of. That's a fact. And they're like, yeah, I do. Okay, show me, and I tell them, show me in my genealogy one single African. I said, in fact, show me in Africa one cousin. I'll give you first cousin. I'll give you second cousin. Show me a granddaddy. Show me something. And every white person is like, you know what? I had this one white lady said, I never heard this argument. And you're absolutely correct. Like, wow. Like, and they always end up asking, where do you come from then? We're the natives, which starts another conversation. But I've never had a white person prove to me I come from Africa. Not one. They all concede like, yeah, obviously I got relatives in Europe. I know where my people come from in Europe. Yeah, I got you. Because remember, 70% of all white people came from Ellis Island or just before Ellis Island. If you go to 1850 to this day, which is only a little over 150 years ago, right? 70% of all white people have only been here less than 150 years. And really the majority have only been here less than 100 years, Ellis Island, right? So white people, they know where they come from. And they admit it. Like I said, I've never had a white person ever say they did not come from Africa. I mean, they did not come from Europe. I've never had a white person, when I debated on Twitter, whether through threads or on a space where there's audio, I've never had a white person ever say they did not come from Europe. They all say straight up, yeah, we come from Europe. But they want to say to me, well, you come from Africa. See, we both come from different sources. We came freely. You guys came enslaved. Yes, I know you guys were enslaved and we came freely, but we both came from different sources to a neutral place called what we now call America. I said, no. You come from Europe. I don't come from Africa. And what I do is, American Dream, I ask them to prove it. I go, you've proven to yourself you come from Europe. Yeah, they're like, yeah, obviously, duh. Prove to me I come from Africa. Go ahead. Show me the slave manuals, the slave ships. Show me your proof. I haven't seen it. And they throw, what, didn't 400,000 Africans come here during the transatlantic slave trade? That's what experts say. Yeah, 400,000. And I go, and I ask them, what do those 400,000 say? We don't have proof 400,000 Africans came here. That's our belief. Henry Louis Gates, all of them will say, yeah, we believe 400,000 came from Africa. Yeah, and they still believe that. Like, yeah, we still believe 400,000 Africans were shipped from Africa directly to America. Yeah, no doubt. But we can't prove that.
They have records of the transatlantic slave trade.
Not to America, they don't. I told you, the slavevoyage.org, which is the top transatlantic slave trade site on planet Earth, called slavevoyage.org. And they will tell you, like, if you want proof how many came here, I told you they only have proof of 25 Africans that came here. 25.
Do they have
20 and 22 ran away?
Do they have proof of slaves being sent from the Caribbean to here?
Yeah, I told you before, the estimate is 60,000, but they don't have proof of 60,000. They may have proof of a few thousand. I haven't looked at that too hard because once you get into the Caribbean and Latin America, now we're talking about, were these African slaves or were they natives? They don't say. So the experts say, well, we believe 60,000 Caribbeans and Latin Americans were shipped to America as slaves, 60,000. But they would say again, we don't have proof of that either. They do have a little bit, but not 60,000. They're like, hell no, we don't even have 30,000, 20,000. We don't have that as proof. But we do believe 60,000 came. And then what? And again, they don't have proof of even 20,000. They have, I think, it's a few thousand or something, but they definitely don't have 60,000. That's a fact. And they definitely don't have 30,000. And again, I don't even care about that because now the debate goes, okay, let's say 30,000 came. They can't prove it, but let's say 30,000 came. Were they African slaves or were they natives? Because we all know South America, Central America, North America, even the Caribbean islands were filled with natives. Hey, American Dream, I know some Jamaicans and some Haitians are now saying that they themselves do not come from African slaves, that they were the natives enslaved on the island of Jamaica and Haiti. And they can make an argument, and I don't fight it, because they were natives on the island of Jamaica. And people who came there 400 years ago described some of the natives as black. Like, like these people are jet black, dark skin. So they're online. Online, they are Jamaicans and Haitians who are saying they too, like us, come from natives on those islands, because all those islands were flooded with natives, all of them. So when I hear Jamaicans online say, well, we come from the natives on the island of Jamaica, I don't debate it. I agree with them. Like, hey, bro, if you say you don't come from African slaves on the island of Jamaica, but the natives, because they were natives there, and they describe some of them as Negro, black, then I'm not going to debate a Jamaican. I will say, yeah, you're Jamaican, and you come from the natives on the Jamaican island. And same thing with Haitians. Some Haitians will tell you they come from Africans. Some Haitians will tell you, no, bro, we come from the natives. Well, I don't care. I'll tell a Haitian, like, if one Haitian says, well, we come from Africans on the island of Haiti, yes, okay. And if another group of Haitians say, no, we don't come from Africans, we come from natives on the island of Haiti, I still accept it. Yeah, okay, cool. You're Haitian, oh, yeah, okay, cool. So I don't know why people don't do that to us. How come they don't just accept what we say? If some of us say we come from African slaves, okay, cool. And some of us say we come from the natives, okay, cool. Okay, you guys are Americans, so whatever you want to say, Africans, natives, a mixture, cool,
So can I read something real quick?
Oh, go ahead, man. This is your channel, bro.
So this is from this is what Chat GPT says is from the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database on slavevoyages.org. It says out of approximately 12.5 million Africans taken across the Atlantic, about 10.7 million survived the Middle Passage and arrived in the Americas. Distribution of arrivals: to Brazil, there was 4.8 to 5 million. To the Caribbean, there was approximately 4.5 million. To Spanish mainland colonies, there was approximately 1.3 million. And to North America, present day US, there was approximately 388 to 450,000, which was the smallest. And it goes into the records that exist. It says there are ship manifests, captains of slave ships arriving in U.S. ports like Charleston, Savannah, and New Orleans filed import documents. For example, the Slave Voyages database documents over 1,000 voyages directly to North America. Port customs records: U.S. customs houses recorded slave imports until the trade was banned in 1808. For example, South Carolina, which received approximately 4,000 of enslaved Africans brought to North America. Plantation records: enslaved Africans were listed in estate inventories, bills of sale, wills, and insurance claims. Right, so these are plantation records. Enslaved Africans were listed in estate inventories, bills of sale, wills, and insurance claims. For example, in Virginia, South Carolina, and Louisiana, plantations kept detailed inventories with names, ages, and skills. Census records: the U.S. censuses from 1790 to 1860 counted enslaved people, though not usually by name. Example, the 1860 U.S. Census slave schedules recorded over 3.9 million enslaved people. Court and abolition records: after 1808, the U.S. Navy and federal courts seized ships still trading illegally, like the Clotilda in 1860. Survivors were sometimes recorded by name. And where can you access these records? They are at the Slave Voyages database at slavevoyages.org, the U.S. National Archives, where they have ship manifests, customs records, and court cases. There are also state archives in South Carolina, Virginia, Louisiana, and Georgia, and plantation and probate records. There are also university collections. For example, Harvard, Yale, and Emory hold digitized slave trade and plantation documents. So the records of slaves coming here from Africa in the hundreds of thousands is pretty solid. So when you say there are no records of it, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, that just sounds kind of off the wall, USA.
Okay, check this out, my friend. Check this out. I'm going to give you right now Henry Louis Gates, who's now in charge of the slavevoyage.org, and Professor David Eltis, who is one of the co-creators of the slavevoyage.org.com. So you just quoted, hey, the foundation of the sources was slavevoyage.org. I'm going to give you the person now in charge, because slavevoyage.org is now headed to Harvard University under the care of Henry Louis Gates Jr. And one of the co-creators of slavevoyage.org is Professor David Eltis. And so this is going to be a 1-minute clip, and they're going to tell you they can't prove where we come from in Africa. Here we go. Listen.
How do we begin to
Hang on, let me turn it up.
map a census of where it is likely that the majority of the 388,000 came from?
Notice, hang on, American Dream. Notice everybody in the chat. He said, where is it likely? Because American Dream rightfully said 388,000 they believe came from Africa to America. Notice Henry Louis Gates starts off right out the gate. Where did this 388,000 likely? But let me just play it through. Listen.
How do we begin to map a census of where it is likely that the majority of the 388,000 came from? That's what John and Linda were concerned with.
Yeah. Well, the big problem here is the 16th and 17th centuries, I guess. A good chunk of the 18th century, too. I'm not sure we'll ever have adequate data for that earlier period. 16th century is still a bit of no man's land. Although even that's improving. Dave Wheat is hard at work. So, yeah, what was the question?
Listen, just listen.
How many ethnic groups?
They don't know where we come from in Africa because they don't have the information. Just let me finish it.
All right.
I'm coming back to it, trying to get you to.
Yeah, no, well, you ain't going to be successful.
Henry said, well, where do we come from in Africa? Like, what ethnic groups? And he's going to say, well, I don't know, bro.
All right. But the point is that if there are 1,500 languages in Africa, or whatever there are, it's a tiny group that actually got on the slave ships and came to the to the New World.
Now, even he said a tiny group came here. Tiny. That's what, these are the creators and the beholders of slavevoyage.org. Tiny, 388,000. We don't know. It's a guess. And that's all I'm saying, American Dream. It's all, I know it's crazy, but it's all a guess. You heard what he just said. Where is it likely they come from in Africa? Why? Because they don't know. They'll tell you, like, bro, we can't prove these people come from Africa. This is all theory. And they're presenting theory as facts. So you quoted slavevoyage.org. I just gave you the guy who's now in ownership of it, Henry Louis Gates, and the guy who co-created it. And they said, yeah, well, we don't know.
Henry Louis Gates said absolutely nothing to prove anything you're saying.
Yeah, he said likely. He said likely.
You gotta stop, man.
Bro, you didn't hear.
Listen, I've been streaming for 12 hours. I'm gonna get ready to shut this down. But let me just read this one thing, because just to show you again, just to reiterate the types of records that are available of African slaves coming here. There are ship manifests and logs. Captains were often required to list the number and sometimes names of enslaved Africans loaded, deaths during the Middle Passage, and survivals at arrival. They were required to do so. For example, the British Royal African Company logs, there are Portuguese trade manifests, and Dutch West India Company records. There are also port records. Many African, Caribbean, and American ports kept customs or tax records documenting the arrival of slave ships. Included places like Elmina, Ghana, Luanda, Angola, Kingston, Jamaica, Charleston, USA, and Havana, Cuba. There were also plantation inventories. Enslaved Africans were listed as property in estate inventories, wills, and insurance documents. These included names, ages, skills, and appraised monetary value. Finally, there are abolitionist records. After the abolition movement gained strength in the 18th and 19th centuries, activists compiled testimonies and records from courts, freed people, and captured slave ships. The British Admiralty courts kept liberated African registers. They kept quote unquote liberated African registers of Africans rescued from illegal slave ships after Britain abolished the trade in 1807. If you continue to say there are no records of Africans coming here, you just sound crazy, USA.
Okay, did you know the last part you just said? Those slaves that they have records of, because they have 90,000 names of Africans who were rescued from the transatlantic slave trade. They have the actual, I studied this site, slavevoice.org. They have the records of over 90,000 Africans. They got the names in Bagwe, the ship, where they came from. And guess where they took all 90,000? Almost all 90,000, they took them right back to Africa. None of them were shipped here. Not one of the 90,000 were shipped here. That is something they admit. But just listen to this. They don't everybody just listen, and I want you to American Dream listen, and we can end it. They don't have records of the transatlantic slave trade to America. They don't have records. This is all guessing. Check it out. Listen.
Close the data gap. There's still a gap there. And
What do you mean, the data gap?
well, we don't have records of 12.5 million people crossing the Atlantic.
Did you hear what he just said, people? We don't have records of these African crossing the Atlantic Ocean. Listen.
And
What do you mean, the data gap?
well, we don't have records of 12.5 million people crossing the Atlantic.
There's no records. They're making this up. That's the thing. American Dream. I used to believe we came from African slaves. I do. Until on my channel, I had these native people challenge me. I used to say, no. We come from Africa as slaves, and then we mixed in with the natives and the white man. But the bulk of us, 400,000, came from Africa, right? I used to believe what you believed. Until I had this native from South Carolina. He was like, nigga, you crazy, man. We ain't came from no Africans. We are the natives, nigga. These natives look just like us, like straight up niggas. And I'm like, you're crazy. And then one day he jumped on my panel. His name is First Eye. First Eye changed my life a few years ago. First Eye jumped on my panel. He goes, okay, check this out. Prove to me 400,000 Africans came here. I want the proof. I want the records, the logbooks. I want proof. And he goes, if you can prove it to me, I'll shut up. I said, bet. Give me a couple of days. I'm going to do another live stream. I'm going to prove you wrong. He goes, I apologize. A few days later, I did the live stream, and I apologized to him. I said, my God, bro, you're right. There's no proof. Like, oh, my God. I was doing mad work, and there's no proof, bro. I know it's shocking. So this is everybody, this is the creator of the slavevoice.org. This is the creator saying this about the 12 million Africans.
And
What do you mean, the data gap?
well, we don't have records of 12.5 million people crossing the Atlantic.
There's no records, people. They make up the data. He'll tell you, because Henry Louis Gates says, well, how do you know how many came? He goes, well, we use stats and data, and we put it in a computer, and we say it. He goes,
You
yeah,
know
but
USA. You know
what's that?
USA. I'll have to hear what he said in its proper context, not just that little 15-second piece that you cut up. But I think in its proper context, we'll absolutely know exactly what he was talking about. Because you like cutting stuff and
Well,
misrepresenting.
okay, let me play a
what's
whole
being
minute.
said.
No, okay, no,
No,
hang-
no,
let me-
no. Listen. I'm going to close it down. So just say your final words, and then whatever you say as your final words is just going to be your final words, and then I'm going to shut this down because I've had it for today, man. It's
Yeah, I know
time to
you
get
sound
out of here.
tired, bro.
Hold on. People in the chat, if you don't mind, hit that like button, please. I'd greatly appreciate it if you all would just hit that like button. Big up to everyone that's in the place. Pinky Wells, big up yourself. Claude Zandam, Day Dean. What's up, Day Dean? S. Larva Dane. Big up yourselves, man. Y'all be good. Go ahead, USA. Say your final words.
Okay, let me just finish with this.
Still a gap there. And
What do you mean, the data gap?
well, we don't have records of 12.5 million people crossing the Atlantic. What we've got is a set of data which allows us to project that.
Right.
But closing that gap.
He says we have data that allows us to project 12 million. He clearly says we don't have records of 12 million, but we use data sets to project 12 million. I rest my case. Like I said, a guy named First Eye woke me up. Yeah, we don't come from Africa. But I will say less than 10,000 came from Africa. There's no proof, but I'll give anybody 10,000 African slaves showed up. That's it. I'm dropping a hat. Not 400,000, but I'll give you 10,000. I'll give you 50,000. Because even 50,000 is a raindrop. Even 50,000 African slaves coming to America. Any historian say, well, that's nothing. Because over the 400-year period, 300-year period, there was 10 to 25 million slaves here. You know, for if you look over 1500s to the 1865, there were estimates between 10 million to 25 million slaves here. So if you count 50,000 amongst 10 million to 25 million slaves here, they're like, that's nothing, bro. These Africans don't count. 50,000 ain't nothing. We got to get those numbers up. And to finish American Dream, did you know during the Civil Rights Movement, Martin Luther King Jr., Maya Angelou, Malcolm X, they thought, because this expert said it, he goes, yeah, in the 1960s, they thought 60 million Africans were shipped to the New World. 60 million. And then Henry Louis Gates and Professor David Elter says, not only did they think 60 million, but others thought like 20 million Africans were shipped. Others thought 5 million were shipped just to America. Others like, no, at least 1 million people were shipped to America. Then now they said now it's only 400,000. So how did they go to 60 million Africans brought here to 20 million Africans, 5 million Africans, 1 million Africans, and now it's 400,000 Africans? How come those numbers shifted from 60 million to 400,000? Because they don't know. And as the guy just said, we don't know. We don't have the data. I mean, we don't have the records. We just take data points and project it to you guys. And thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Jamaica. American Dream, you're dope. I don't know why you're not a proud Jamaican, because I think Jamaicans are dope. I think all cultures are dope. I got a Haitian homeboy. I call him the Haitian king. Haitians are dope. Hell, African people who are cool, they're dope. I got a Dominicano friend. I call him the Dominicano king. He's dope. I got a Puerto Rican friend. I call him the Boricua. They're dope. So when we say we are Americans, the only Americans, we're not putting down anybody. I respect all ethnicities as long as they come in the name of love, and I big up all ethnicity. Just that we are Americans, the only Americans, the dopest people ever. So thank you, brother. I really appreciate the time, your respect. And next month when I get my StreamYard back up, when they put the hours back on, I'll definitely have you come back on. Much respect to you, American Dream. And we need more people like you. You love this country. You respect this country. You honor this country. So I wish everybody in America were like you. I don't care if they're African, Muslim, Christian, Latinos, Asians. I wish all immigrants were like you, kind, respectful, and just love the country. So I wish everyone was like you, bro. I really do, bro. I respect you, and I wish all these immigrants, like the 20 million that came here during Biden, I wish they all had your attitude. Unfortunately, they don't. I wish they all had your attitude, because that would be different. If everyone had your attitude, then I wouldn't even mind if 20 million came. But they're all like, hey, man, we love this country, and we want to do good by this country, and we want to be a part of this country, and we're not here to kill and murder and steal. We're here to work hard and love this country because, this country has been good to us. I would say let the 20 million stay. We still need our reparations, but yeah, I wish all immigrants were like you. We wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't be deporting all these people today if these immigrants, these border jumpers, were like you. So we need more people like you. Later, my friend.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming up, USA. Have a blessed night. All right, peoples. We're going to shut this down. Thank you to everybody that hit the panel today, man. Kwame, big up yourself. Dex, you done know. MD20, thanks for hitting that panel. Who else hit the panel today? Knock Measy, bless yourself. And anybody else that hit the panel today, man. We hit the record today. So that's what's up. Y'all stay blessed, man. If you haven't hit the like button yet, just hit it on your way out. You know what I mean? Y'all can continue to chat in the chat. You know what I mean? Y'all can continue talking if y'all wish, because you don't know, as usual, I'm gonna play one of these songs for y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all enjoy the rest of your night. Be blessed.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them for be strong. You can't tell the youth them for preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them most are than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me to see how the face deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no envy. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them out to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want the cops and want to drive in a jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 days, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some meat. The system will slide where you fit.
Inna the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest said them want it low. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. Also the things said cause the streets don't rest.
Inna the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest said them want it low. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them out to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want the cops and want to drive in a jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 days, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some meat. The system will slide where you fit.
Inna the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest said them want it low. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the things said, cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets, so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want the ghost and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep a eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go rape. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now care about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle will submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.